12. She pulled up a map, began to highlight the buildings on Rourke's list. Mosley's residence, a semi-detached townhome, 2-story with full basement, fit right in. She might have wished for fully detached and/or a garage, but it still worked. Others, townhomes, brownstones, warehouses, private garages, an old converted church, now a privately owned residence, also worked. And when she went through the owners or tenants, she gave Rourke points. All of them could work. Not all hit the profiled age range, but all were single occupancy. She started a run on each and began to arrange them in order. She put one last on the list, male, 38, sales exec, transferred from Chicago to New York 5 months ago after a divorce. Not impossible, but unlikely. As she started on the next, her incoming beeped. Before she could retrieve it, she heard Peabody's boots. Got her! I am so good! I'm so good I should have coffee. Eve just gestured to the auto chef and pulled up the data and photo. This is an old mugshot. You said no criminal. Expunged. Peabody programmed coffee for both of them. And since it was 84 years ago in Arkansas, it was basically poofed. Who cares, right, about a ding for possession of a few grams of coke 8 decades ago? Possession, use, and resisting. Yeah. She partied, got stoned, got busted, tried to take a swing at the officer, and did her court-directed rehab. Her parents had enough money and influence to have it all wiped. How do you know all that? I found an article written at the time. Gossipy. Her dad was a city councilman, and her mom's family had deep pockets. Anyway, that's her. She's got the right coloring. Shape of the face is close enough. Hair's wrong. Blonde. Yeah, but what do you call it? Platinum. And with a lot of roots. Add it's long and all fuzzy. Frowning, Eve kept studying. No distinguishing marks, so no tat. She could have gotten one later. Yeah, she's the type. We can say she's the type. The clothes, Peabody. This would be years earlier than we dated the ones on Elder. This is from 1977. Did they wear the same sort of thing? Shit, I don't know. I'm betting not. Okay, but try this. He wasn't even born for another 9-10 years. Then you have to add a few years for him to fix a memory. Maybe it's a more adolescent memory. And he pictures her how he sees women, young women, dress. Does that work? Or are we trying to make it work? Eve printed out the photo and the attached gossip piece for the board. I don't know. Book us a conference room. Really? I want to set up 3 sections, one for each woman. I've got Rourke's list of properties, and I'm running the occupants. I'm going to have Jenkinson and Reinecke head out, start checking them. Let's get a room, spread this out. I'll take care of it. Let Jenkinson and Reinecke know I'm pulling them in. Out of curiosity, she did a search for fashion from 1975 to 1985. Her jaw dropped. Seriously? What's wrong with people? She closed it off before her eyes started to twitch. Conference room B. Peabody's voice came through the inner office comm. I'll transfer the files. I'll be right behind you. On the off chance, She shot a memo to Mira. Briefing in CRB if you have time. New data, new questions. She turned as brisk steps came her way and waited until Officer Carmichael stood in her doorway. Sir, we'll be writing up the results of the canvass in the 2 areas designated, but I wanted to let you know we found plenty who recognized Covino, but no one who remembered anyone who appeared to follow her or make recurring stops when she did. Yeah, he's too careful for that, or he blends too well. Thanks. People had a lot of nice things to say about her. Yeah, I'm getting that. Sorry we couldn't find more. Even negatives are details. He cracked the faintest smile. That's the truth. Eve gathered what she needed, downed the last of the coffee, then headed to the conference room. She found Peabody already setting up, and Reinecke and Jenkinson looking hopefully at the auto chef. Jenkinson sent the hopeful look her way. Don't suppose you put any of your coffee in here, LT. Upclass the coffee, spoil the cop. Then she considered what that made her. Peabody, do that thing you do with the AC. Score! Reinecke pumped a fist in the air. Jenkinson did the report, so I familiarized myself with the Covino case. You're thinking she's this guy's number 3. Lauren Elder, Eve began. Last seen May 28th leaving Arnold's, a bar, her workplace, approximately 02:30. She read off the details while Peabody continued to set up. She moved to Anna Hobe, then began on Mary Kate Covino when Mira came in. I had an opening, not a wide one. Is that your coffee? I appreciate the time. Jenkinson, get Dr. Mira some coffee. Sit. Mira waved him down. I have it. Don't let me interrupt. She finished the briefing, filling in the newest data and statements. Our only suspect at this time, James Mosley, fits, but not cleanly. He left home young, then floated around New York, as far as we can tell, for a couple of years before he decided to pursue additional education and a career. Makes me wonder where and how he floated, and that's a question I'll ask him. His attachment to Covino came off very sincere. She's important to him. His attachment to his mother is illustrated by shelling out over $5.5 million in the last 16 years of her life for her care and housing. He could have chosen less expensive options for her, but he didn't. If his mother suffered from dementia, as the director alluded, Mira said, it would have been painful for him, possibly traumatic. If she died without remembering him, without being able to say goodbye, mother to son, it may have caused a psychic break. And he's got a replacement right under his nose, Eve finished. But why doesn't he go for her first? That's a major hitch for me. Was Elder practice? Doesn't feel like it. Eve paced in front of the board. Then there's the timing of her trip. Maybe she didn't tell him she'd planned, hoped, to stay at the jerk's place. Maybe. But it feels strange he'd wait until that night, knowing she was planning a trip. Doesn't quite gel. And the clothes. Have you seen what they wore in the late 70s, early 80s? Jenkinson snorted. How old do you think I am, boss? Mira just laughed. I've seen pictures. The hairstyle, the clothes he used on Elder are 20 years later, fashion-wise. His mother wouldn't have been in her 20s, but her 40s by that point. So, You're talking yourself out of it, Mira concluded. I'm looking at the flaws. Yeah, he's in the right age group, race. He obviously had a deep attachment to his mother, and some trauma due to her illness, prolonged, it seems, and her death. More, he lives alone, has never married or had a registered cohab. He owns a semi-detached townhome. Peabody, I have a map. Put it up on screen. Highlighted in red are the residences and workplaces of the three women. Highlighted in yellow are buildings with occupants who fit the parameters. Got a lot that fit, Jenkinson commented. Yeah, and the one in green is Mosley's townhome. Convenient, Reinecke commented. Pretty damn convenient. Yeah, it is, and it sticks out for me. He could have seen these other two women on the street, at their work. He's from the neighborhood, so others who are used to seeing him. Think nothing of it. He doesn't own a vehicle, or none is registered in his name, but he does have an up-to-date driver's license. No garage, which is a disappointment, but he's sturdy and solid, moves well. He could transfer a 115-pound woman from a vehicle at the curb to the house, late at night, choose his moment. I'd like to know more about his relationship with his parents. No siblings? Mira asked. No, only child. Yes, I'd like to know more. We'll find out more. Meanwhile, detectives, I want you to pay a visit to those residences highlighted. Get inside if you can. Get a read on the occupant. Show the photos of the three women. Get a reaction. We got it. I'm gonna take Mosley, she added. He knows me, and I can call it a follow-up. I'm gonna take Rourke if he's free. Peabody, I want you to shift over to Hobe. Her time's ticking away. If we missed anything, find it. Talk to her co-workers again. Canvass the neighbors. It's been done and done, but do it again. If McNabb's free, take him with you. She checked the time. I'm authorizing OT. Let's get as much of this done tonight as we can. Peabody, shoot the map to their portables. Already done. I'll check with McNabb and get started. Do you want to keep the room? Yeah, let's hang on to it for now. Good hunting. As the others went out, Mira rose and walked to the board to stand beside Eve. I see why you're looking at him, and why you question yourself. It's not a clean fit, but they aren't always. He has gaps, and you need to fill them to get a clearer picture. What's your probability on him? I'd like to know more, but I'll say 60%. Yeah, that's about where I land, too. It was higher before Peabody found the photo of his mother. There's a basic similarity, but the three women look more like each other than they look like her. To my eye, anyway. He's looking through his own. I have to get back, but I'd like your impressions after you speak to him inside his home. You'll get them. Give my best to Rourke? Yeah, thanks. Distracted, Eve kept scanning the board, waiting for pieces to line up. When they refused, she pulled out her link. Rourke answered himself. Lieutenant. Hey, I've got to head out to the field to interview a suspect in about an hour. Some stuff to clean up here first. Interested? In spending time watching my cop grill a suspect? Always. I'm not grilling him. Yet. Probably. In any case, I'll meet you in the garage in an hour. Good. Great. And I'm sort of thinking about talking to you about a real estate deal." His eyebrows shot up. "Now I'm fascinated. What sort of deal?" "We'll talk about it. And thanks for the list." "My pleasure. An hour." An hour, she thought, as she pocketed the link. Time enough to clear her head and work on how to handle James Mosley. It took just over that hour for Eve to finish up, and when she scanned her desk for the last time, she compared it with Covino's pristine workstation. "Show off," Eve muttered, then grabbed her file bag and jacket. She shrugged into the jacket as she walked. She spotted Santiago and Carmichael in a huddle at Carmichael's desk, either working the jumper throwee case or debating where to grab an after-tour brew. Either way, Eve kept going. She was already late. With that in mind, she ignored the elevators. Cops coming on, cops heading home, or like her, back into the field, meant packed cars and stops on every damn floor. She took the glides, jogging down when she hit a clear stretch, then hit the stairs down to her level. Rourke leaned against her ride, fiddling with something on his PPC. Possibly buying one of those rings of Saturn. "Sorry, took me longer." He slid the device back in his pocket. "I occupied myself well enough." He lifted a hand to stroke her cheek. "You look harried, Lieutenant." "Maybe a little. I feel like we moved a few steps closer, but it's not close enough. You drive, okay?" She climbed in the passenger seat, programmed Mosley's address. "Not far, I see." "No, not far." Mosley James, Mary Kate Covino's supervisor and so-called mentor. She's been missing since June 3rd. She gave him the basics as he maneuvered through downtown traffic. "So she makes 3, and this Mosley fits your profile." "Most of it. His place is on your list. They're in this area, Hobe and Covino. I know it. If you can't find a street spot..." She broke off when he hit vertical, did a neat airborne 180, and dropped into a stingy spot between a Mini and a glossy sedan. "Nice. Why does Peabody always go glassy-eyed when I do that?" "I couldn't say." He patted her hand before they slid out. "He'll be a half block down." And now took her hand. "Lovely evening for a walk." "If he's not home, we'll canvass the neighborhood, so that'll be a walk." Not so many tourists on this stretch, she noted. Mostly the after-work crowd heading home. Almost all residential. Pretty townhomes all in a row, some with window boxes or pots of flowers, some with fancy grids on the windows. Mosley's didn't particularly stand out. He had flowers, a lot of purple and red and trailing green spilling out of window boxes that gleamed copper. The whitewashed brick had a soft look, offset by a bold red door and a stylized copper heart as a door knocker. Palm plate, code scanner, cam, solid locks. One-way glass on the windows. He can see out, you can't see in. She stepped onto the stoop, one painted to resemble a mat. The scrolled red letters read, "Always welcome." "We'll see about that," she grumbled and pressed the bell. He's got a full basement under here, corner lot, and from the windows he could actually have watched Elder walk to work. He could have watched her from the comfort of his own home. "You're leaning heavily in his direction." The house, the location, Those pieces fit clean and snug. I'm looking at the setup here, and I'm leaning. Mosley opened the door. He still wore his baggy jeans and polo, but it changed into house skids. Hope shined from his face. "Lieutenant, you found Mary Kate?" "No, Mr. Mosley. We're actively looking. We'd like to come in for a few minutes. I have some follow-up questions." Even as the hope dimmed, he stepped back. Of course, please. It's nice to finally meet you." He held out a hand for Rourke's. "I've admired your work, and especially the school you've just opened." "Thank you." Mosley brushed a hand at his flyaway hair. "Come in, sit down. Can I get you something to drink?" "We're fine," Eve said, and saw why Covino worked well with him. His living area, both simple and attractive, had nothing out of place. No single-man debris, no clutter. A conversation area, a semicircle sofa in pale gray, a pair of cushy armchairs in a subtle pattern of the same gray with hints of blue, centered around a whitewashed fireplace currently full of flowers and candles. On the slim mantel over it stood more candles, slim white tapers in squat and colorful blown glass holders, a photo in a dark gray leather frame of a man and woman holding hands in front of a white steepled church, and some sort of earth-toned pottery vase or urn. A rug that looked old and valuable lay over the polished floors. Mosley gestured to the chairs, then took a seat on the end of the sofa. "I'd so hoped you'd found her. I know how hard you're working to do just that. I hadn't read the ICOV agenda. So distressing. But after meeting you today, I downloaded it. I've only just begun, really, but I understand you're very good at your work. How can I help?" "You and Mary Kate are close." "Yes, we're a close-knit group at Dowell's. It makes it a pleasure to go to work every day." "And you often took her and others out socially, to celebrate, for instance, a successful campaign." "That's right. Team leaders often do. And we try to gather socially as a full team. The Dowell team. I wonder if you brought Mary Kate or others to venues here, in this neighborhood, for those social interactions." "Yes, now and then." "Here to your home?" "Yes. No point in having a home you enjoy and not sharing it." Eve took out her link, brought up Elder's photo ID. "Do you know this woman?" He took the link, frowned over it a moment, then let out a gasp. "This is the young woman who was killed. I saw the reports, saw this photo. It was so upsetting I turned it off." "Have you ever seen her before the reports?" "I don't think so." "Have you ever been in Arnold's? It's a bar in the neighborhood." "Yes, I know it. A few times, but it's a little stiff, I want to say." Eve took the link back, brought up Hobe. "How about this woman?" "I don't know that I've—" "Oh, yes, I recognize her. Mike's place. Such a good voice. Annie? Anna. That's it. I've dragged a lot of people onto the stage at Mike's." He smiled at the thought. "That isn't a stiff sort of place, and more the sort I'd take a team for fun." "Anna Hobe has been missing for 7 days." "What?" He jerked back. "No! Like Mary Kate?" "You haven't been in Mike's in the last week?" No, not for a couple of weeks at least. We were working on the campaign, and I brought work home. What does this mean? The first girl..." His color went nearly as gray as his hair. "Oh my God! You think that could happen to Mary Kate?" "All three of these women live within blocks of here. You've lived here for a number of years. I'm sure people are used to seeing you. Think nothing of it. You have a nice view of the street from those windows." He still held the link, and his hand shook as he stared at her. "You think I'm a suspect? Why would I could never. I need a glass of water. Why don't I get that for you?" Rourke rose. Thank you. The kitchen..." "I'll find it." Mosley closed his eyes when Rourke walked away. His rapid breathing worried Eve a little. She sure as hell didn't need a panic attack or a heart event on her hands. "I've never hurt another person in my life." Mosley hitched in a couple more breaths, let them out. "I avoid conflicts, to be honest, and hard news when possible. I would never harm Mary Kate. I love her." "Tell me about your mother." His eyes popped open. "My mother?" "Yes. She died last February after a long, difficult illness. I don't understand what..." "You loved her, too." "Of course. She was my mother." "She lived with you here for several years." "Yes. I convinced her to come to New York and live with me after my father died." "I don't know what this has to do with anything, but if it somehow helps, you left home fairly young, and there are some gaps in the first couple of years after you came to New York. Can you fill those in?" He closed his eyes again. "We can never escape them, can we? Never really escape the sins of the past." He looked at Eve again, and she saw sorrow, not guilt, not fear. He shifted when Rourke came back with a glass of water. Taking it, he handed Rourke Eve's link. He drank slowly before setting the glass down on the table. "I'm gay," he said simply. "Okay, that has no bearing on you wanted the gaps filled. It's unremarkable to you, my sexual orientation, but it was anything but when I was growing up, a PK in rural Kentucky." "PK? Preacher's kid." "All those years ago, Lieutenant, if you know anything of history, you understand homosexuality wasn't widely accepted. In that time, in that place, I was an aberration, a sin, a freak. I stayed closeted. My shame, my instinct to avoid confrontations. When I finally screwed up the courage to tell my parents, they were shocked, hurt, and couldn't accept me or support me. My father..." He glanced toward the photo on the mantel. "He said harsh things. It was a shameful, painful experience, but not all that atypical of those times. I left home with that shame and pain inside me. I had a little money, thanks to my grandparents, maternal, who were able to accept and support. I came to New York, my vision of the polar opposite of where I grew up. The money didn't last long. I was angry, desperate, determined never to return home." He picked up his glass again, drank some more. "I met a man, a wealthy, influential man with many contacts. He ran..." We'll call it an escort service. I hope the statute of limitations on such things has run its course, as I don't want to go to prison for things I did so long ago. I've got no interest in charging you with prostitution, which is regulated and legal now. It wasn't then. He smiled a little. I was very good-looking, and my inexperience actually worked in my favor. I made a great deal of money, and there was enough PK in me that I was frugal with it. I avoided drugs, drank rarely and always in moderation. He paused to drink more water, and to Eve's eye, steady himself again. I learned my grandfather had died a week after his funeral, and that he had left me money, and a request that I use it to better myself. He set the glass back down. I loved my grandparents, and he died without me being there. They'd stood by me when no one else had. My grandfather made one request of me. He and my grandmother never judged me, and he'd made that one request. You enrolled in college. I did. It occurred to me that I'd been marketing myself, and very well, so I aimed there. I got out of the life and got an education. When I graduated, I went home. I didn't intend to see my parents, but I wanted to visit my grandfather's grave. I even took my diploma to show him. My mother found me there. A small community, Lieutenant. Someone saw me, recognized me, told her, and she came. She hugged me, and she wept. And she asked for my forgiveness. When his eyes filled, Mosley pressed his fingers to them. I can't tell you what that meant to me. She asked me to come with her, talk to my father. It was harder for him, but we reconciled. We made peace with each other. When he got sick, I went home to help. And we found something more than peace. We found family again. When he died, I was with him, as I'd been with my grandmother when her time came. She, my grandmother, left me everything. The house and land, her life insurance, everything. So when my father died and I convinced my mother to come live with me, I used the money I'd saved, money given to me, to make her a place where she could be comfortable, where we could be family, where I could take care of her. You gave her a home, Rourke said. Here, with you. Yes. And she enjoyed the city more than either of us expected. The arts, the restaurants, the parks, the pace. Until she became ill. Once again he looked at the photo above the fireplace. It was slow at first. It's a creeping, vicious disease. When I couldn't care for her any longer. Her mind. It's so cruel when the mind fails before the body. I couldn't care for her any longer. I found a place that could and would care with compassion. I was with her when she died, but she didn't know me. He pressed his lips together. She hadn't known me for the last 8 years of her life. That must have been painful. I think of the day she came to my grandfather's grave and put her arms around me. I think of evenings we shared before her mind betrayed her, playing gin rummy, her telling me stories of her misspent youth, as she called it. Stories about my father, my grandparents, the Christmases we shared, and the dinner parties we hosted. I have good memories. Eve brought another picture up on her link, handed it to Mosley. He looked baffled for a moment. then simply delighted. "Is this my mother? It's Mom! Oh my God, it's a mugshot!" More tears spilled as he laughed. "She told me, but I didn't actually believe. She was a preacher's wife and a good one. Not stiff-necked. Not, well, preachy, but a good one. She changed her life. She bettered herself. But look at her here. So young, so screwed up, so pissed off." "Could we look around your house, Mr. Mosley? You want to—" "Oh, search more than look around. You have to be sure. I'll give you a tour and you can look wherever you like. You can go through my electronics if that's helpful, or anything else." He rose. "I'd like to ask a favor when you're sure." "What's the favor?" "Could I have a copy of that photo of my mother? I know it's a strange request, a mugshot, but it's a moment in time. I didn't believe her when she'd said she'd been arrested and why, and that made her change her life. Now I do, and I'd like that moment in time." "When I'm sure," Eve told him, "I'll get you a copy." 13. Rourke waited until they'd reached the sidewalk, started down it, then slid an arm around Eve's waist. "It's understandable you're disappointed. That's not really the word. Well, okay, I'm disappointed we didn't find Hope and Covino in the basement so we could get them out. I'm not disappointed Jim Mosley isn't a whacked-out mommy-freak killer. He strikes me as a very good man. One still carrying some of the scars from the era and its mores when he grew up. Yeah, strikes me the same. Why in hell did some people get so bent because somebody fell for, wanted to marry, or just wanted to bang somebody with the same body parts? Some always have, and always will find ways to be intolerant of what they consider other or outside their version of the norm. Well, the world would be better off if more people minded their own business instead of trying to run other people's lives. Anyway, she shook it off. Eliminating Mosley's another step, but it doesn't get me closer to finding those two women. When he nudged her along, she looked over at him. "Did you forget where you parked?" "I didn't, no. We're walking on a very nice evening on the edge between spring and summer. It occurs to me Mosley came to New York all those years ago for much the same reasons you and I did. We were all bearing scars, and all came here to find our place." "Down there?" She gestured down the side street. "That was Elder's place. Now the guy who loved her lives alone. Hobe, down that way. Covino, up and over that way. Hobe, no real close family ties, and she liked living alone. Opposite for Covino. But they intersect, those three women. Probably passed each other on the street more than once. Maybe waited online at the same time in some shop. Now two of them, unless I'm way off the mark, are being held in the same place by the same man for the same reason." "You're not off the mark." He steered her around the corner, kept going. "We might run into Jenkinson and Reinecke," Eve speculated, as people bustled by, heading home, heading to dinner, heading to one more shop. "Maybe they'll get a hit. Peabody and McNabb are going to do canvases, so—" She trailed off when she registered where they were. A few steps from the pizza joint. the one where she'd had her first slice on her first day in New York. "You're always thinking," she murmured. "Of you." He brushed a kiss over the top of her head. "We'll have ourselves a meal, a carafe of wine and some downtime. And when we get home, you can update your board and book." Instead of turning to the door, she turned into him. "Thanks," and kissed him. "Thank you." She walked into the scents. Yeast and sauce and spices and grilled meat. The noise of voices, a squeal from some kid, the clatter of dishes, and felt the tension melt from the back of her neck. A waitress hustled right up to them. "Hi, good to see you again. Your booth's ready." "You called ahead." "Always thinking," he answered, as they slid across from each other into the booth. "Do you need a menu?" "Nope. Large pie, pepperoni," Eve said to the waitress. "Large?" Eve smiled at Rourke. "Did you want one too?" He smiled back. "A carafe of the house red, a bottle of sparkling water." "Get that going for you." As the waitress hurried away, Rourke leaned over, took both Eve's hands. "Now, tell me, as I remain fascinated, about this real estate deal." She laughed. "Just a wild hair. That includes 3 words I'm very fond of. Real estate and deal. Okay, well, there's this building." She rattled off the address. "You don't already own it. I checked." "All right then. Should I?" "Commercial, street level. Slick bar and a Tony-looking salon. Apartments above. 8 units a level, 6 levels. Square footage, exterior material, original build date and dates of major rehabs." "Well, geez, if you're gonna have all kinds of questions." "There are countless more, but I can find the answers." The waitress came back with the water, the wine, glasses, poured both. "Brick," Eve said as she picked up her wine. "Brick, and it looked pre-urban to me. Crappy security on the apartment entry door, crap elevator, single. Decent soundproofing. That's all I got." "I'll get the rest, after you tell me why this property interests you." She sat back, gestured with the wine. "I thought about how if you bought it, you could kick out the fuckhead who owns the bar and lives above it." "Could I?" Amused, Rourke gestured back at her. "Has he committed a crime? If being a fuckhead was a crime, I'd have to lock up half of New York, and occasionally arrest myself. He's Covino's ex-boyfriend, except he only qualified on the boyfriend scale in her mind. He's a smarmy, it's the word, womanizing, self-important fuckhead." "Ah, you said she'd planned a trip, and the boyfriend, such as he was, cancelled on the night she was taken. This would be that fuckhead. The very same. I really wanted to look at him, but he's covered, as he was working in the bar until 2. Plus, he's too busy looking for the next quick bang to bother with Covino. And he doesn't care enough about anybody but himself to go to all this trouble. So, not a suspect. No. I brought her suitcase into evidence. She'd packed all these girly beach clothes and sexy stuff. A bottle of sparkling wine, those little candles, she added, making a circle with her thumb and index finger. "It makes you sad." "Maybe. Some. Everyone says she's smart, stable, sensible. She wasn't about him. She's not the first to go off the tracks over some asshole with a good line and a pretty face. When Rourke grinned and laughed, she shook her head. You're hardly ever an asshole. Flattery like that will get you a pepperoni pizza. And he'd timed that comment perfectly, Eve noted, as the waitress set the pizza on the table rack. She set out the plates, topped off their water glasses. Enjoy, and let me know if you need anything else. Rourke slid a slice onto a plate, passed it to Eve, then took one for himself. This is the hardest part, Eve said, waiting for it to cool enough so you don't burn off the roof of your mouth. She glanced around. The first time I came in here, sat at the counter in front of the window, everything was new, and everything was possible. I was free, and I was going to the academy, and I was going to be a damn good cop. And so you are, a damn good cop. Never figured on you. What I got there was a damn big bonus. She picked up her slice, calculated she had about 20 more seconds left to avoid a scorched mouth. So, did Mavis's place pass the inspection deal? What? She demanded when he cocked his head. I pay attention. More than many realize. It did, yes, and so the walls are going up. The landscape crew started some of the plantings, though the new owners and tenants want to do considerable themselves. And Peabody sent me very impressive, detailed plans for a water feature. Asked about ordering the stone and pump and so on for it. She intends to build it as a thank you to Mavis and Leonardo. She's really gonna do that waterfall thing? Apparently. The design's creative and flawless. I pay one visit to a retiring mob boss, and my partner's replicating his waterfall thing. And you're buying his construction business. She tried a bite. Let that warm, delicious comfort fill her senses. Perfect, she said, and took another. When they got home, Somerset waited. Did you enjoy your evening out? Judge for yourself. Rourke handed him a small takeout box. A midnight snack for you, and you'll find it well worth it. Thank you. I'm sure I will. Since Galahad reared up to sniff at the box, Somerset looked down. You've had your meal, but perhaps someone will find a small treat for you in a bit. Too blissed on pizza to take a swipe, Eve just headed upstairs. Board and book, she thought. Coffee and a write-up of the interview with Mosley. She'd check in with her detectives. A hit meant they'd check in with her, but she'd still tag them. As she updated the board, the cat wound between her legs. She crouched down to give him a rub, and the bite of pizza she'd folded into a napkin in her pocket. That's all you get. When Rourke came in 20 minutes later, suit replaced by jeans and a t-shirt, she'd moved from board to book. Elder's the only one who belonged to a gym, Eve began. They didn't go to the same salon, use the same bank, medical provider, and no cross in circle of friends, I've found. Yet when you showed the photos to our waitress, and she called others over, the staff recognized Elder and Covino and believed they recognized Hobe. Good pizza gets a rep in a neighborhood. There'll be other places they cross. I still think he lives in the neighborhood, or close. I think that's going to pay off. But he may have seen them elsewhere. She swiveled in her chair. The thing is, Covino didn't work in the neighborhood, so she probably used some shops in her work area. I found her market, where she bought her flowers, but they didn't recognize the other women. She pushed at her hair. I'm going back to the makeup. A lot of damn makeup. I'm going to say the T word. Eve shook her head. It's not high-dollar stuff. It's stuff you buy in the drugstore. Trina would look down her nose. Anyway, how did he learn how to apply it so exactly? Did he practice? Does he work in that area? Theater? Entertainment? What about the top from the Nashville store you told me about? Yeah, that. Can't track it down. We wound back to vintage shops again, but... Finished the thought. Knowing her, he programmed coffee for both of them. He didn't plan this yesterday, right? Nor a week from yesterday. Weeks at least, and more like months. So I don't think he bought all the clothes, the makeup, the damn shackles right before he grabbed Elder. Rourke handed her coffee, sat at her auxiliary station. For a few days, he had 3 women. Yeah, thought about that, too, and it weighs on me. Now he has 2. Does he need the 3? Is he gonna grab somebody tonight? I've got extra patrols in the area tonight in case, but I can't keep that up indefinitely. She blew out a breath. Otherwise, holding 3 women, feeding them, toilet facilities. She pushed up to pace. McQueen, he held more at a time, but he didn't give a rat's ass about feeding them. It was the having them, then raping them, then killing them. This one had another purpose. Does he keep them together or separate them? McQueen kept them together, chained up, desperate, terrified. But this is different. Around and around the board. He can't keep them together. How could he maintain the illusion any one of them is his mother or will become her if they're together, if they talk to each other? He has to keep them separate, has to keep a wall between them, for him. Has to have a big enough space. She turned back. Good job, pointing me at another angle. Maybe a big basement. Maybe he keeps them on separate floors. But he's got to have those toilets. You can't keep 3 people chained up for days and days and not provide a John. Who wants to clean up the mess? And he likes things clean. Elder was clean. Body, hair, nails, the clothes, all perfectly clean. She wound around again. No signs of dehydration with Elder. She'd had a good last meal. Eat, drink, you gotta eliminate. She sat again, planning. He took the 3 too close together not to have planned for at least 3. Maybe he had to have those toilets installed. Yeah, he could have had them already. Hell, he could keep one of them locked up in a bathroom, as long as there's no window. But I can do some digging on permits. The houses on the list, additional plumbing in the last, what would you like, 12 months? Yeah, that's a good one. That's a solid maybe. I'll just do that here, then. She picked up the coffee she'd forgotten. He's 2 people, she said aloud. You think 2 are working together? No, not like that. He's 2 people inside 1 man. The planner, the calculating adult, and the needy, angry child. Both of them are killers. Both of them are crazy. But the adult maintains. He can contain. He can look and act sane. He'd have to, wouldn't he? She kicked back, put her boots on the counter. Yeah, he would. Eccentric at worst, people would think, but not overly because nobody notices him. Does that piss him off? Or is that how he likes it? She saw Rourke watching her. What? Sorry, just thinking out loud. And it's fascinating. You're building him. A potential him. Just more maybes. Don't stop on my account. Keep building. Well, if he's somewhere in his 60s or 70s, as we profile, we'd say he has the maturity of his age and experience. But that inner brat's all impulse and rage. Plenty of rage in the man, too, because he doesn't have what he wants, because he's been disappointed, maybe mistreated, probably mistreated. But he's got that control. Studying the board, she let it come. Mosley was let down, and damn well mistreated. He escaped, with plenty of anger, but he had the grandparents. And without that better yourself message, he may have kept going down a hard road. When his mother asked for forgiveness, he gave it. And the years after, reforming his family. This guy doesn't have any of that in him. When I saw Stella, recognized her, Eve. No guilt here. I would never have forgiven her. And never have reconnected. But I didn't wish her dead. I live with death, work with it, and I don't wish it on anybody. This guy, he has to kill. He kills what disappoints him again. She tilted her head, narrowed her eyes. He sees, he imagines and needs, so he plans. Every step. It takes time and patience. And money, too. He has to make an investment. He watches, waits, and he takes. She sipped coffee. He doesn't physically or sexually assault. That would be disrespectful, unseemly. They must beg him to let them go. It's human nature. And that's gonna piss him off. Why? A mother wants to be with her child. This hurts his feelings, but he doesn't strike out at them. It's why he needs more than one. One of them will understand. One of them will become and stay and love him. He can make them like her, physically, Rourke put in. The tattoo, the piercings. That's right, and that's important. But he can't change who they are or make them who they aren't. So he'll end up disappointed again. She shifted her gaze from the board to his. But under it all, Rourke, he doesn't forgive her for what she did or what he perceives she did. So he'll kill her and go on killing her. You'll find him. You'll stop him. We'll find him. We'll stop him. I just don't know if we will in time to save those two women on the board. She worked and touched base with Peabody, with Reinecke. When Rourke found a house on his list with a permit for rehabbing a laundry area, adding a bathroom, she passed it to Reinecke and Jenkinson. We'd never get a search warrant. Way too thin, she told Rourke. But we can see how the occupant reacts when asked if a couple of cops can take a look at their basement. At this time of night, said occupant may be less than hospitable. She frowned at her wrist unit. It's not that late. It's not even really 2300. It's 10 past that. See, not even barely there. And I told them this is the last one tonight. They can hit the others tomorrow. They got to a solid third of the list tonight. She rose, walked to the board one more time. If none of those properties pan out, we'll have to widen the area. I'm not wrong about the damn house. Okay, what if he has the place, but he didn't put it in his name? Maybe the mother's name, or a family name, a place name, a combo. I'll agree to set up a new search, put it on auto, if you agree to shut it down for the night. I'll shut it down as soon as Reinecke and Jenkinson check back in. Deal. At midnight, because a deal was a damn deal, she slid into bed. I can't believe I'm obsessing about toilets. It's a necessity. Rourke wrapped an arm around her. As the man Jenkinson and Reinecke talked with, who had one installed in the basement he's turned into a media room, understands. I wonder if we should add a media room. I like stretching out on the sofa and watching vids in here. As do I. Which is why I've gone back and forth on the idea. Now, turn off that relentless cop's brain and sleep. In a minute. Or two. If he comes out to hunt tonight, and the patrols spot him, Rourke rolled over on top of her. I see what needs to be done. Sex isn't the solution to everything, but it does solve a multitude of problems. Now quiet down, he said, and closed his mouth over hers. He went the dreamy route. She knew his ways. And they worked. She heard the thump of the cat jumping off the bed, imagined him stalking away in annoyance, then forgot him as the dreamy spread through her. Soft and slow, lazy and sweet, Rourke relaxed her muscle by muscle. He found the places, all the places that needed to melt, the places that wanted to ache. He slid her nightshirt up, inch by inch, over her head and away. And she was away with him, body against body, pulse against pulse, mouth against mouth. He felt her yield, not just to him, but to the moment. The way that relentless cop gave way to the woman who loved. And like her, he yielded to her, to the moment, to the stroke of her hands on his skin, the warmth of her mouth answering his. When he slipped inside her, she was warm and wet, and when she moved under him, he lifted his head to watch her watching him. He whispered to her in Irish, heard her sigh in response. She laid her hand on his cheek, so he turned his head to press his lips to her palm as they moved together. Slow and easy, easy and slow, no hurry, no time, no worry. Even as the need built, as the aches spread, as pulses beat, they clung to the moment, to each other. And they held tight, even when the moment blurred and beyond it. So she slept, and when he knew she did, he joined her. She dreamed, something in the dark, searching in the dark, following voices crying for help. Whenever she got close, they faded. When she called out to them, they sounded from a different direction. No matter where she looked, she couldn't find them. She woke with a start, her communicator beeping. Crap! Dragging herself out of the dream, she grabbed for the communicator. Block video, she ordered, as Rourke called for lights on at 10%. Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas, Lieutenant Eve. See the officers at 21 Leonard. Possible homicide. Already up and bolting to the closet for clothes, Eve snapped, Is the DB female? Affirmative. Copy that. She dragged on trousers. Dallas out. She grabbed for a shirt. Damn it, damn it, damn it! It's gonna be Hobe. He's had her the longest. What the fuck time is it? 4:30. After shoving her feet into boots, she snagged a belt, a jacket. When she came out of the closet with them, a fully dressed Rourke handed her coffee. How do you do that? She gulped down coffee before reaching for her weapon harness. I'll go with you. I'll drive. I don't need you to... I'll go with you, he repeated, and I'll drive, then find my way back. He'd have to, she thought, as the black tee and jeans didn't meet his emperor of the business world standards. And you'll be tagging up Peabody and alerting Morris. Since that's exactly what she planned to do, she didn't argue. He pulled on a black leather jacket. She did the same. At least you can't ding me for wearing black, since you are. She shoved what she needed in her pockets. Damn it, Rourke. He didn't give her the 10 days. The cat jogged down the stairs with them, then made a beeline for Somerset's quarters as they went out the door, where her DLE sat waiting. 21 Leonard. Yes, I heard. She hit the lights and sirens. He punched it. As she brought up a map on the dash screen, she tagged Peabody. Peabody, her partner answered with video blocked. Oh, hell, Dallas. 21 Leonard, female DB. Looks like he went just a little outside the area we'd blocked for the body dump. Get up, get dressed, get there. Got it. On my way. She tagged Morris next. He didn't bother to block video, so in the dim light, she saw him sit up in bed. The sheet, snowy white, covered, barely, anatomical parts she had no business seeing. His sleepy eyes blinked once before he shook back his long, loose hair. Who started off the day dead? Not sure yet, on my way to find out. But the DB's female, and the area indicates she's going to connect to Elder. It's him, Morris. I need you to take her. I'll be waiting for her. Give me the address, and I'll arrange for her transportation when you've finished your on-scene. Appreciate it. Sorry to call you in so early. Dead cops, dead ducks. Time means nothing to us. Since he started to toss the sheet back, she signed off quickly. Dallas out. She programmed coffee for both of them as Rourke sped through the city. I saw Jake Kincaid's bare ass. I'm sorry, what? Not on purpose. When Nadine was on tour, I tagged her, and it was that Earth rotation deal wherever she was, so she's in bed. With him. It was when I wanted her to dig on that asshole from Oklahoma. Quirk's battering bastard of an ex. So she doesn't block video, and Jake just gets out of bed, and there's his bare ass as he walks off screen. All right. It's a damn good ass, okay, but... And here's Morris. Doesn't block video, and he's clearly naked in bed. And his works are under the sheet he's about to toss off. It's not like he's a flasher perv. He, like Jake, just doesn't think a thing of the naked parts. Rourke reached over to give her hand a squeeze. I love the things you find to be a prude over. I'm not pruding. I mean, Morris has a tat of the Grim Reaper guy on his upper thigh. Should I have that information? Never mind. She saw from the map they'd be on scene in minutes. She decided to continue her streak and ordered up the sweepers. Rourke pulled up behind the police cruiser. The uniforms had taped off about 6 feet on either side of the body. One stood with the body, and another sat on a stoop outside the barricade with a male. A teenage male, Eve noted. Eve held up her badge. "Lieutenant, Officer Cotter." He rose, a hard-packed, mixed-race cop in his mid-50s, and kept one hand on the shoulder of the very pale kid who got shakily to his feet. "This is Kylo Grisham. He discovered the body and called it in." Kylo gripped a tube of water in both hands. "Am I going to be in trouble? Did you kill that woman?" His eyes went to bugged-out saucers. "No! Me? No! Holy shit!" "Then why would you be in trouble?" Eve asked. "Well, because okay, I snuck out. See, I live right down there, and I snuck out to, with my girlfriend. Her parents aren't home, right? So, Did you walk by here on the way to your girlfriend's?" "Yeah." "What time?" About midnight, I guess." "What time did you leave your girlfriend's?" "Right around 4. See, my mom gets up around 5, and she gets my older brother up because they work the early shift. And she, for sure, gives me a quick shake before they leave because school's out and I watch my little brother and all. So I wanted to get back before she got up." "Where's your girlfriend live?" "On Duane, right off Broadway. She's not supposed to have anybody over when her parents aren't home, but I follow, Kylo. See, I don't want to get her in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble either, right? But when I saw the lady..." His eyes had stopped bugging out, but he continued to vibrate like a plucked string. "You were walking home from your girlfriend's and saw the body?" Yeah, see, I was walking, and at first, I thought she was just a sidewalk sleeper, but she didn't look like it in the clothes she has on. And I thought maybe she was just passed out drunk or stoned. But she didn't look right. She was just staring and staring, and I thought, oh shit, she's dead. He squeezed the tube so hard, Eve prepared for it to pop. I was just gonna run, I even started to, but you did the right thing. I guess. You did the right thing, Kylo. Did you touch the body? Oh man, no. Negativo plus. Eve checked her wrist unit. Your mom's gonna be up by now. If I were you, I'd tell her exactly what happened. She's gonna ground me for a month. Maybe. Eve dug out a card. You give this to her and tell her I'll be contacting her to congratulate her for raising a son who does the right thing. His eyes bugged again, but in shocked joy. You will? Serious? I will. He smiled a little. She'll really and totally lap that one up. Thanks. Go home. We'll be in touch. And thank you for your cooperation. Officer, why don't you walk Kylo the rest of the way home? Yes, sir. Let's go, Kylo. Eve looked away from them and toward the body. She took the field kit Rourke handed her and ducked under the tape. 14. She looked down at Anna Hobe. You called me in the dark, I think. And I think some part of me knew I wouldn't find you in time. She turned to the female uniform with her cap squared away over a bowl cut that reminded Eve of how Peabody had worn her hair back in her uniform days. Officer. Pinsky, Lieutenant. We got the call from dispatch at 0419 and responded. Sir, we were part of the patrol in your investigation, but this was about a block out of the sector. I'm aware. Yes, sir. When we arrived, approximately 2 minutes later, the witness was sitting on the curb there, head between his knees. He was shook up, Lieutenant, and my partner stayed with him while I verified we had a DB. We secured the scene and called it in. Anyone else around? No, sir. Okay. When your partner returns, start knocking on doors. Yes, sir. Eve glanced up at the sign over the steel-gated entrance. Exploration Station. Pinsky, do you know this place? Yes, sure. It's a hands-on educational complex for kids. Toddlers to teens. Fun place. My kids like it. Thanks. Opening her field kit, she looked back at Rourke. It's Hobe. Yes, and in a way, another playground. She sealed up and stepped to the body. He'd laid his second victim out as he had his first, this time in the wide doorway. He'd styled the hair, made up the face much as he had the first, but Eve saw some subtle differences. Different shades on the eyes, the lips. He dressed her in a skirt, very short, denim, with flowers running down one side. Low on the waist again, Eve noted, to show off the bright red ball in her navel. The shirt, also red, left her shoulders bare and ended just under her breasts. He'd gone for heels again, red ones this time, with pointed open toes. He'd chosen a dark blue, nearly black, for the polish. He'd printed his message in red crayon on white construction paper. Bad Mommy. She heard Peabody's fast walking and McNabb's quick bounce down the sidewalk and Rourke's greeting to them. Eve crouched down, took out her identipad to take the print and officially make the ID. Victim is Hobe, Anna. Female, Caucasian, age 24. Reported missing on June 1. Peabody crouched behind her. Seal up, Peabody. I did. Eve bagged the sign. Check under the neck ribbon. Eve got out her gauges. Throat slit and sewed. Precise stitches. It looks like the same thread, same type of ribbon used on Elder. Lab to confirm. With flat voices, efficient moves, they did the work. TOD 2046. Contusions and lacerations, right wrist and left ankle, indicate the victim was restrained. She leaned down close. Perfume. Same scent he used on Elder. Though sure of it, she took a sample. Navel piercing, the multiple ear piercings the same as Elder. The body's clean. No signs of other offensive or defensive wounds. Let's roll her, Peabody. When they had, Eve studied the butterfly, wings spread over the small of the back. Same tat, same precise work. But she ran a sealed finger over the image. It's still a little, scabby. Not as much healing time as Elder's. She shifted to take a look at the neck wound herself. Angle's different. You see that? The angle's from behind. Eve took a fistful of Peabody's hair, pulled her head back, mimed slitting her throat with the other hand. Not an impulse this time, if the first one was. But this wasn't. Planned. From behind. See how it goes up at this end? I do now. Not arguing, not face to face. Come up from behind, yank her head up to give you a clear target. Swipe. He was done with her. Knew he was done with her. He's either grabbed another we don't know about yet, or Covino's working out so far. Maybe both. I think there's more bruising, deeper lacerations on her wrist than on Elder. Yes, there is. Why do you think? Maybe she struggled more. I think... Peabody took micro goggles out of her field bag. It looks to me like the more are fresher. Like she started struggling more in the last day or so. Why do you think? Peabody sat back on her heels. She might have figured out she wasn't getting out alive unless she got herself out. That, or she and Covino figured how to communicate. Hope tends to make you fight harder, or she saw some way to get out. Could be any or all of that. Should I contact the morgue, the sweepers? I did on the way here. Gave Morris the heads up. See this? The skirt, the shoes? Just a little big on her, where the jeans and the shoes were a little snug on Elder. He gets close, though. He gets close. Stay with her. I need to go have a word with the mother of the 911 caller. Lives right down there. Okay. His mother? He's about 16. Snuck out to have a bang-o-rama with his girlfriend, but he called it in and stayed with her, so I'm gonna have a word with his mother. She rose and spotted McNabb and Rourke leaning against her ride, drinking coffee. Dallas, I'm here to serve. No ease on her, she told McNabb as she locked her field kit in the trunk. There's a door cam, but he's going to be smart enough to have jammed it. Still, get whoever runs this place down here to open up and let you check the feed. You got it. I need to talk to the Witt's mother a minute. Rourke pushed off the car. I'll walk down with you. He didn't take her hand for comfort. She wouldn't want it. But as they walked down the block, he glanced down at her. Is there a point in me reminding you that you did all you could? Wasn't enough. She shook her head. And I know doing all you can isn't always enough. Can't be. I just feel I went in the wrong direction with Mosley and ate up that time. You didn't. You eliminated him as you needed to. I did. You're right. You have to look at it straight on, and when I did, I knew if he upped his schedule by even one damn day, we wouldn't have enough time. He did. We didn't. She turned to look back down the street at the scene. The dead wagon pulled up. A couple of people poked their heads out of their doors to watch. Just outside the patrol area. Is that bad luck for me or smart planning for him? Anyway, I'm gonna go into Central when I'm done here. I've a car coming. Figured you would. Shit, you were running that search overnight. And I'll send you the results. She took another moment. Wow, it's like, how do you say it? About 5:30. Well, heading towards 6 now. I bet you missed buying a whole chunk of the universe already this morning. The lovely thing about the universe is, it's still there. Take care of my cop, he said, as an elegant black sedan slid to the curb. And feed her. Right, sure. He walked to the car, and she walked to Kylo's door. 10 minutes later, Eve walked back to the crime scene with a fat, still warm blueberry muffin. McNabb stood jawing with one of the sweepers, who must have rolled up while she'd been inside. I got to the director, he began, then sniffed the air. "Is there a bakery?" No. She'd already known this was coming, so split the muffin in 3 parts. Apparently, the wit's mother makes them on the weekends, stocks the AC, so her boys don't starve to death in the mornings. "Thanks." "Good," he said as he popped his 3rd into his mouth. "Director's coming in. She's all whacked about having a body in front of the place. You know, kids." Eve nodded to where Peabody talked to the morgue team. "It won't be here long." She popped her own share, and McNabb was right. Good. "Let me know if the gods smile on us and there's anything on the feed." "Old Cam, not much range and an easy jam, but you never know." Eve walked to Peabody, handed off the last of the muffin. She spoke with the head sweeper, the dead wagon driver, and had a word with the 2 uniforms when they came out of a neighboring building. So far, the gods hadn't smiled enough to land a witness in her lap. "He dumped her after midnight, before 0400, Eve said as she got in the car. "I'm putting the probability at closer to the 400 than midnight. It took time to clean her up, dress and make her up. Plus, you aim for somewhere around 3 in the morning. Most bars have closed. Most people who hang for last call or work closing shift are home by then, in bed by then. You're still risking an insomniac, somebody with a kid or baby who's having a rough night, or somebody like the 911 caller heading home after a Let's Bang session. Calculated risk. He's got to make his point, doesn't he? Either Mommy took him to places like this, or she should have. He switched up the shades in the makeup, Peabody pointed out. Yeah, I noticed that. Different nail color, different belly ball, different earrings. He's got a supply. Size small on the label on the top and the skirt. I didn't recognize the brand. Labels were pretty faded out. Old, like the others. He's got a supply there, too. Clothes, shoes, everything. He's aware enough to understand he'd never hit the one he wants right off, and he's prepared to keep trying until he does. He could have grabbed another. Someone who hasn't been reported yet. Yeah. Contact Norman. Give him another hour, then bring him up to speed. Mosley checked a lot of boxes. Peabody yawned, shook it off. Somebody else will. Somebody's gonna check all of them. Eve turned into Central's garage. Rourke ran another search overnight, widening the potential properties. He damn well knows the area, and too well not to live here. She got out, headed for the elevator. One advantage to catching a case so early was the lack of bodies crowded in the car. While they rode up, she laid out her toilet theory. That's good. He has to give them some sort of bathroom privileges, and he wouldn't want them together, talking, pooling ideas on how to get away. Could use chemical toilets, though, like some people take on camping trips. Why would any sane human being want to sleep outside in some tent or pod? We'd make our own graham crackers and chocolate and marshmallows, then make s'mores. It's kind of fun sitting around a campfire, eating s'mores and telling stories. Stories about what fun it is to sit and sleep somewhere you're lower on the food chain than the big-ass bear who decides you look tasty? Well, or those fun stories about how something decides to slither into your tent while you're sleeping and coil around your throat? Eve cocked her eyebrows at Peabody. Those stories? We liked ghost stories when I was a kid and went camping. You could tell them about the ghosts of the people who got eaten by bears or strangled by snakes because they thought it would be fun to sleep in a tent. I could, but now I think I'll never see the fun in camping again. You're better off. Hobe's mother lives upstate, and her father in Ohio. I'll take care of the notifications. Send a memo to the lab, Eve continued as they turned into the bullpen. I want priority on this, and one to Mira for a follow-up. In her office, Eve grabbed coffee. Considering the time, she thought she could wait a bit longer to tell Anna Hobe's parents their daughter was dead. She worked on the board and the book, wrote the report, and copied Mira to go along with the memo from Peabody. Then she sat, studied the board again before she closed her eyes. Had she looked so hard at Mosley because she'd wanted him to fit? Or because he shared some traits with the killer, or how she'd built the killer? Not the killer trait, but others. The right age group, single, never married or attached, only child, estranged or a history of parental difficulty, lived alone, private residence. Could she add a good, responsible job? How did you buy or rent a private residence unless you had the money to pay for it, maintain it? Inheritance? She opened her eyes again. Did Mommy die and leave you a big house and a bunch of money? Could be, she considered. Could definitely be. But then why was he pissed? Because under the obsession, the need was rage. The kid inside was pissed. And why the need to replace her with a woman in her 20s? Because that's when it happened. Whatever the hell it was. Maybe she dumped you back then, or screwed up enough child services took you. Maybe she went to jail, or got sick, or died. Eve pushed up to pace. If she died, why wait so long to be pissed? That one doesn't fit. Except, she turned back to the board. You're fucking crazy. But you've got money. You've got means. Hell, maybe she pissed you off and you killed her, and that's when the rest broke down. You just want her back. Back when you remember happier times. She shook her head again. You don't dress Mommy like that to remember happier times. You're dressing her cheap, low-rent hooker cheap. Maybe that's what she was. Once again, she put her boots up, closed her eyes, and let it all sift through. She heard Peabody's clump, heard her take a step away. Thinking, not sleeping. Okay. I came to beg for a cup of coffee. Eve waved her in. He's gonna be somewhere between 60 and 75. I'm thinking on the lower side now. White male or mixed race, as we have no data on the father. He lives alone in a private residence and likely has a solid job or career. He has a good intellect for a crazy son of a bitch and skills. He's precise, he's neat, controlled, and a planner. You don't see crazy son of a bitch or killer when you look at him. I'm betting no one who works with him or for him, none of his neighbors, would describe him as a man with a temper. And I'm going back to what I wondered from the start. Did they know him? Maybe not his name, but his face. That nice older guy who comes into the bar now and again, or who takes a walk every evening, who I see at the market or the glide cart. Familiar. Familiar enough, harmless-looking enough, that if they saw him for an instant before the grab, the fight or flight wouldn't kick in. Peabody set fresh black coffee on Eve's desk. "I follow." "Follow this," Eve told her. "No light crimes, nothing pops. So as Mira profiled, something more recent caused the snap. I'm thinking he not only hasn't killed before this, he hasn't broken the law. Precise, careful, and so on. Maybe, until this point, a kind of rule follower. He's damn good for a novice. He's taken his time, worked it all out. Inside, he's broken, a snotty kid, but the other part of him knows how to think, control it, cover his bases, take the time to. Maybe, like you thought with Mosley, he goes into the bars in a group. Maybe, but I think I was off there. He's a loner. At the core of him, he's a loner. Probably friendly enough with coworkers if he has them, and neighbors, but not the social type. It's the quiet life for him, especially in these last months. It takes plenty of alone time to plan all this out, to set all this up. Playing with angles and aspects, she took her coffee as she rose to walk to her window. He documented their routines, but he didn't know them. Not in the genuine personal sense. If he had, he wouldn't have staked out Covino on that night. He'd have known she planned to stay with asshole boyfriend or considered it. So he's not a friend, but yeah, familiar. She turned back to the board. I've got Yancey's projections of what the mother looks like at 80, at 70, at 60, and he's working on the younger decades. So far, no hits on facial recognition. Turning, she eased a hip on the desk to face Peabody. Long shot there anyway, not only because it's a projection, no matter how good he is, but they're not the mother. They're just the type, the physical type. It's still a good angle. It is, and we'll keep running the program, but we need to ID the mother. If we're right, and Elder was his first kill, the break happened within the last year. Longer than that isn't logical. Whatever triggered it, it's this time period he's fixed on. She tapped the photos of the two signs left with the bodies. Childhood, young childhood. Even I know that's not the printing of, say, a 10 or 12-year-old. 4 or 5 would be my guess. Maybe 6. So something happened during that period of his life with his mother. Why does he want to go back here? To give up the freedom and choices of adulthood? Maybe because of that. Young childhood means you don't have to make decisions, work for a living. Somebody else is in charge, takes care of everything. They feed you, clothe you, protect you. That's good, but what if they do a crappy job of all that? Lots of parents and parental figures do a crappy job and worse. Whether she was good at it or crap at it, he wants to go back there. That needy kid is still in there, but in this case, he's doing the feeding, the clothing. He's making the decisions right alongside the adult portion. Are you thinking split personality? Multiple personality disorder? MPD's rare, really rare, and I'd only buy into it here if he hasn't kept his job since the splitter break. Not impossible, she added, but we're not going to find that out until we find her. She tapped the signs again. finding an unidentified woman of undetermined age, alive or dead, unknown, place of origin unknown, current residence, if any, unknown. Peabody pushed at her red-tipped hair. Good luck to us. Screw luck. We worked the case. She looked enough like these women, as he created them, to give us a sense. We extrapolate she was in her early 20s, like his Vic's, when he was between 4 and 6. That means if she's the bio-mother, she gave birth between the ages of, we'll call it 17 and 21 to make it stretch. He dresses her like a party girl, so we have that. He hunts bars, so we again extrapolate she worked in one or frequented same enough to keep that stuck in his head. We have the tat, and it matters. Why go to the time and trouble to ink her with that exact symbol if he hadn't seen it on the mother? They call them tramp stamps, Peabody put in. I found that when I was researching. Tats on the lower back of a female. That's what they called them in that era. Really? Pretty fucking sexist, but a good angle if we follow it. And we will because it's what we have. Maybe she boosted her income with prostitution, but if she got busted, we haven't turned up anyone with that tat. Lots of years, lots of jurisdictions, and not all from back then are going to be in a database. You're right about that, too. She checked the time. I need to make the notifications. Then we'll hit the morgue. I can take one of the notifications. No, I got it. Send a memo to Jenkinson and let him know we'll be sending him and Reinecke an expanded list of properties. And start a search for male children between 4 and 6. No, make it 7. Given up for adoption, abandoned, taken by child services in the time period we're speculating. Mother early 20s, Caucasian. Start in New York, all boroughs. Holy shit. Yeah, but it's going to be something like that. It just follows. I'll set it up. I can keep going while we're in the field and send alerts on any hits. Do that. Eve sat, engaged her desk link. Anna Hobe might not have maintained close ties with her parents, but Eve knew when she ripped the heart out of 2 people. After documenting the notification, she scrubbed her hands over her face and put it aside. Peabody shot up a hand when Eve walked into the bullpen. 2 seconds. Let me remote it. I'm getting hits, she added as she finished, then popped up. So I'm filtering the alerts to bar workers or alcohol issues or other addictions. Prostitution pops. I can go through the rest when we're back, but those filters might narrow it. Good thinking. She risked the elevator again. I doubt Morris will find many deviations from the first victim, except the big one. He killed Hobe from behind. Covino suits him better, and for her sake, I hope she keeps doing just that. No fresh missing persons that fit. It's early, but if she does suit him better, maybe he won't grab another. Aren't kids usually greedy? Oh, well, soft-hearted Peabody began. I don't know if I'd say that. Sure they are. It's a natural state until you're taught about sharing and all that. The man plans, the boy wants, and the kid's inside a man who knows how to take. Covina won't keep him satisfied for more than a few days because she's not mommy. But she can buy us time. She pulled out her signaling link. It's Mira, she told Peabody, and answered as they came to a stop on her garage level. "Dallas, I've just read your report. I can come in early, within 30, to consult. I'm actually on my way to the morgue, then the lab." She wondered how long Mira had been up, and how much time it had taken her to make her hair perfect. "It may take more than an hour." "All right, then. Why don't you—" Mira paused as Dennis Mira came on screen, pressed his cheek to his wife's, and smiled with his hair going everywhere at once and his eyes still a little sleepy. Eve accepted it when her heart just melted. "Good morning." "Hey, sorry to interrupt your morning." "Oh, that's all right. I'm going down and scrambling us some eggs, Charlie." So saying, he kissed Mira's cheek. "That would be great, Dennis. I'll be right down." "Don't you work too hard," he told Eve, then shuffled off in a green bathrobe that looked like it had seen a dozen years of early mornings. "Why don't you tag me when you're back at Central? I'll make time." "I'd appreciate it." Eve got into the car. "If you could come to the conference room when I tag you, I think it would be more useful for you to see the board, hear anything Peabody's dug up." "Just tag me and I'll come to you." Eve thanked her again, clicked off. As she drove out of the garage, she considered. It's still early. Go ahead and program some eggs for Morris and coffee. I got him out of bed with this. Nice. And, got me out of bed too, so fine, whatever. Just eat yours fast. You want? I don't. Then she remembered she'd told Rourke she'd eat, and didn't think a third of a muffin qualified. Egg pocket. 15. Once again, Eve walked the white tunnel, this time with Peabody carrying a go box. I gotta say, I don't know how anybody could eat in a room with bodies on slabs and in drawers. Eve glanced over. Do you eat in the bullpen? Well, yeah, but work's work. You don't see the bodies when you eat, but you're standing for them. She pushed open the doors and found Morris standing for and over Anna Hobe. The saying is the early bird catches the worm, Morris began. I guess that means the bird starts the day with murder, Eve finished, and made him laugh. I suppose it does. Hers ended before this one dawned, as you know. We brought you some breakfast. Peabody made a wide circle around the slab and the body on it to set the go box on his counter. That's very considerate of you, and I'll enjoy it when we're done here. Your on-scene observation on the wrist lacerations coincides with my exam. You also note the fresh lacerations and bruising don't appear on the ankle. Yeah, I thought. Eve pounded a fist in the air. Maybe beating on something, because they don't look like she got them trying to pull out of the cuff. Indeed they don't. Bang, bang, bang. Sharp movements that had the cuff slapping against her wrist. Pounding against a door, perhaps, or a wall, and over the last 36 hours before TOD. Why'd she wait? That's the question. Wouldn't you start off with the beating and pounding? Let me the fuck out! Then gradually give it up? She tries to pry off the cuff, pull her hand through. You can see the marks. But she gave that up to start pounding something. You have a theory. I wonder if we'll find something similar on Covino when we find her. Maybe they started banging on a door, a wall, something to try to communicate with each other. He has to have them separated, but in the same place. Nothing else makes sense. A good theory. With his protective cape over a pale gray suit, with brighter, bolder needle stripes of blue, Morris studied the body. He hadn't braided his hair, Eve noted. Hadn't had time. It must take a lot of time, because he'd come right in. He had it pulled back in a sleek tail instead. She had a meal at approximately 1930. Pasta primavera, about 4 ounces of water, and another 6 of ginger ale. I don't have the tox report as yet. I sent samples, makeup, hair, and so on to the lab, flagged for the same techs who worked on elders. Appreciate it. How long ago do you figure he inked her, pierced her? No more than 5 days. It's the same precise work, as is the stitching on her throat. I would say the same thread, but the lab will tell that tale. The wound, however, from behind. Eve held up her left hand, yanked it back, sliced the right. One hand pulling her head back for a bigger target, the other, the right, making the slice. Yes, I agree with your on-site there as well. From behind, slightly above. I would say he struck quickly and again precisely. She didn't have time to struggle, or, if he dosed her, may have been too passive to do so. I'm going with the second choice. He doses his victims to keep them in line. If he's going to get that close with a weapon, he wanted her dulled up. Probably put something in the food. She's got a free hand, right? He only cuffs one. Why risk her struggling and maybe, just maybe, getting that free hand on the blade, using it on him? She studied Hobe. He knew he was going to kill her, but he fed her. Barely an hour between the meal and TOD, Morris agreed. That's a waste, unless you consider it as a vehicle. Something to put the drug into, to keep her complacent. There's a coward in him. He doesn't just cuff a hand to keep them in place. He drugs them, and he cuffs an ankle. That way he can stay out of their reach, doesn't risk them taking a punch at him. I'll rush the talks through for you. Otherwise, I can tell you she was healthy. No signs of alcohol or illegals abuse. She bit her nails. She what? She'd, recently, since her abduction, bitten her nails below the quick. Morris lifted one of Anna's hands, showed Eve the nail of the index finger. I removed one of the replacement nails he'd applied and painted, sent it to the lab as well. I missed that on scene. It's precisely and perfectly done. I imagine an expert could have done no better. He couldn't know she'd bite her nails, and he wanted to paint them, have them look good. Eve felt a crack open in the wall she felt she'd been pushing against. He had to buy the replacements within the last week, more likely the last couple days. We can work with that. She looked at Peabody. We can work with that. Because, as Eve said, work was work, Peabody approached the body, studied the hand. The other 9 are perfect and look completely natural. Trina does this kind of service in her salon. To get that kind of precision, I'm betting he had to use salon grade. Not the sort of fakes you can pick up in a drugstore. I've used those before, and they never look that good. Eve had already grabbed micro goggles for a closer exam. Not just good. Perfect, like you said, Morris. That's a mistake, she said as she straightened. That's a big mistake. He needed perfect, and she bit her nails. I'll remove the others as well, but you can see from this one, he smoothed where she'd bitten, then roughed up the nail bed. Yeah, you've got to do that to get a good adhesion, Peabody said. Then, at least for the cheaper ones, the do-it-yourself kind, you paint on the glue, fit the nail on. You have to give the glue time to set, then you shape it the way you want before you add color. Okay, good. Let's give this a hard shove at the lab. This is a break, Morris. Thanks for coming in to take her. Her parents will contact you. They're divorced, but they're both coming to New York. I'll have her ready for them to say their goodbyes. Thanks for breakfast. You more than earned it. Peabody, with me. Hustling to keep up, Peabody sent Morris a wave. The salon grade are a serious sting. They hurt? The wallet, Peabody explained. What I'm saying is the drugstore brand would have done the job. I mean, it's not like she was going to mess them up, right? Looking for perfect, willing to pay for it. Add, he might have thought we'd miss them. I didn't spot them on scene. Less expensive makeup, hair stuff. I'm going with it's the sort of thing his mother used. Probability is Mommy didn't bite her nails and buy fakes to cover it. Follows. I'll tag Trina first. Ask where you'd get them. I don't know if salons sell the kits to regular people. Had to be in the last few days. Had to be. Elder's nails. She opened the car door, pushed her mind back to her board. On the short side. Neat and even because he'd manicured them after he killed her. Hobe's were longer. Not crazy long, but longer because he was working with the fakes, had more to work with. So it's not the length, it's the look. Tuning out Peabody's conversation with Trina, she drove through building traffic. She parked again, and Peabody continued to talk as they got out of the car. That'd be great. Big help. No prob for me. Trina's voice popped over the noise of downtown. Catch that murdering bastard, Peabody. And tell Dallas, I know she can hear me. She's overdue for a trim. It's been weeks since her last facial. You get one freaking face, so you gotta take care of it. Eve kept walking. You bet. See you at the house, maybe this weekend. Cha, Trina. As she had before, Eve bypassed Berensky's station and headed straight for Harvo's. Purple still ruled the day, but Harvo married it with candy pink in baggies with purple cuffs that folded inches above her ankles and showed off purple high tops with pink laces. She sucked something from a jumbo go-cup through a straw and waved them in. Figured I'd see you. Push this through as soon as my ass hit the chair. Easy one, as I already had the baseline from Elda on the hair products. You got the same deal with your new Vic. Because she'd expected it, Eve nodded, hooked her thumbs in her belt loops. How about the clothes? I'm kind of scooping on the skirt. Old-timey, sure, but it's got some zing. It's 95% cotton with 3% spandex, 2 viscose. Little bit of stretch, see? The embroidery's machine done, poly-neon thread. That's for the shine and color pop. Size small. I'm working on reconstituting the label. It's mostly faded out, but I should be able to get you a brand. Tops, 92 rayon, 8 spandex. Snug and stretchy. I took a quick gander, and back in the day, these would have been easy to come by without much of a sting. Relatively inexpensive, easily accessible. And recently laundered. Same deal there. Size small. Labels Lulu, which, another quick gander, was a store brand for all Mart. They're still going strong, every fricking wear in the burbs and such, but they killed the Lulu line in 2009. That's good data, Harvo, and fast work, thanks. That's my rep. Gotta keep it. Do you need me to show you where to find Dauber in the Desi? No, we got it. Thanks again. Vintage shops, Eve continued as they walked. We keep pushing on those. It seems to me both outfits were in too good condition to have ended up in a down-market thrift store or flea market sort of thing. She paused at Dauber's area, where he sat studiously working on a comp. Eve rapped her knuckles on the doorframe. Sorry to interrupt, she began. Not at all. I'm just sending you the completed report from Victim Elder. There were so many products, you see, and shades. Understood. Have you started on Anna Hobe? Only just. I've been running some analysis while I complete this report. Just let me... He swiveled around, gave his chair a little push to send it to another workspace. He swiped at the screen, entered some sort of code on the keyboard, then made unintelligible noises as he studied the screen. All right. Yes, there we are. The 2-in-1 tinted moisturizer. The same brand as Elder, and yes, the same shade. It seems... Ah, I see. We have a concealer. Toot Sweet brand again. Found under the victim's eyes and along the left cheek beside the nose. A scatter of broken blood vessels, you see, from the morgue photo Dr. Morris provided. Used to cover them? Yes, indeed, to cover minor flaws and some dark circles under the eyes. Stress, not sleeping well. Possibly, yes, but I couldn't confirm something like that. I'll analyze the other products. I need you to give the nail priority. The nail? The fake fingernail sample. I need that at the front of the line. Oh, all right. He looked a little nonplussed. I generally complete a category, but I can interrupt the facial enhancements. Do that. I need everything you can tell me about that sample as soon as you can. She throttled back on the tone. You and Harvo make a good team. Oh, she's just brilliant and so charming. You don't always find those two qualities in one person. Guess not. We appreciate your work, Dauber. And I yours, of course. Eve backed out, aimed for the shoe guy's area, and found Berensky, hands on hips, in the doorway. His eyebrows beetled together over the beady eyes in his egg-shaped head. The mustache he'd decided to grow looked like a smooshed caterpillar over his tight, turned-down mouth. You're doing end runs around me to nag at my people? At his station behind Berensky's back, Desi frowned ferociously and waved jazz hands. Eve kept her face as stony as dickheads. You can call it an end run. I needed to talk hair and fibers, so went to the Queen, where you'd have sent me. Saved us both time. Then you're on Dauber's back and Desi's. Desi made pistols out of his fingers, shot them in all directions, then slumped as if struck with a ricochet. Harvo said Dauber and Desi had the evidence samples. I'm head of this lab. He poked himself in the chest with his thumb. And I'm head of this investigation. 2 dead, another very likely on deck. You come to me, or you wait for the freaking reports. Desi mimed strangling someone, then wrapping a noose around his own neck and hanging himself. And Eve was pretty sure he ended with committing harikari. Your people complaining? Not the point. We got a system. I'm the system. And I got the jewelry from Hobe. And you'll get the freaking report when I finish and send it. When Eve took a step forward, she watched Berensky's eyes jitter just a little. Mary Kate Covino, age 25, missing for 6 days. She's got shackles digging into her wrist, her ankle. He held Elder for 10 days before he sliced her throat. He moved up the timeline a day with Hobe. If you sit on that report, on any of the reports that pertain to this investigation, I'll pop out your eyes with my thumbs and make you eat them like gumballs. Back off, back off. Nobody sits on anything around here. I'm not having my people harassed because you want to cut the line. Mary Kate Covino, age 25, missing for 6 days. She won't get another 6. If you don't want me talking to your people, who work for the same city I do, fine. You tell me about the shoes found on Anna Hobe's body. Desi's got the shoes, Berensky muttered. A bare instant before he turned to Desi, the tech stopped mugging monster faces and sat quietly. Where are you on the shoes, Desi? Just finished, Chief. Give her what she needs. Don't like end runs, he said, jabbed a finger at Eve, then stomped off. You're a card, Desi. You gotta make your own fun. Hey, listen, Dickhead can be just that, but things hop around here and he keeps it going. I got that. What have you got? Size 7.5, open-toe pump, 4-inch stiletto-type heels. 3/4-inch platform, polyurethane upper, synthetic sole. I'll have all the data in the report. Style was called Andrea, under the City Styles brand. They named their shoes, see? This style was available from 2002 to 2004 in this shade, ruby, and in black. It's in excellent condition for a shoe that old. Some scuffing on the sole, but not much. I'd say it wasn't worn much. Probably hurt like hell. Good data, thanks. And for the show. Hey, Desi called as Eve walked off. I'm here all week. Why say you're a card when you mean funny? Eve wondered. What's funny about a card? I guess maybe, I don't know, jokers. A joker's a card, Peabody said. Nobody uses jokers. She must have ditched the drugs whenever possible, Eve continued. Dark circles under her eyes, so maybe from lack of sleep if she managed to ditch the drugs. Nail biting. You don't do that when you're drugged out or zoned by them. The indications she beat or banged on something. And the shoe size. Same as the first victim, but they were loose, like you said on scene. She was a size 7, Elder more like an 8. So you have to figure the mom was a 7.5. He used concealer stuff. She had to be perfect. No flaws. Mira and the other shrinks are gonna have a field day with this guy when we get him. Out of the lab and back in the car, Eve sat a moment. Let's get all this added to the board in the conference room. I want Mira to have all the data. She pulled out, eased behind a delivery truck, biding her time, then zipped around it, punched it, and squeezed through a light an instant before it turned red. A couple of pedestrians trying to advance ahead of the walk signal shook fists at her back bumper. Trina came through during the dickhead show. I've got a list of outlets that sell directly to salons. She says you have to have an account. We don't have the readout on the nail yet, but it's gonna be a new account. Gotta be in the last week. Make it 2 for a buffer. Start on that, and I'll set things up. She pulled into the garage. Wouldn't it be a kick in the ass if a fake fingernail breaks this? Her Link signaled as she got out of the car. And Rourke came through with the list of additional properties. He copied me, too. Peabody nodded at her handheld. I'll send it to Jenkinson and Reinecke. They got in the elevator, and Eve started her mental checklist. Cops and support staff shuffled or clipped off. As she worked on that list, she calculated she could handle another couple of floors before bolting for the glides. When the doors opened again, she spotted the wild eyes of a junkie at the peak of a high, caught the whiff of urine, which explained the dark spot spreading at crotch level and the stream of wet in his wake. As the 2 uniforms flanking him began to perp walk him toward the elevator, she bodily blocked the door, said no. The junkie grinned. One of the uniforms said, in aggrieved tones, "Come on, man." "He just pissed himself," Eve added. When the doors closed on the junkie's high giggle, the other passengers applauded. With that success, she handled the elevator the rest of the way up. I'm gonna update in my office, then tag Mira before I update in the conference room. You can take 10 more on the salon venues once I head down to the conference room. Coffee first, always, and with it in hand, she wrote up her notes, updated her book, then her board. She took a moment to study Rourke's expanded list, to familiarize herself with it, then sent Mira a text. As she passed through the bullpen, she called out, 10 minutes, Peabody, and kept going to start the next task on her list. Before. Violet had 3 children, and her love for them often made her heart ache even as it soared. Sometimes she looked in on her daughter, her 2 sons, when they slept. No matter how many squabbles she dealt with during the day, those moments brought such peace. In the 12 years since she'd collapsed, lost, frightened, nameless in the road for Joe to find, she'd found peace, her place, her purpose. She believed with everything she was that Joe had been meant to find her. They'd been meant to find each other, to make this life, to have these beautiful children. She'd become an avid gardener and a good cook. She had twice-a-week help with the housework, but she and Joe had both agreed they didn't want any live-in help. The house, one they'd pampered and preserved and repaired, was only theirs, Now that their youngest had started school, she took more time for volunteer work. She chaired the garden club and enjoyed it, prized the friendship she'd made through it. She organized an annual fashion show with the profits earmarked for women in need and was so proud of the work. Joe held the vital and difficult job of chief resident in the ER, yet another source of pride for her. She'd considered working outside the home, but the home and tending it and the children gave her such satisfaction, such joy. They had 2 dogs, a cat, and the 3 goldfish won at a local carnival to round out the family. The summer before, they'd bought a vacation home in Hilton Head, and she looked forward to years of memories made there. Her life was all she could want, except for the occasional nightmare. She hadn't told Joe, didn't want to worry him when she woke, shaking, her head pounding. Terrifying dreams, even if she couldn't really remember them clearly. Just the sensation of drowning, a child screaming for her, a feeling, such a strong feeling of utter despair. But they passed. They always passed. And in the morning, everything was just as it should be. Her life was far too busy and full of light to worry about those rare moments in the dark. Now, she woke in a different room, and for a moment, Mary Kate thought she'd come out of a horrible dream. But it wasn't her room. It wasn't her apartment. The horrible dream remained her reality. But he'd moved her, she realized. He'd drugged her and moved her to another space. No windows again, but a larger space with more furniture and a small kitchen area. Not that she could reach it, because the chain shackling her to the wall was too short. But she could move to a sofa, bolted to the floor, and noted rather than the cot, she now had an actual bed, also bolted down. More lights, some in the ceiling, some bolted down. On dim, those ceiling lights, but when she called for lights on full, nothing changed. She clapped her hands, and the 3 lamps came on. She had a rug, she saw, on the concrete floor, what her grandfather called an easy chair as well as the sofa. Books on a shelf, and she could reach them. Old books, many yellowed with age, a lot of children's books with them. A bathroom area, toilet, sink, shower. She could have wept at the idea of a shower. A single towel, a washcloth, a tube of liquid soap, another of shampoo, conditioner. No door, but she'd long passed the point of modesty. In any case, she'd wait until she heard him leave before trying the shower. And hunting for weapons. She saw clothes folded on a table, but a set of stairs had her heart tripping. Stairs led to a way out. She just had to find a way to get to the stairs, to find something to break the goddamn chains and get to the stairs. Locked door, absolutely locked, but if she could get that far, she'd be damned if a locked door stopped her. She heard those locks clink open, heard the sliding snick of a bolt, and he came down. He carried a tray. Her breakfast, she assumed. She held back her rage, her fear, her hope, and smiled at him. "Good morning, baby darling. What a nice room. I knew you'd like it. I knew it." His pleasure beamed out as he set the tray on the table by the easy chair. "We can spend more time together now and have snacks. I can't stay now, but we'll have dinner together tonight. And you can read me a story before I go to bed." "I'd love to do that. Will you be gone very long?" His eyes narrowed, sparked at her as the man swallowed up the little boy. "Why?" "Because I'll miss you, of course." "I have to go do my chores. But we'll spend lots of time together when I come home. I made you a nice breakfast." "You're so good to me, you rat-fucking son of a bitch." "We have to take care of each other. Mommies and their baby darlings have to take care of each other." He started for the steps, started up them, turned. The man looked down at her, sly and smiling. "You're number 3. And the 3rd time's the charm." She heard the locks fall into place, the bolts slide home, and waited. She heard him walking over her head, thought, as she strained, she might have heard a door slam home. But she didn't hear the rumbling sound. A different part of the basement, she concluded. "He's gone," she told herself. "I know he's gone." But she forced herself to wait, counted to 100 5 times before she rose to examine every part of the room she could reach. She spotted a pipe, not unlike the one in her first space, one she could reach. She started to strike the wrist cuff against it, then spotted the scratches, the tiny nicks in the metal, like the ones she'd put on the pipe in the other room. God, Anna! She banged and banged, shouted, pleaded. But there was no answer. He moved her, too. "So she can't hear me, that's all." But when she rested her forehead on the pipe, she knew better. 3rd time's the charm, he'd said. He'd done something to Anna. Don't lose it. Don't lose hope, either. Hang on, MK. Just hang on. She breathed her way through it. She'd figure out how to take a shower with one hand and one ankle chained. She'd eat because she'd stay strong. And if she couldn't find a weapon, by God, she'd be the weapon. She wouldn't live the rest of her life here. She wouldn't let him end her life here. "I'll kill him if I have to," she mumbled, staring at the locked door. "I'll do what I have to do." 16. By the time Peabody came into the conference room, Eve had nearly finished updating the board. "Pull up the map," she told Peabody. "Add the second crime scene and leave it on display." "I hit some new accounts. One wholesaler had 14 in the last week. The thing is," Peabody continued as she worked, "you can't just buy, like, one nail kit or whatever. There's a minimum purchase. But there are also, from Trina's list, some brick-and-mortar locations. You have to be a licensed salon owner or tech, but you can go in person and there's no minimum. There's where we focus when we ID the brand. Fake the license, go in, get what you need. Mistake, and a stupid one, but it plays in with obsession." She turned as Mira walked in. "Question," Eve said. "How deep is his need for precision, perfection?" "It's one of the drivers of his psychosis." "Okay." The second Vic bit her nails. He used what we believe are salon-grade fakes precisely, so precisely I missed it on scene. To get them, he'd have to forge a license, then create or open an account, either order... What's the minimum, Peabody? At the wholesalers I got to, $2,000 for an initial order, new account, and $1,500 thereafter. He'd have to do that, Eve continued, or go in person to one of the brick-and-mortar vendors who don't have a minimum. Mira walked closer to the board in a pair of needle heels with open toes and backs that matched her canary yellow suit. Her nails, Eve noted, sported a summer sky blue that matched the hint of lace under the jacket. The kit likely runs about 100, 150, I'd think. Depending on the brand and the level of the kit, they go from $95 to $350 wholesale, Peabody told her. So the minimum requirement would be wasteful. It would be difficult for him to tolerate such waste, unless he could make up the minimum with other useful products. He's already got the other products. But, Peabody, can you buy the cheap stuff at these places? Not the really snooty ones, but I'll check on that. Yeah, we'll cover it. But it's gonna be in person. He had to move on the nails fairly quickly and have time to study how to apply them. I'm going to agree with you. She bit her nails, Mira mused. That would have upset him. Terrible habit, he'd think, and ruins the illusion. It may have been something that minor that caused him to kill her. It's a mistake. The illusion, as you put it, that's paramount. The clothes, the shoes, all the mother's sizes. The shoes and the jeans were both snug on Elder, and the shoes and skirt both a little loose on Hobe. So he either knew what size the mother wore, or he's decided on it. Mira lifted a finger, ticked it at Eve. That's good, the deciding. It may very well be that. He placed the second victim at another venue for children. She broke the illusion. Didn't qualify, so had to be eliminated. But he left her with that illusion, where for him, mothers take their children. Walking to the auto chef, Mira programmed her flowery tea. He makes her, to his eye, beautiful, then lays her near a playground, a child's center, because there's love. But he does all of this because there's also hate, and there's rage and pain. Who can cause us more pain than the people who brought us into the world? Mira took her tea and, turning a chair around, sat facing Eve and the board. The child wants love, for her and from her. The man feels the rage and the pain. He can't stop himself from this quest to recreate her as he wishes her, and the women he takes can never be who he wishes. What are Covino's chances? Like Eve, Mira studied Covino's ID shot. She may prolong the inevitable. The illusion may hold a while, but it will shatter. When it does, he'll kill her. He wants to kill her as much as he wants to recreate her. He's punishing the mother every time he chains one of these women up, every time he kills. Yes, Mira agreed. Create and destroy. That's the cycle. The man can look back at who she was at this age and judge her. Bad mommy. Whatever disappointments, failures, difficulties he's experienced in his life, all, to his mind, come from that. Something traumatic happened at this particular time in his life and hers. So now, after something related to her, to that, to them, happened and caused this psychic break, he's compelled to go back to that time. Or rather, just before. Before the trauma. With this second victim, the pattern's very clear. The map. Eve gestured, so Mira turned in her chair to study the screen. The highlighted locations are the 2 crime scenes, the victims, including Covino's, residence and workplace. Dotted lines are their routine routes to and from work, or in Covino's case, the subway. Computer. Highlight properties from first list of same generated by Rourke. Mark those eliminated. You see private homes and other properties that fit the parameters, she told Mira. Owned, rented, and or occupied by single males. We're doing door-to-doors and have eliminated those so marked. A considerable amount of legwork, Mira commented. That's why cops have legs. Computer. Highlight properties from the second list generated by Rourke. We expanded, Eve explained. Single occupancy, but owned or occupied on record by a female, couples or families, or a group or a company. We're starting more door-to-doors. I absolutely agree this is his hunting ground. He lives or works there, perhaps both. I think... Eve broke off as Nadine walked in, along with Quilla, her teenage intern. Nadine were in the middle of a consult, so I was told when I asked in the bullpen. Nadine shook back her sleek and streaky hair. We've got something that's going to add to that. Eve knew Nadine well enough to recognize the smug. She had a moment's tug-of-war regarding Quilla, then let it go. You got something on the unsub's mother. I got her! Nadine reached into her 10-gallon bag and pulled out a disc. Son of a bitch. Peabody. Peabody hustled over to take the disc. I expect coffee and not the bullpen sludge, Nadine told Eve. And my young apprentice prefers Coke. Just wait a damn minute. As she spoke, Jamie swaggered, no other word for it, into the conference room. Score! Hey, Dr. Mira! Scored what? Got your tattooed mom. He held up a disc. Jesus. Peabody? Got it. I can run simultaneous, split screen. Need a second. Holy shit, Peabody said. Hi. Nadine first, right? Really like your books. The vid topped it out. Jamie gushed. Thanks. Quilla, this is Jamie Lingstrom, Captain Feeney's godson. Hey, Jamie said in response. The hair's chill. Quilla reached up, skimmed fingers through the oak brown with its candy-pink bangs and crown. Thanks. I'm, Nadine's intern. Yeah? Also chill. I'm interning up in EDD. About that coffee? Just wait, Eve snapped. I don't know how to get it from my AC to this one, and Peabody's busy. I can do that. What, you want Dallas's high test? Yes, please, with a little cream, Nadine said to Jamie. And a Coke for Quilla. Coming up. How did you find her? Nadine asked him. Well, Dallas gave him points for not blurting it out, but looking to her for guidance. Go ahead. She found her too. Yeah? Good work. Took some doing with the thin data to pull on. Had to go back to 1994. Busted for solicitation at age 16, Arcadia, Tennessee, expunged and sealed after completion of court-mandated counseling and community service. When Quilla rolled off the data, Jamie offered her a Coke and a grin. She already had the tat, he continued, and this little bumfuck town actually preserved the records from the way back. How'd you get the data? Eve asked him. Had a hunch on it. The when, the where, and when I dug up a photo of her, driver's license, the look of her. So I did a search, found a judge down there, gave him the what's what. He didn't decide until this morning, wanted to review the file and all that, but he unsealed the records and bang! They had the tat listed as identifying mark. You? Eve asked Nadine. When Quilla started to speak, Nadine put a hand on her arm. Something like that, she said, and fluttered her lashes. Say no more. Peabody, for Christ's sake, Dallas snapped. It's coming. The unit's having a moment doing the duet. I'll get it. Jamie strolled over, tapped a few commands. The split screen, identical, came on screen. The mugshot showed a thin-faced blonde girl with defiant eyes. The mascara and whatever else she'd piled on those eyes had run, leaving clumpy shadows under them. The profile shot revealed the multiple ear piercings. And there you are, Lisa McKinney. Younger here than our age range, but yeah, fits the type he's grabbing. Height, weight, coloring. What else do we know? Jamie started to speak, then gestured to Nadine. You can take it. That's sweet. Actually, as part of the research team on this, Quilla has a report. I can start, and then you can pick it up, she said to Jamie. Good deal. Okay. Lisa Evangeline McKinney, born in Bixby, Alabama, September 8th, 1978, to Buford McKinney and Tiffany Boswell McKinney, both 18, which is just whacked. The Tiffany came from Arcadia, but moved to Bixby when she was a kid. So they busted up in 1984. Quelle surprise, right? Anyway, dead now, but both got hooked up again, her twice, and he had 2 more kids with the second wife. She took a second to gulp down some of her Coke. Tiffany went back to Arcadia in 1991, took Lisa. That's where she hooked up with husband number 3 in 93. That busted in 95, but in the meantime, Lisa has some sketchy attendance in school, did the runway thing a few times, got busted. She finished high school, barely, and worked a series of jobs, nothing more than a few months. Then, in November of 1998, she paused, looked at Jamie. You can take it. Thanks. That's when she had the kid, Jamie continued. Baby boy. No name, no father listed. Did you get the car wreck? What? No. Quilla blew annoyance at her pink bangs. What'd we miss? She was in a vehicular accident in 99. She wasn't driving, but the driver, a Marshall Riggs, was charged with DWI. She ended up with a concussion, a dislocated shoulder, a busted wrist, and a couple of cracked ribs. She lived, maternal grandmother's address, in Arcadia until 2000. Then it looks like she took to the road. What employment I found, again sketchy, bar work, cocktail waitress, did some stripping. No address or employment I could find from early 2002 on. But she had a car registered in her name. Had to be a beater. Anything on her or the kid from Child Services? Eve asked. Social services? Nothing I found. And there's nothing, Dallas, like poof after 2002. I got this picture, ad for a strip club, Nashville 2002. Computer display dock, McKinney 3-A. Working. Displayed. She had her head thrown back and her arm around a pole. She wore a G-string, pasties, and looked worn around the edges to Eve. Magnify her face. When Jamie had, Eve studied it. Yeah, a resemblance, a type, more pronounced with the shorter hair. She's on something. I can see user on her. She's, what, damn math? Like 24, Quilla said. Yeah, like that. Has a kid about 3 or 4, and she's riding a pole, living off the grid to stay ahead of child services, doesn't stay in one place long. She tried selling herself at 16, so there's probably that. But she either took the kid with her when she hit the road, or paid him regular visits. Mira nodded. While he could have become obsessed due to the absent mother and formed the illusion, there are too many details to his recreation attempts. The trauma occurred sometime after she left Arcadia. They had a relationship, and I would say, in her way, she loved her son. Easier by far to have walked away, left him with the grandmother. Let's be sure she didn't. Nadine set aside her coffee mug. According to Lisa's half-brother, who still resides in Bigsby, she didn't. I contacted him first thing this morning. He remembers Lisa's mother calling his father when Lisa left and took the child. He doesn't remember the name of the child. The son of the half-sister he didn't really know wasn't part of his life. But he remembers hearing his parents arguing about it, as his mother was very upset about the situation. You've got more. What else does he know? His mother didn't like the fact that his father had, essentially, cut ties with his daughter. And his father didn't like the fact that his mother kept pushing him to try to reach her, Lisa, and his grandson. His father claimed Lisa was a junkie whore, and he was done with her. He remembers that clearly, as his father didn't use that kind of language. So I'd say you're right, and she was on something in Jamie's photo. I also have his sister's contact information, but haven't contacted her as yet because she lives in Oregon and it's too early. Is the info on the disk? It is. We'll take it. This is good work, all around. And my one-on-one? We're trying to save a life here. That life. She pointed to the board and Covino. If we go public with this before we find her, he'll kill her. You'll get it, and if I were you, when this is wrapped, I'd do a segment on how a couple of young interns helped break a case, save a life, and find a killer. Nadine smiled. Already on my agenda. You'll have an on-air conversation with Quilla, won't you, Jamie? About how the two of you assisted in finding information that led to an arrest? Yeah, I guess. He managed to look surprised, delighted, and embarrassed all at once. Yeah, could be frosty. I'd want to go on it from the captain. I could interview him, Quilla suggested. I think maybe, as a journalist, I shouldn't be part of the story, and discussing the research on our end comes too close to revealing a source. Sort of. Listen to you, telling me exactly what I'd hoped to hear. What's like a fish without gills, Quilla? A journalist without integrity. They both sink to the bottom of the tank, but the journalist had a choice. Nadine draped an arm around Quilla's shoulders. That's my girl. Let's go be journalists. One-on-one, she said to Eve, and intern interview to Jamie. Catch that bastard, she said to the room at large, then started out with Quilla. Quilla threw a look at Jamie over her shoulder. Nice meeting you and all that. You too. I gotta get back. So you'll keep me in the loop, right? You're in it. You did damn good work, Jamie. Now beat it. Beating it, he swaggered out. Quilla gave him the flirt eye, Peabody commented, and Mira laughed. Yeah, I saw it. She's just a kid. She's a bright, healthy teenage girl, Mira corrected. If I were a bright, healthy teenage girl, I'd give him the flirt eye. He's adorable. However, she rose to stand with Eve at the board. A sad life. Lisa McKinney, that's a sad life. Her parents married, according to the data, 6 months before her birth. Some that young and in those circumstances make it, build a solid life. Most won't. The mother moves out of state with the child, with no recorded custody battle there. They'd have found it if there'd been one. Yes, they'd have found it. He had another wife, other children. For whatever reason, he closed the door on his oldest daughter. She makes bad choices, a pattern of them. Her addiction? Possibly, even probably, began or escalated after the car accident. Painkillers. From that era, oxycodone would be my first guess. She glanced at Eve. You could compare it with street bliss. In any case, Lisa's mother went from man to man, and as she lived with the grandmother, that relationship wasn't strong, unlikely healthy. History of truancy, of running away, then pregnancy. An unhappy young woman. But she didn't terminate the pregnancy. Someone, her own, who'd love her. Eve looked over at Peabody. Keep going. Just from everything we've got now, it seems like she might have wanted the child because it would be hers. The kid would love her. Her father didn't, or not enough. Her mother. There's something there, too. A kid may run away once in a snit, but she was a repeater, and she's busted for prostitution in her own small town. Wanted to get busted, Eve concluded. A cry for help. It may have been, Mira agreed, and one she didn't feel, right or wrong, was answered. I think she and the child loved each other in their own ways. But she was a troubled woman, an addict, estranged, it seems, from her own family. Just the two of them. The trauma happened sometime after 2002, sometime when he was still dependent and attached. Just the two of them, Mira repeated. If she OD'd, there'd be a death record. She could have ended up dead and dumped, and her body not found or ID'd, that's possible. Or addicted. She chose her drug of choice over the kid, dumped him. If any of those, there should be a record of him, his name, taken into the system. Not by a relative, from what we know. I'm gonna confirm that. Maybe he was too young to know her name. She's just Mommy, or the trauma wiped it out for him. But we've got enough here to dig. We know his age. He'll be 63 this November. Let's see if Yancey can do another projection, since we have the mother's face now. I'm going to contact the half-sister in Portland, see if she can add anything. Peabody, contact Norman to catch him up, start working the brick and mortars for the nail thing, and give Dauber a push on the details. Eve turned to Mira. Thanks. Between this and you, I've got a clearer picture. As do I. I think we'll find there's a history of mental illness here, and that it likely went untreated. Something triggered a violent aspect of his. He'll get treatment when I stop him. And she would, Eve thought, before he claimed another victim. She went straight to her office, tagged Yancey. I'm sending you a mugshot, age 16, of the suspect's mother. Can you age it? Say ages 35, 55, 85? I can start that, sure. Send me what you have when you have it. Don't wait for all of them. I'll start running them. No hits on the others? No, but you'll see there's distinct differences. They're a type. You might think cousins at best. Send it on. I've got some clear time this morning. Thanks. I owe you. She sent the file, then pulled up the information on Lisa McKinney's half-sister. Irene Jasper, age 74, married to Philip Jasper, 2 offspring, freelance photographer. Irene answered on the second ring, a sharp-featured woman with a disordered crown of maroon hair. Police, she said in a raspy voice with a lot of drawl. New York. This must be about Lisa and her boy. Yes, ma'am. My brother just filled me in. Good thing I'm an early riser, but I don't know how I can help you. I met Lisa exactly once when my mother insisted we drive up to Tennessee so Harry and I, he'd have been 3, I guess, could meet our half-sister. I don't remember much of it, other than a lot of shouting and hearing words I was, at that time, unfamiliar with. She smiled a little. I do remember we stayed in a motel that had a swimming pool, the height of luxury for me, and that my mother cried that night when she thought Harry and I were asleep. He was, I wasn't. You never had contact with her again? I didn't, no. My mother pushed for it off and on later, when Lisa had the child, but my father was adamant. And, to be honest, I was fine with that. Do you know her son's name? I don't. If I ever did, it's long gone. My father died 10 years ago, and my mama left us this past winter. They might have known. I suppose they did. But there's no asking them now. I can tell you, it's clear, from what I heard growing up, and the usual gossip in a small town where I grew up, that my father's first wife was a wild one. Trouble in school, liked the fast times, the fast boys, and drank and used as much as she could get when she could get it. About the opposite of my own. Mama was a rule follower, as soft-hearted as they came. My daddy's estrangement from his oldest child troubled that soft heart. Did Lisa ever try to exploit that? Irene pursed her lips. Now, that's a thought, and I'll admit it would have been easy enough. I don't think so. Mama would have told me. Maybe not when I was a young thing, but later on. Now, I do know Lisa's grandma divorced her grandpa before Lisa was born. He liked his drink and chasing the ladies, wedding ring or not. He even did some time for beating some guy, and this is after, the story goes, he gave his wife a taste of it more than once. Irene lifted a bright red mug of something, chugged as she angled her head and thought back. I heard tales of Big Bo Boswell plenty, as when they locked him up a second time for putting his hands on a woman who objected, he got himself beat to death in prison. Lisa would have been a baby, I expect, when her grandma married again and she moved back up to Tennessee. So when my daddy divorced Lisa's mama, and she married and divorced right quick after, she moved on up there too. Shook small-town Bigsby off her high-heeled shoes. Married again, I'm told, and that didn't take. Don't suppose it's a wonder Lisa was a wild one. Irene paused. I expect you're thinking her boy's more than wild. The boy, Eve thought, had over 6 decades under his belt. He's a suspect in 2 murders and at least 3 abductions. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to know that somebody who came from my daddy would turn out so wrong. My daddy was a good man, a good father, funny and hard-working. Could be stern, but could be sweet, too. I know that first marriage had some ugly moments, things he never spoke of, but small towns have big ears and bigger mouths. And I'll tell you, word was maybe the baby was his, maybe not. She was wild, Lisa's mama, and enjoyed the back seat of many a car, so the stories say. But Daddy married her, and was a father to that girl until they took off. I believe Daddy's first wife died some 30 years back or more. Pills and liquor, word was. Do you know if there were any photographs of Lisa and her son? I never saw any. The fact is, I couldn't tell you what she looked like, even from meeting her that one time. I remember that swimming pool, and my mama crying that night, but I can't get myself a picture of that girl's face. Any other family you know of? Aunts, uncles, cousins? I don't know of any other family, so I don't know what would have become of photos or anything else. The last I knew, Lisa took off with the boy. He couldn't have been but 3 or 4, I guess. It's been a long time. She was 10 years older than me, Lieutenant Dallas, and if her name came up, a cloud fell over our house. Now she sighed. I'm gonna confess. When my daddy got sick, and we knew he didn't have long, Mama wanted to try to find her. She even talked about hiring a private eye and all that. I took Daddy's side, or what I knew would be his side if he knew what she was thinking. I told her no, and I told her flat, and I said some hard things, and she let it go. Maybe I should be sorry for that, but I'm not. I don't think I would be either. If you think of anything else, any detail at all, please contact me. I surely will. Sorry I don't know more. I hope you find him, Lisa's boy, before he hurts anyone else. Thank you. Eve wrote up the gist of the call, then looked up the data on the cast of characters Irene had given her. Maternal great-grandfather, a drunk, a womanizer, wife-beater, con, dies in prison, second stretch. Maternal grandmother, slept around, liked to drink and use illegals. Busts for destruction of property, underage drinking, possession, disturbing the peace, disorderly conduct. Dead at 61. Overdose of barbiturates mixed in vodka. Mother, busted for solicitation as a juvenile, had a male child at the age of 20, no father listed, possibly addicted to painkillers, uneven employment and place of residence history. No records after 2002. Could have worked off the books, Eve thought. Worked the streets. Could have drifted from place to place. Dumped the kid, maybe. But not through channels, or there'd be a record. Sold him, dumped him, died on him. But she hadn't dumped him with the grandmother when she'd taken off, so why dump him later? Why not take him back? She studied her notes again. Harsh DNA in there. Dark and harsh blood running through. Violence and addiction and self-destruction. But murder was a choice. It was always a choice. And he'd chosen. 17. After she'd checked in with Jenkinson, no hits in the field, Eve started to call in Peabody to brief her. Then she heard the cowgirl boots on their way. "I haven't hit with the nail kit yet," Peabody told her. "But I talked to Dauber at the lab. Short delay, comp glitch, but he's back on it. He should have the sample analyzed and ID'd within 30. I've got Yancey working on the age projection sketches, and I spoke with McKinney's half-sister. There's history on McKinney's maternal side of alcohol and drug abuse, violence, and indications that could weigh in on Mira's supposition, mental illness. I'm sending you and Mira a copy of my notes. But here's the thing." Eve sat back, gestured to the AC so Peabody could get them both coffee. "The half-sister lives in Oregon, but my search shows she's the only family member to relocate north of Tennessee. How and why did McKinney's son end up in New York? Did she bring him? Break that generational geographical habit? Possible," Peabody speculated. "She comes off as a drifter. No real employment skills or ambitions, no close family ties. Could be an, 'I'm done with this place. I need action, bright lights.'" "Possible," Eve agreed. "But it takes guts to make that dramatic a change. Small to smallish southern towns to big city in the north. And funds. Costs more to live in New York, especially with a kid in tow. Even unhappy people cling to the familiar." Rising, Eve paced with her coffee. There's nothing to indicate she set her sights on New York or the North. She took off more than once as a teenager, but she didn't get on a bus or stick out her thumb and head to a big city or travel outside that, in general, familiar area. Every time she was picked up within a 50-mile radius of home. But he's here. Yeah, he is. She dumped him or died. That's how it looks for me. Dumped him when she just couldn't hack it anymore, or OD'd, met a bad end, or self-terminated. Eve paused by the board, looked into the young Lisa McKinney's eyes. Pissed and defiant. She could have sold him, and that would suck for us, as we'd never find him in the system, and it's already a crapshoot finding a John Doe minor between age 4 and 6, and we'd need to add a year on both sides to cover any discrepancies or miscalculations in the Southeast. If she abandoned him or died, he'd have told the cops, the social workers, his name. Not if he didn't know it. First name, highly probable. She called him something, even if it was asshole. But last, I was older and didn't know mine. It wasn't just the trauma, she added. They didn't give me a first name, and I didn't know from last names. So say you've got this kid, most likely under the age of 7. Ends up on the proverbial doorstep or scooped up by somebody when the mother dies or doesn't come back. Eve sat again. That's how we look. I've got a search running now in 8 states from 2002 to 2006 for a minor doe, male in the age range, taken into the system. We didn't hit before in the broader search, but maybe we have better luck narrowing it. It's a shot, Peabody agreed. The records from back then are so damn unreliable. But with a narrower focus, it's a shot. They both turned to Eve's comp when it signaled an incoming. Dauber beat the 30? No, it's Yancey. We've got his first image. Lisa McKinney, age 35. Damn, that's good. Peabody leaned closer. You can see how he aged her. Even changed the hairstyle some to go with, I'm guessing, what was in. It is good. Eve studied the face, the subtle signs of a decade of time around the eyes, the mouth. The unsub couldn't replicate like this. We were never going to get a hit using the victims. They're not the real deal, just the best he can do. Computer, begin face recognition program on displayed image, searching for matches from the years 2012 to 2022. Command acknowledged. Searching. Keep it narrow, Eve muttered. We'll keep each image he comes up with to a 10-year span. Something's gonna hit. Unless she's been dead all along. Why don't I start a secondary search? Use the same image, skip to 2023, do, say, 5 more years. Yeah, go ahead and try that. And if Dauber doesn't come through inside the 30, push him again. When Peabody left, Eve rose again to go to the window with what was left of her coffee. He was out there, she thought. On the street, in an office, in a house, a market, a meeting. Maybe drinking coffee as she was now, but he was out there. And they were closing in. She could feel it. She could feel the pieces fitting together. The mother had always been the key. Now they had her name, her face, her hometown. Lisa McKinney, where did you go? What did you do? She thought of herself, a child, wandering the streets of Dallas, bloodied, broken, too traumatized to remember the last rape, the last beating, or anything that came before it. But it hadn't been like that for you, she murmured. No, not like that. You wouldn't want her back if it had been like that. She didn't beat you, or you'd have beaten the replacements. She fed you, clothed you, and you do the same for her, your projection of her. She dumped him, sold him, or died, Eve thought again. And all of those equal, to his mind, leaving him, abandoning him. Bad mommy to leave your little boy. Eve glanced back at her working comp. And if she died during his early childhood, the search for Lisa McKinney would lead nowhere. No death record meant no body found, or the body went unidentified. But she'd had a car and a license in 2002, so... Still plenty of ways for a person to die, go undiscovered, or remain a Jane Doe. When her comp signaled another incoming, she pounced on it. Okay, Dauber. I don't have to head over there and kick your ass into gear. She bypassed the, to her, unintelligible science stuff and went straight to the meat. Nail It by Adora. Salon grade, professional use only. Color on a moonlit sea. Who comes up with this shit? Acrylic monomer, liquid, crystal acrylic powder, ultra nail prep and ultra bond, Adora Total Max nail glue, blah, 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 Eve finished. Peabody came hustling back. He copied me, Eve said. I plugged it into the search. That's one of the top brands, and a deluxe kit goes for over $400 wholesale. And all that for freaking fingernails? Who wants all that stuff gunked on their fingernails? It'd cost you double to get the service in a salon. He had to buy the color separately because the kit doesn't include. For $400, you don't get the stupid polish? And you have to use the Adora product made for the kit. I checked with Trina on that when I was setting up the first search. So I've plugged in the kit and the color. Even if he paid cash, and probably they're going to have a record, this is going to pay off. All because she bit her nails. Let's pull out some of the vendors. Do this face-to-face. I'll set it up to alert me on any hits, Peabody began, and Eve's comp signaled again. Initial match on search, 98.2 probability. Display on main screen, Eve snapped. Fucking A! That's her! Changed her name, but that's her! Violet Blank Fletcher, in the damn system, driver's license, passport, even a social security. Age listed as 34 in 2014. Married Joseph Fletcher, MD, 3 offspring, 2 sons, a daughter. But wrong ages there for our guy. Too young. Born after she poofed. Poofed to Sylvan, Louisiana. Computer, display map of Louisiana. Highlight Sylvan. Oh, look! It's not far from New Orleans. Are we going to New Orleans? Throttle back, Peabody. Computer, full data on Violet Blank Fletcher on screen. Acknowledged. Married the doctor in May of 2004. Doesn't list her place of birth, her parents, any employment, or any offspring before the 3 with the doctor. Because Violet Blank Fletcher didn't have any, Peabody concluded. She sure as hell didn't. And it also lists her date of death, last September. Accidental overdose of sleeping pills. I'm taking a wild guess here that it wasn't, given her history, her family history, an accident. And somehow her death was his trigger. He's not listed. No child from before her marriage is listed. Eyes narrowed, the hunt bubbling in her blood, Eve nodded. Bet that's a pisser. Mary's a doctor, has another family, and he's not part of that. We'll find out why and how. She gave him up, changed her name. You were right about the geography, too. She stayed in the South. Look at the other data here, Peabody. Not just a doctor. He ended up a big-shot ER doc, and there's family money. Gooey piles of old money. She died rich. Seriously rich. He predeceased her, the husband, just 6 months before. She ordered a split screen with Joseph Fletcher's data. Okay, a lot of family money, Peabody noted. And he's taken out by a drunk driver. Tell Yancey we've got her, and I'll fill him in later. Eve called up the data on Violet Fletcher's children. Look here, she said as Peabody contacted Yancey. Daughter's chief of surgery, same hospital where Daddy headed up the ER. Older son's a writer. looks successful. Chasen Q. Fletcher? Very. I've read his books. They're really good. Younger son went into law and is now the senator from Louisiana. All three are married, once each, have children, and continue to live in the same area of the state, with the writer and his family residing in the house where they grew up. She studied the ID shots. Peabody, we need to have some conversations. I'll say. I guess we're not going to actually have them in New Orleans. No. Keep the search for the nail crap going, and we'll hit the field after the conversations, but let's find out what the unsubs half-sibs know. Start with the writer. I'll start with the daughter. The politician's bound to be more slippery with anything he knows about his mother's former life, but we'll get to him. It's moving now, Peabody said as she hurried out. It's really moving. Damn straight, Eve thought, and contacted Dr. Joella Fletcher's office. She got the runaround as she expected, but wouldn't relent. Dr. Fletcher may be saving lives there, Eve said to the third person she'd been passed to, but I'm trying to save one here. Ask the doctor if she wants to be responsible for the murder of Mary Kate Covino, age 25, because she's too damn busy to come on the link. The woman on screen smiled and in sugary sweet southern tones said, "There's no need for rudeness, ma'am." Tell that to Mary Kate. And it's Lieutenant, not ma'am. She talks to me now, or I get on a shuttle, come to her, and I'll charge her with obstruction of justice. The smile vanished. Please hold. The screen went to blue and drippy holding music. But this time, the doctor herself came on. What in the world is this about? I had to leave a vital meeting of I don't care. I'm investigating 2 murders, 3 abductions. The woman, who looked to be wearing a sharp red suit, stared back at Eve with Lisa McKinney's eyes. You do realize I'm not in New York City. Your half-brother is, and he's my prime suspect. Joella Fletcher brushed at her perfectly groomed auburn hair around a narrow face, like her mother's, and cast her eyes skyward. I don't have a half-brother. I have 2 brothers, and neither of them are in New York. Now, Lieutenant, your mother was Violet Fletcher? Yes. Before she became Violet Fletcher, or Violet Blank, she was Lisa McKinney, born in Bixby, Alabama in 1978, and gave birth to a male child in 1998. That's ridiculous. It's fact. Lieutenant, my mother, Violet Blank Fletcher, was born in Tennessee. Her parents were drifters who moved around, taking work in housekeeping, lawn maintenance, handyman stuff. They were killed during Hurricane Opal. Her parents were Buford and Tiffany McKinney. Violet Blank didn't exist before 2004. What did she say her parents' names were? Eve actually heard Joella's nails drumming impatiently on her desk. She didn't, that I recall. Where did she go to school? I don't know. I don't know if she went regularly, because her parents moved around so much. She didn't like to talk about it. She often said her life really began when she met my father. I bet. And how did they meet? He hired her to help with the house, the gardens. It's an old family plantation house that came to him from his grandparents. They fell in love, married, raised a family there. A happy family that has nothing to do with murders in New York. Your mother died last fall of an overdose. Accidental, Joella snapped. She was grieving for her husband, my father. His death was so sudden, so hard. It's still hard. She couldn't sleep, and she became disoriented and took too many pills. Doctor, I believe up to now you've told me the truth as you know it. It's not the truth, but it's what you were told, and why would you question it? But you just lied to me, and that tells me your mother took her own life. I have nothing more to say to you. I believe she contacted this individual, her first child, perhaps to try to make amends in some way. And that contact triggered a psychic break. I have the top profiler and psychiatrist in New York City, if not the damn East Coast, who will confirm this. He's killed 2 women with strong resemblances to your mother at the same age. You're a scientist. There were a lot of blanks in her past, before your father, including the name she chose. Blank. You never questioned that? She had an unhappy childhood and wanted to put it behind her. She did have an unhappy childhood, just not the one she created for you. And from what I've learned today, she created a new life and a good one. Was a good mother, a good wife. She loved you. She left a note for you before she took those pills. It was an accident. Dr. Fletcher, by trying to save your mother's memory, to spare the shadow of suicide, you're blocking any detail that might help me find and stop this man. Look at this. She turned to bring up Elder's crime scene photo. Her name was Lauren Elder. She had a man who loved her, a family who loved her. This is what he did to her because she bore a resemblance to your mother. My mother never looked like that. She never. She had a tattoo of a butterfly on her back, wings spread, lower back. She had it done when she was a teenager. I don't see what... Wait. She shifted to the photo of Elder's back. This is the tattoo he put on Lauren Elder and on Anna Hobe, his second victim. It's the same, isn't it? She watched some of the color drain out of Joella's face. A lot of women get butterfly tattoos. It's exactly the same, isn't it? Yes. Yes. I don't understand it. This is Mary Kate Covino. She's alive, being held, but alive. He's probably put that tattoo on her by now. You're a doctor. Help me save her life. I don't know what I can do. She left you a note. Was there anything in the note, anything she said to you, that, knowing what I'm telling you now about having another child, applies? I can't help you. If you refuse to, I promise you I'll have your mother's death investigated. You could lose your license over this, and you know it. Your brother, the senator, will have a major scandal on his hands. Help me, and we let her rest in peace. You'd threaten to... Fuck this, Eve thought. Mary Alice Covino's been held, shackled like an animal for almost a week. The time's coming up fast when he'll slit her throat. I need the truth from you. So I'm telling you that what I'll do if you continue to lie isn't a threat. It's reality. She left you a note. Joella pressed her lips together. She left a note for each of us. For myself and each of my brothers. We decided not to tell the authorities about the notes and to push the accidental overdose. I don't care about that. And there's no reason I can see why that has to be in the record. I care about what she might have told or written you. She had blanks. That was clear, but we all thought, it was because her childhood was difficult. I thought most likely abusive. She overcame it. I believe she did. She was joyful, active, giving. She did occasionally have trouble sleeping. When my father died, so much of the joy went out of her. She had insomnia, chronic, headaches, listlessness. Then she seemed to get better, a little better. She went to our house in Hilton Head for a week. She said she wanted to walk the beach and have some alone time. She went alone. Yes, she insisted. But we talked every day. It was only a few days, and she'd seemed better. We had a big family dinner a few weeks after she got back. She seemed better, steadier, happier. Joella paused to gather herself. I believed. We all did. She'd found her peace. My husband and I stayed the night, and I found her in the morning. Found her and the notes. She said in my note she was sorry. She knew this would cause me grief, but she was with Daddy now. She couldn't go on without him, and she couldn't face the before him. She'd done the best she could for all her children. She loved all her children and asked forgiveness. She asked for understanding. She said her life began on the night my father saved her, and to believe she was at peace now with him. She said specifically all her children, not, for instance, she'd done her best and loved you and your brothers. Yes, she wrote all her children. God, dear God. And she wrote about the night your father saved her. Yes, I thought she was confused, as he'd hired her to garden and clean house, and I understand this is difficult, but it's very helpful. If your father had come across someone in distress, in pain, or who needed help of some kind, what would he have done? Helped. Those eyes, so like her mother's, gleamed behind a sheen of tears. Done whatever he could to help. He wasn't just a doctor. He was a healer. He devoted his life to helping and healing. Lieutenant, if my mother had a child before us, my father would have accepted that child, raised that child as his own. He would never have turned his back. It's possible he didn't know. No, I don't see how. You have to understand how close they were. No secrets. They were united. And my mother? Children were her greatest joy. It's impossible to believe she would have cut herself off from a child. There has to be a mistake, another explanation. If there is, I'll find it. I'm going to ask you for 2 more things. First, my partner should be talking to your younger brother now. If it would help smooth the way, I'd like you to contact your youngest brother and convince him to speak honestly with me. And second, if you would send me a copy of the letter your mother left for you. I won't log it into the file. You have my word. I need to know the answers. I need the truth. When I have the answers, you'll get them. Eve wrote up the conversation, copied Mira. Then she pushed up from the desk, started to head to the bullpen, and waited when she heard Peabody coming her way. You talked to the writer. He was really forthcoming. Still a lot of grief there, losing both parents within a year, and that may have helped open him up. He didn't know anything about his mother having another kid, changing her name, any of it. I believe him. Same with the sister, and agreed. Did he admit to the suicide? Tell you about the notes she left? He did, and he's sending a copy of his. Dallas, when he talked about his mother, There just wasn't any Lisa McKinney in there. No trauma, no addictions, no wild side. Rock solid family. Happy. I got that. Eve started to continue, then stopped. What's your take? They didn't know. She was Violet Fletcher. She was Mama. From everything he said, it feels like she would have told her husband, but from everything he said, it jars they didn't keep her son or get him back if she'd lost him or dumped him. So that bugs me, but it's pretty damn clear she remade herself, had a strong marriage, a loving family, a good home, did good works. Eve waited a beat. And? Okay, well, listening to Chasen Fletcher and what he told me about the letter she left, it's like her world, her life, started with Joe and then ended when he died. Going on 60 years is a long time to maintain an illusion, but if that's how it really was for her, maybe his death broke the spell. What if, during that 6 months between Joe's death and her suicide, she contacted the young sub, her first child, Lisa McKinney's son? And, Eve continued, he learns the mother who abandoned him, one way or the other, had almost 6 decades of happy, add Rich on top, and 3 other kids. Kids she tucked in at night, but not him. Kids she helped with homework, but not him. Kids who had her love and attention, who blew out birthday candles and opened Christmas presents in a big house with flowers in the yard. It would just burn your ass, wouldn't it? He dresses her the way she was when she was his, and kills her. His mommy's the bad mommy. Chains her up, can't walk away this time. He wants what she gave to others all those years. You'd think he'd go after the siblings, want to kill them. Eve shook her head. Give him time. But he came first. She's his. She's what matters most. Love and rage warring. Send your notes to Mira. You can write it up when we get back. Nails? Nails, Eve confirmed. You drive. After Peabody picked her jaw up off the floor, she hustled after Eve. You want me to drive? I'm gonna go through all this with a third sibling, and it might take some doing to push on a United States senator, so you drive. She ignored the elevators completely for the glides. We'll start in Brooklyn. If I were a crazy mommy-obsessed killer who wanted to cover my tracks when I bought a fancy fake nail kit, I'd go over the bridge to do it. I'm driving to Brooklyn! Because Eve was slightly in front of her, Peabody risked a butt wiggle. I saw that. You couldn't have seen that. Only moms have the metaphorical eyes in the back of their heads. Moms are just cops with kids. Peabody started to object, but rethought it. Huh, they sort of are. I wonder what it was like for Lisa/Violet. Did she ever think about her other life? Did she keep tabs on the child she had in that other life? Could she really just erase all that? Why not? You can take the cynical route. She's broke, pissed off, dragging a kid around, giving BJs and working the pole. Decides it's time to look out for number 1, dumps the kid, and that makes things easier, but she needs to find a way out of the life. And here's this young, good-looking, rich doctor. Find a way to get into his life, clean his house, pull some weeds, whatever. Make yourself over some. Whatever it takes to get him in the sack. Maybe use the old damsel in distress thing. He's a doctor, a healer according to his daughter. Work it so he wants to heal you. It didn't sound like that, Peabody said when they switched the glides for the stairs to their garage level. It sounded romantic and sweet. Maybe. Maybe it started out cynical and turned real. If it had been a game, if he'd just been a mark, she'd have gotten all the money she could out of him and booked it. But she didn't. Eve got in the passenger seat while Peabody wiggled her butt in the driver's seat. She'd been a drifter, working the lowlife. You don't raise 3 kids to successful adulthood, stay with the same man for decades unless you want to or you're forced to. And there's nothing to indicate force here. She wanted that life, that man, those children. And she made it all hers. You can't fake love, not for half a century. He knows that, Eve added. Number 1 son knows that, knows she gave that love to others and not to him. As Eve pulled out her link, Peabody finished programming their route and stops. How about a nice cold drink? So saying, Peabody programmed for 2 tubes, diet and regular. Road trip! Eve just cast her eyes to the roof of the car. She's not even out of the garage, and I already regret this. 18. Eve concluded the senator's older sister had greased the wheels, as it only took plowing through 3 staffers to reach him. While he proved more evasive, less conclusive in certain areas, the winding conversation confirmed everything his siblings had stated. He spoke of a halcyon childhood, noisy family dinners, catching his parents kissing in the kitchen, of his mother squealing, then laughing as their old hound Cecil managed to drag a whole baked ham off the kitchen counter. Our house was always open to friends and family. It was the center, he added. She was the center of that. She was always there. My father's work sometimes prevented him from being there, but we knew if we couldn't go to him, we could go to her. He took a breath. They were beautiful together. Their devotion and respect for each other never wavered. Did they disagree at times? Even argue? Of course. But never with rancor. He was her hero. She said that to me more than once. Whenever I felt my daddy was being too hard, too strict, expected too much, and during my teenage years, there were plenty of times I felt that, she'd tell me he expected much because he loved much. He was what I should aspire to be. A good man, a compassionate one, who never failed to reach out a hand to help another. She'd say he was the foundation for what we'd all become, just as he'd been hers. The foundation for what she became? As you know, my mother had a troubled childhood. It wasn't something we talked about, not often. It seemed so distant. I've always felt she credited my father for helping her put that behind her. As Eve wound the conversation up, Peabody, who in Eve's opinion drove like an old lady past due for her biannual vision adjustment, pulled up at the first stop. By the 3rd stop, Eve had time to write up the conversation and start to play with another theory. She had time to roll it around, touch base with Reinecke, still no hits, and study the incoming lab reports on the drive back with 2 more stops along the way. Maybe he ordered the kit online, Peabody said as she chugged behind a line of traffic. Do you want to keep going? We've got more in Manhattan, one in the Bronx, more in Queens, and the way you drive, we'd get to the Bronx by Tuesday. So that's a no. Head back to the house. We're coming up on end of shift, and most of the vendors are hitting end of business day. We'll try a few more by link. Internally, she imagined whipping around the all-terrain in front of them, then skimming by the Mini, snaking through the rapid cab and sedan. Have you noticed I haven't brought up the work on the house all day? Peabody asked. Not once. Which causes me to assume you intend to do so now. Just for a minute. The drywall's going up so fast, it's like magic, and our kitchen cabinets are coming in by the end of the week. My beautiful bright red cabinets. Red? I thought you went with... You said soft blue or green. Soft something. You paid attention. I wanted to see if you paid attention, and you did. My sweet soft blue cabinets are on their way. Mavis's are going to take a few more days, so they're starting to install some of her studio equipment. As if she only had that single minute, Peabody spoke a lot faster than she drove. Rourke said she could even try it out next week, just test it in case she decides she wants to change anything. And since Leonardo wants to keep the exposed beams in his big attic studio, they're going to start installing there. And McNabb and I are abso-pazzo going to nail down our decision on the powder room and guest bathroom tile tonight. We pinky swore. Well then, Rourke said you ordered a crap ton of rocks. Oh, the stone for the waterfall feature. He said it was a solid design. He did? Peabody's face lit up like a candle, and she still failed to pass the AT. He told me it was, but I thought he could have just been being nice, you know? But if he told you, he must mean it. I want it to be just Mag. Mavis, I know she wants, like, a fairyland, the flowers and veg, the trees, all of it. I really want to help give it to her. She and Leonardo are doing so much for us. We're going to have a house and a yard, gardens, space, stuff it would have taken years, if ever, for us to manage. And stop. Yeah, they're doing a lot for you. You're doing a lot for them. You're giving them security, and that means it all right there. You're giving them companionship, which for some reason all of you need on a constant basis. Mavis never planted anything in her life before you. Now she's all about it. They're about to have their second kid, and what have they got readily installed? A couple of people they trust, absolutely, who won't mind if Bella goes running around their space looking for a cookie. I'm always going to have cookies. Thanks. Peabody had to blink back the sheen in her eyes. I get a lot, overwhelmed sometimes with all this. Buzzed and overwhelmed and teary and everything at once. Like when I fell for McNabb. It's all, is this really happening? I can really have this? Looks like you can. And you're stuck with McNabb's skinny ass. Last night in bed, oh no. No. Grim, Eve flipped back her jacket, laid a hand on her weapon harness. I will draw my weapon, place it between your eyes, and fire. At the rate you're driving, no one's gonna notice when we come to a dead stop. Not that part. This was after that part. He said how he felt he'd rubbed a lamp, and the genie gave him 3 wishes. The first was the job, because he got that before me. So I was the second wish, and the best. And the third was happening now, with the house, with the home we were making for each other. She sighed hugely. Saying stuff like that's why I love his skinny ass. Finally, Peabody pulled into the garage. She parked meticulously, turned to Eve, and smiled. Then we had sex again. Slow, yummy sex. She bolted from the car before Eve followed through on the threat. Anyway, she tried to smile again. I'm torn here. I really thought we'd hit with the supply vendors, then we'd go bag the bastard, save Covino, fry him in the box, and call it a damn good day. But I still feel up because McNabb and I are going to walk over to the house and look at the progress. We are going to hit. Before you go anywhere, you're going to contact more vendors, and so will I, before they close for the day. I don't see him onlining this. Can't pay cash that way, and it'll leave a bigger trail. If he did, we'll find him that way. We'll push there tonight after the brick and mortars close. They got in the elevator. He didn't have them on hand and had to buy or order them in the last few days. That specific brand, that specific color. He remembers she liked to wear color on her nails, not like pink or red or clear, bolder, weirder. He remembers a lot. She's fixed in his brain. An image, indelible to him, from a specific time in his life. Age 5. Old enough to have images, memories cement. I remember I must have been about 5, and I was crying because Zeke broke the wheels off this little blue truck I had. He didn't really mean to. My dad hauled me up onto his shoulders, bounced them until I laughed. It always worked. His hair smelled like sawdust, and he wore it long. I grabbed it like reins, and he galloped around the yard making horse noises while my mom fixed the little truck. She shuffled over as more cops loaded on. I can see exactly how they looked. Remember, the sun was hot, and my mom wore shorts she'd cut off from an old pair of jeans. When the car stopped again, Eve escaped with Peabody in her wake. I don't remember being 5. I didn't mean to... No. Eve stopped her as they jumped on a glide. Not what I mean. You've got a solid memory. Lots of them. And you like to pull them out. Good times, good family. I got the same from McKinney's 3 adult children. The good can etch things in the memory, and so can the traumatic. The traumatic can also erase them or block them. True, my cousin Janice fell out of a tree when she was about 7, broke her arm, knocked herself out. She doesn't remember even climbing the tree, much less falling. Which is more likely? A woman maintains a fake name, a life, a family for 60-odd years without, as far as we can tell, a hitch, or the woman doesn't remember the life that came before. Amnesia? I sure hadn't gone there. It's kind of, vid of the week. I'm going there. Because vid of the week or not, she'd been there herself. Trauma. Some John beats the crap out of her. She OD'd, and they pull her back. She wrecks the car, sells the kid, something. Maybe an attempted suicide. It's the way she went out in the end. She might have tried it before. In any case, she's blank. Just like the name she gave herself. What do they call it? Tabula rasa? And maybe that suits her just fine. Maybe there's enough in her to see it as a second chance. Switching glides again, she angled toward Peabody. Now you've got a doctor, ER doc, who by all accounts is compassionate, dedicated. He tries to help her. You don't get the kind of fake ID she had without a lot of money. Maybe she paid for it by selling the kid. That would do it. Or maybe the rich young doctor who fell for her financed it. I can see how, maybe. There's nothing in her background that makes me believe she could run a solid con. Dupe the doctor into marrying her, financing her. She was a loser, a drifter, an addict. But if all that's gone, if she doesn't remember it, you can reinvent yourself. They got off on the homicide level, and Eve pointed. Conference room. I want to see it all laid out. One big picture. She lives a happy life, Eve continued. A good life. She is Violet Fletcher. Maybe she gets flashes now and then of McKinney, of the kid. You get flashes, but they don't stick. Can keep you up at night. Bring on hard dreams and cold sweats, but you shove them aside and get on with your life. Because you're not ready or not willing to go back. When they walked into the conference room, Peabody cleared her throat. Do you want coffee? Not yet. And stop worrying. It's useful to have some personal experience. And I'm thinking about this angle because I know how it works. Print out her ID shot, the license for McKinney. Print out Violet Fletcher's first and last ID shot with it. I want them on the board. She started to pace. Nobody looks for McKinney. Why would they? She's been drifting with the kid for a year or two. Nobody knows the kid. She's all he's got. Maybe we should ask Mira to come up. Not yet, Eve said again. I didn't try to get out, because how do you know what's on the other side of the door isn't worse? Especially if they keep telling you it is. Maybe she did that. Or maybe because she had it in her, she did her best to take care of him. Maybe she loved him, and he felt that. Don't you know when they love you just like you know when they don't? Yeah. Yes, I think you do. She left him and gave that love to other kids. Left him and didn't come back. Maybe she left him when she worked the streets or the pole. Maybe she gave him a little something to make him sleep or hired another stripper to watch him a few hours, but she always came back. Until she didn't. Eve stepped to the board, tapped the photos. She went from this to this and ended here, she said, tapping the final ID shot of a pretty older woman with happy eyes and an easy smile. Trauma. The man she loved for more than half a century, the one who helped her become Violet, gave her a home, a family, all the damn wishes in the genie lamp, is gone. So the foundation breaks under her, her world crumbles, and so does the block. She remembers. She remembers it all, and the child she left. She went to Hilton Head, to their vacation house for about a week. She checked in every day, and I followed up. She did book a shuttle from New Orleans to Hilton Head. A quick trip. I checked from there while you were creeping your way back to Central. She booked another shuttle from there to New York City, leaving the night she arrived in Hilton Head. Return trip 3 nights later. She spent 3 days in New York. She came to New York. Eve's theory started to gel for Peabody. I never thought to look for that. That's why I'm the boss. We'll run a search on hotels, but the question is, did she go to see him? Talk to him? At the very least, she found him and checked to see what kind of life he had, how he looked. She's his mother. She had to at least look at him, at the man he'd become. She wanted coffee after all, gestured to the auto chef. Is mine still in there? Yeah. Jamie programmed it for as long as we have the room. I'll get it for both of us. According to their statements, she seemed better when she got back. I don't see that if she'd found him, and he'd been some lowlife scraping by, or another addict, another loser. She sees him, a grown man, doing okay. He did okay without her. Peabody passed Eve her coffee. Do you think she contacted him then? Went to see him? Told him what happened? Apologized? I don't know. But she did before she took the pills and ended it. She'd have to. She couldn't end it, claim she was at peace, until she made some sort of amends to her first child. And that's what snapped him. Whatever she told him, he could find out all the rest, the life she'd led without him, once he had her name. And rather than giving him comfort or settling his mind, it woke the rage. It was always in there, but now she's gone, way beyond his reach. He has to recreate her. That's right, down to her goddamn fingernails. We've got a little time to push that now. Let's hit the links. Any venue that's closing, Eve continued as they left the conference room, we nag their asses to stay and check the records. Otherwise, we dig into the online angle from home. Jenkinson and Reinecke didn't hit yet, but that doesn't mean they won't. If it's not a residence, maybe a business. Maybe one he owns and has an area he can block off. A warehouse, a storage facility. Too many possibilities, Eve thought. And time wasn't on Covino's side. I'll take the first 3 we have left. You take the next. We'll run over end of business day by the time we get through them, if not before. In her office, Eve sat, called up the list, and got to work. She ran up against close of business when she reached the 3rd and pushed hard against the unfortunate clerk, and got nothing for the effort. I appreciate your time. You have my contact. If you find or remember anything, please contact me. She clicked off as Rourke walked into her office. Are you supposed to be here? Do we have a thing? We have many things. He crossed to her, tipped up her chin, kissed her. And there's one. But I had a meeting in the area, chanced my luck on catching a ride home with you. But I see from this and Peabody at her desk, you're not done. Pretty much am. We thought we caught a major break with fingernails. Fake fingernails, but we're crapping out. There's considerably more on your board for crapping out. He looked closer. You found her. Yeah. Lisa McKinney, who became Violet Blank, who became Violet Fletcher when she married a rich doctor. She spent the last 60 years as Violet, living in a big old house outside New Orleans, raising a family. One of her sons is Senator Edward Fletcher of Louisiana. I'll fill you in on the rest, but she died, swallowed pills, last fall, 6 months after her husband died in a car wreck. Her other son, got a doctor daughter, too, is some writer dude, and he's living in the big old house with his family now. Chasen Q. Fletcher? He's excellent. Yeah, fine. Frustrated, she swiveled back and forth in the chair. She had to contact her firstborn. Had to. I'm thinking maybe she blocked her former life. Something happened, big trauma, blocked it, forgot about the first kid. I've got reasons, and I'll go into them later. But she had to. And now I'm just thinking, big old house. You live in the same place for over half a century. That's a lot to go through, a lot of stuff. Maybe there's something there that connects. She wrote notes to her 3 kids, with the doctor. Maybe she wrote one to her first kid from before. Maybe there's a copy. Or she talked to him. Maybe they still have her link. She hissed, pushed up, paced. I don't want to take the time. Covino doesn't have any to spare. But maybe we should go down to New Orleans after all. Laissez le bon temps rouler. She stopped, stared. What? He smiled. We'll have to go down for Mardi Gras one of these days. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Go party with the drunks, the street thieves, and the half-naked people riding on those... whatever they are. Floats. Should I arrange for a shuttle? She rubbed her eyes. Damn it. It's a stone, and you've got to turn it over. It just feels like I'm not going to find anything under it but those creepy bugs. Ants are industrious and useful. No, not those. Those little white, wriggling... Never mind, she said when her link signaled. Dallas. Oh, hey, Lieutenant Dallas, this is Darcy at Salon Pro. You and Detective Peabody came in this afternoon. I got all flustered because I just so hearted the ICO vid. I remember. Just as Eve remembered the squeals emanating from the perfectly coiffed and made-up 20-something assistant manager with the enormous emeralds-on-steroids eyes. Did you find something on the nail kit? No, I didn't. I'm going to get flustered again. We don't have a record of a sale of the Adora Nail It Deluxe with the On a Moonlit Sea polish, but my friend Carrie, she's salesperson of the month. We were just talking about it because she totally hearted the vid too, and she was all sad she was on a break when you and Detective Peabody came in, so she didn't get to meet you and Darcy. For the sake of her own sanity, Eve interrupted. Do you have any information for me? Okay, well, yeah, that's the thing. We were talking, Carrie and me, when we're closing up for the day, and I'm telling her, and she says how it's abso weird that she sold this this older gentleman, a Lavelle Pro Deluxe faux nail kit with the choice. It has a deal where you get one choice of standard Lavelle color or a discount on the Super, and he got the Super in Midnight Madness. Eve stabbed a finger at Rourke, said, Peabody. She said how she thought, oh crap, when he came in, because it was pretty close to closing, but he knew just what he wanted. The brand, the color, so it was just peasy, right? It's not the kit and color you said, but the thing is, Darcy went on, there's not a whole lot of difference in the product. To say they're, comparable. So we sort of wondered if maybe there was a mistake on the brand. It's possible. Comp glitch, she remembered. Convenient. When did he come in? When did he buy the kit? Oh, just yesterday, Carrie said. And I went ahead and checked the receipts. Cash purchase at, $458. He had a pro license and everything. Peabody came on the run, with Rourke and McNabb behind her. Eve held up a hand. You have in-store security feed. She'd seen the cams. Oh, yeah, sure, you gotta. Do you have the feed from yesterday when he was in? Uh-huh. Eve doubted 2 syllables had ever brought her such pleasure. We loop it back every 48 hours, so I need to see that feed, Darcy. I'd rather not take the time to come to you, so I need you to send me the feed. Oh, I know the boss would want me to do whatever, but I don't know how to do that. It's just me and Carrie here now, and a second woman shoved her face next to Darcy's and waved frantically. That's Carrie, and it's just that we don't know how to do that. Before Eve could yank out her own hair, Rourke nipped the link out of her hand. Hello, Darcy. Why don't I walk you through how to do what the lieutenant needs? Oh my God! The squeals followed in stereo, and knowing his wife's threshold for such things, Rourke strolled out into the hall. He's the right age. Run Dauber, Peabody. You think? Jesus. Dauber? Do we have his full name? Fuck me. Eve squeezed her eyes shut, took herself back to the lab, to Harvo, to the walk to Dauber's area. Andy. Try Andrew. Dauber Andrew. See if he was adopted or in the foster system. Dallas, if I can have your desk unit, I can set it up for what Rourke's having them send you. It's yours, she told McNabb. Son of a bitch. It could be the son of a bitch. Under my damn nose. Works for the cops. Forensic chemist. Knows just what to do, how to do it. How not to leave a trace of himself on the body. How to choose the products, the clothes that make it close to impossible to track back. Except for the nails. She paced as well as she could with 2 other people in her office. Had to have the perfect, the exact, and didn't have time to cover it well. Went to Brooklyn, but that's not enough. Gave us the wrong data. Wasted a day there, but that's not going to be enough. She whipped back to McNabb. How long is this going to take? You're set. And it's not that complicated on the other end, but they're already buzzed out and they don't know the system, so it might take a few minutes to baby them through it. She checked the time. He'll have clocked out of the lab. He's with her now or on his way. I didn't see it. I looked right at him and I thought you'd be the type. The right age range, the quiet type, perfectionist, the type who blends so people don't really see him. Son of a bitch. Dallas. He went into the foster system as John Church in 2003 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Age 5, no parents or guardians on record, found wandering alone in a churchyard. Adopted in 2005 by Elise and Lloyd Dauber. I've got his education, medical, criminal, and at a glance, nothing pops. He moved to New York in 2016 to attend Columbia, got his advanced degree in forensic chemistry, and has worked for the NYPSD lab since 2025. Address. Yeah, Lower West. He could walk to the lab. What kind of building? Take me a minute. Rourke walked back in, still talking on her link. He gestured to McNabb, got a nod. You've done very well indeed. The feed's on your screen now, queued up as we discussed. This is so exciting. Your accent just slays me. You and Carrie have been an enormous help. You have the code for the lieutenant's unit in the corner there for receiving, so now you only need to click send. Here goes. Did it work? Did it work? It certainly did, and thank you. The lieutenant's going to be busy for a while yet, but she'll contact you tomorrow. This was fun. Eve ignored Rourke as he stepped out again to end the conversation and watch the feed. Son of a bitch, she said yet again. as Andrew Dauber walked into view. He looked harmless with his round face, his pressed khakis, the shy cherub's smile. He went directly to the nail products. No browsing, no distractions. Eve watched Carrie, salesperson of the month, cross to him. Need any help? Eve thought. Can I show you something? Quick, friendly conversation, and she found the color for him. She gestured, probably trying to make an upsell, but he just smiled, shook his head. Back to the sales counter, check his license, chatting, her chatting, him smiling. Take the cash, make the change, bag it up. In and out under 4 minutes. He doesn't waste time. Friendly, but not memorable. But Carrie remembered enough. It's an apartment building, Dallas. Multi-unit. A deli and a convenience market street level. He's on the 5th floor. I don't see how he got 3 women in there and held them. A basement. Maybe he has access to the basement. Rents it so he can close it off. But it didn't feel right. Yanking out her communicator, she contacted Jenkinson. He said, "Yo, we've ID'd him. Andrew Dauber, lives Peabody?" Peabody rattled off the address. "Hey, not Andy Dauber, the lab nerd." "Yeah, him." "Well, son of a bitch. I know that son of a bitch. He's worked for the department as long as I have. Maybe longer. You want us to go get the fucker, boss?" "No, I want you to back us up when we check out the apartment building." One possible is he has the basement for his prison. He'd need to get them in and out, hold up to 3 women there. Doesn't gel. "No, but we check it out." "Where the hell are you?" "At the Blue Line. We just ordered burgers. We'll put a hold on that. Meet you there." 10 minutes. She clicked off. "McNabb, suit up and get a vest for the civilian while you're at it." She considered a moment, then tagged Feeney. He also said, "Yo, I've got an ID on the whack job, the investigation I had Jamie work on. Boy did all right. More than. I need a van. I've got 2 E-men with me. I want eyes and ears. I've got an address, but it doesn't feel right. We need to cover it. I'll get you one. Who's your man?" "Dauber. Andrew Dauber from the freaking lab." "Andy? Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. I'll meet you with the van in the garage in 10. I've got Rourke and McNabb. You don't need to. I know that son of a bitch." When her screen went blank after Feeney's outrage, Eve shrugged. "Okay, we've got 3 E-men." 10 minutes, she muttered, and contacted Mira. She said, "Eve, what can I do for you?" "We've got an ID. Solid. I've got a team heading out to his residence in 10, but it's an apartment building, and he's on the 5th floor." "Does he have a private entrance? Adequate space?" "5th floor, so doubtful, but we'll check." "It's Andrew Dauber." Why is that name vaguely familiar? Forensic chemist, employed by the NYPSD. Ah, of course. I've seen his name on countless reports. Forensic chemist. Precise, focused. While he works with the team, he does his work primarily alone. He'd know how to prepare a body to remove any trace evidence that could lead back to him. "I'm just pulling up at home. Do you want me to come back?" "Not until we have him. I'm hoping that's tonight. If he slips by us, we'll take him when he gets to the lab in the morning. I'm hoping tonight." "I'll join that hope, and I'll be there when you have him." Covino will undoubtedly need some counseling. Good luck to you and your team. We'll take it. Let's move out, she said when she clicked off. She looked at Rourke. You'll be taking a little detour before I give you that ride home. 19. She contacted APA Cher Rio on the way to the garage. I need warrants. Search and arrest. Elder and Hobe? Yeah, we've ID'd him, and we're on our way to his address of record. How solid? It's a fucking rock. We've got more to add to the reports I've sent you. He was found, abandoned, at age 5, some miles from where the mother ended up living the rest of her life. He fits the profile down the line. And we have him on security feed purchasing the nail kit in color with a fake license from a vendor in Brooklyn yesterday. That's after he gave us incorrect data on said fake nail. What do you mean, he gave you the data? He's a forensic chemist at the lab. Son of a bitch! Phrase of the day, Eve agreed, as she tried to ignore the cops crowding on the elevator. Andrew Dauber. Dauber? Seriously? We've used his testimony more times than I can count, and that's just since I came on. He's the perfect expert witness. Jesus. We're going to have a slew of defense attorneys filing to have his testimony tossed. That's a problem for later. Oh, yeah, it is. I'll get the damn warrants. Fucking Dauber. Eve nodded at her link when the screen went blank. She's displeased. Crap, I'm going to need to brief Whitney. She slid a glance toward Peabody, who immediately hiked her shoulders to her ears, aimed puppy dog eyes, and shook her head. I'll do it. But Eve blew out a breath first, then took another. Let that one go before she made the contact. She saw, immediately, he was in some fancy bar. She heard the murmur of other patrons in the background, the laughter around his own table. He might have appeared relaxed, but he still radiated that force of command. Lieutenant, excuse me, he said to his companions, and leaned over to kiss his wife's cheek. She also looked displeased. I'll only be a minute. He rose, began to walk through the bar. A big man with wide shoulders, dark hair cropped close and threaded with silver. I'm sorry to interrupt your evening, Commander. I assume you have reason to. Yes, sir. She waited while he made his way through the bar area of a restaurant where everyone looked elegant, and some guy in a tux opened the door to an outside area where other elegant people sat with sparkling drinks. Whitney stepped away from them. And it is? We've identified the suspect in the Elder and Hobe abductions and murders and the Covino abduction. I have a team ready to go, and APA Rio is securing the proper warrants. I'll update my report to you with the additional evidence that led to the identification. He nodded. Very good. I'll pass this along to Chief Tibble. We're having drinks, or will be. Is there a reason you need to inform me of this at this moment? Yes, sir. Finally, Eve got out of the elevator and into the garage. We have considerable, and I believe conclusive evidence. The target is Andrew Dauber. Excuse me? Dauber, sir. Forensic chemist in our lab. And one assigned to analyze evidence in this investigation. Whitney said, Son of a bitch. Rourke waited until she'd finished, until they stood by the van parked behind her car. He gave her shoulder a quick rub. That went well enough. She rolled her shoulders, circled her head. Okay, that's done. She looked at Feeney with his baggy brown suit, his crooked tie with its latest stain, his hound dog face and explosion of ginger hair, and the bright neon light of Jamie beside him. Really? Feeney jerked a thumb at grinning Jamie. He earned it. He earned it, Eve agreed. Now I have 4 E-men and 4 other cops to take down one crazy mommy-whacked scientist. Where are the other 2? Feeney asked. Probably sitting on the apartment building by now. Jenkinson and Reinecke. Everybody in, let's move. They're not gonna be there, she said as she boosted herself into the van. It doesn't play out. Unless... She shook her head as Feeney took the wheel, Jamie got in beside him, and the others settled into the back. McNabb and Rourke at the equipment. No, hold on. Jamie, come back here and do the E-thing with McNabb. Rourke, start running another search on properties. Same basics with the building, but plug in these names or derivatives. Lisa McKinney, Violet Blank, Violet Fletcher, John Church, Andrew Dauber. Could use place names, maybe. Bigsby, Arcadia, Tennessee, Alabama, Louisiana. Peabody, dig up the name of the church where she left him, and we'll try that, too. He could use Andrew McKinney or Lisa Church, any combo, okay? I've got it. Setting it up now. I want to look for heat sources in this building. Focus on the basement if it has one, and in this sector it's likely. Also focus on Dauber's apartment. If we hit, we'll need eyes and ears. We need to move him away from Covino, or any other woman he might have grabbed since. We secure the civilians, secure the suspect. Short drive, Feeney announced. I'm putting us at max distance for the heat search. He'd recognize an E-van, or give it a hard eye if he spots us. You got it, Jamie. Run it. Frosted. Your detective's coming up on the cargo doors, kid. At Feeney's alert, Eve got up, opened them. Inside. No movement we've seen in the apartment windows, Jenkinson told her as he parked his butt on one of the bench seats. We've been here maybe 5 minutes. Guess you're sure it's him? Damn sure. He shook his head. You think you know somebody. Since his tie, wildly colored gumdrops over blinding white, hurt her eyes, she focused on Jamie. Anything? Got a basement. Got one heat source northeast corner. Moving around and... walking. Carrying something by the arm position, west and up. Laundry or storage area, Reinecke said. Or both. Betcha. Following the heat source, and it's heading straight up. I'd say an elevator now. Exiting, 3rd floor. Moving north. Turn, and into a space with 3 other sources. 2 of them probably kids from the size. No keeping women shackled up in an area with that kind of access. Moved to his apartment. 5th floor, Jenkinson told Jamie. Front facing, on the right over the deli, 2nd and 3rd windows. Changing scan. Nobody's in there. There's the warrants. Peabody with me. Jenkinson, you and Reinecke take outside doors in case. Feeney, if you spot him heading home, beep my comm twice. Will do. She hopped out the back, then pointed at Jamie. You, put on a recorder. Grab a can of Seal It and bring it along. His eyes popped. I'm going in? Whoo! if you're looking at this like an adventure, toss me the sealant and stay in the van." His Christmas morning eyes went immediately sober. "Got it, sir." The target wasn't on the premises, Eve concluded, so he had another hole, a bigger one, a private one. And that made the warranted entry and search a training exercise. Record on. We have a warrant to arrest Andrew Dauber and to enter and search his residence and his lab space when we get to it. Entrance has passcoded locks and cams. We'll want that feed. She mastered through the locks, ignored the elevator in the small, tidy lobby, and hit the stairway. Heat source scan showed no occupant in Dauber's apartment. Heat source scan indicated community area, so not conducive to hiding and holding abductees. Conclusion? Me? Jamie blinked. Okay. I'd conclude the suspect isn't here and has access to another property where he's holding Covino and held Elder and Hobe. Use their names, Eve thought, as they reached the second level, continued up. Good. If he's not here, why are we going in? To see his space, how he lives, and, more important, to look for evidence of the abductions, the murders. Most important, to find anything that leads us to where he's holding Covino. Finding her and getting her to safety is numero uno. Affirmative. When they came out on 5, Eve turned to him. We knock, announce ourselves, and we go through the door exactly as we would if the suspect were inside, which means Peabody and I take the door and you come in behind us. Because interns aren't issued weapons. Affirmative. You stay behind Peabody while we clear the apartment. At the door, Eve kept one hand on her weapon, knocked with the other. The door across the hall opened, and a woman with a pudgy little dog with bulbous eyes and pointy ears stepped out. The dog yipped once, wagged its stub of a tail. He's just saying hello. From the open doorway behind her came the sound of pipey voices, kid voices, arguing passionately. Our boys, having their nightly battle. Pugs and I are leaving the field to their dad and escaping. Anyway, Gina and Jan aren't home. They went out to meet some friends for dinner. We're here for Andrew Dauber. Mr. Dauber? Jamie caved, crouched down to pet the dog, who'd pranced over to sniff his kicks. He moved out months ago. Sweet man. Quiet, but never complained about the noise the twins can make. And he always had a treat for pugs. He no longer lives at this address? Not since... She pushed at a mop of disordered brown hair. Well, before Thanksgiving, anyway. Do you know where he went? Did he leave you any contact information? No. Belatedly, she closed the door at her back, and her eyebrows drew together. Why? Eve took out her badge. NYPSD. We need to speak with Mr. Dauber. Well, he works with the police, right? Science stuff. Yes, he does. This is the address he has on record. Oh, I guess he didn't change it. Strange, as he seems so organized. Sorry, I just know he moved out. You know, I think it was before Halloween, now that I look back. Yeah, sure it was, because Gina and Jan got all costumed up and had candy for the twins before they went to a party. You haven't seen or spoken to him since he moved from the building? No, not spoken to him, but I saw him out walking, maybe from work. He liked to walk around the neighborhood. He was across the street, though, so I didn't talk to him. Does he have a vehicle? You're not going to tell me he's in trouble. He's such a nice man. The dog, now blissfully on his back, got an enthusiastic belly rub from Jamie. Ma'am, Sherry Wozinski. Ms. Wozinski, it's important we locate Mr. Dauber as soon as possible. Does he have a vehicle? No. At least I never saw him driving. I don't know why he'd have one, since he can walk to work in a couple of minutes, and otherwise, he didn't go out much except to take his walks, go to the market, the usual. Did he have visitors? No, not really. I don't remember seeing anyone go in or come out but Mr. Dauber. What do you think he's done? I can't imagine him doing anything against the law. Was he friendly with anyone in the building? The neighborhood that you know of? Someone who might know his new address? No, not really. He was the quiet type, kept to himself, and... Her whole being went from baffled to panicked. Oh, God, that's what the neighbors end up saying about axe murderers. Could we speak to the twins' father a moment, in case he has any information? Yes, sure. I don't think he does, but... She pulled a key out of her pocket and, unlocking the door, poked her head in. The fight had turned to hysterical laughter. Wozinski lifted her voice over it. Brad, come here a minute, will you? Eve ran through the same routine, received basically the same responses. Mother died in September, Eve said as they started down the stairway. Rich mother, guilty mother, suicidal mother. I bet she left the 3 children she had as Violet really well set. And I'm betting she did the same for her firstborn. Enough for him to buy a house. Something private, Peabody said. Something with a basement or attic or an area he could use as a prison. It's going to narrow the search. He moved in before Halloween, and she died September 18th. That's the window now. She signaled to Jenkinson as she headed back to the van. When she stood on the sidewalk, thinking before she briefed them, Rourke, Feeney, and McNabb got out to join them. He moved before Halloween. Neighbors don't know where, but the woman across the hall saw him walking, she thinks maybe to work, after he moved out. He didn't move too close, or they'd probably have seen him more than one time. They said he liked taking walks, and they have a dog, so walks. She scanned the buildings up and down the block. It's not going to be too close to his old place, but close enough he can still walk to work if he wants. And it's familiar. The Lower West is familiar. He got a place, the private residence, between September 18th and the end of October. Mommy left him some scratch, Feeney put in. I'm betting on it. Finds himself a house. Could be a warehouse, a storage facility. But why? Why not be comfortable? House is still first on the list, but the search is for ownership to begin in September. I'll adjust it, Rourke told her. If we hit on anything tonight, I'll pull you back. Are you working from home? Peabody asked her. Central for now. I need to... Central it is. Jenkinson jabbed a finger. Boss, you're gonna work it. We're gonna work it. That girl's been locked up a damn week. We got a chance to find her tonight. I want to take it. Go get your burgers, and I'll keep you in the loop. Even as Jenkinson folded his arms, put on his just try to budge me face, Rourke stepped in. It happens we own a pub right down the block there and around the corner. I'll wager no one's had a meal as yet, so I can work on this search, The lieutenant can do what she must, and all can have that meal. Together, he added with a glance at Eve, so it saves time when we locate him. Feeney punched Rourke's shoulder. The Dubliner? That's yours? Why don't you tell me these things? He asked Eve. Prime eats, prime brew. It makes sense, kid. Good time management. Fine. Leave the rides here, on duty. He's not on this block. If we don't hit by the time we've had the prime eats, everybody goes home. Hey, what if he's still at the lab? Eve flicked Peabody a glance. He clocked out at 16:43. I checked with security before we moved out. Oh, well, sure. So, we've got ourselves a good deal. Jenkinson looked back at Rourke. I don't guess they have actual cow meat. They got it, Feeney answered first. Costs you right nut, but they got it. They do one hell of a fish and chips. My pub, my treat, Rourke said as they began to walk. You should come on ops more often, Jenkinson told him. Yeah, he's got nothing better to do. We're gonna need a table where we can bounce things around as they come, and I need to update my... We've a nice, roomy snug. Rourke snagged Eve's hand before she could stop him. Not to worry. Roomy and snug are opposites. Feeney just shook his head at Jamie. You've got a lot to learn, boy. They rounded the corner. So, can I get a brew? No, Eve and Feeney said together. You're underage. Too young, Feeney said, and you know it. If we're working, nobody gets a brew. At Eve's statement, Feeney sighed. That's a damn shame. People packed the outdoor tables, and the interior hopped. The music piping through the speakers plastered a grin on Feeney's face, and the air smelled of prime eats. A waitress with a bright red braid and a face full of freckles paused with a tray of pints on her hip. Good evening to you. We've got you all set up in the snug, sir. I'll take you back as soon as I've served these pints. I know the way, thanks. Well then, I'll come around and take your orders before you know it. Is that accent real? Eve wondered as Rourke wove the way through tables and around a long, busy bar. It would be, yes. She's from Cork, if I remember it right. He opened a door, herded them in, closed it. The noise level dropped by half. It proved a roomy snug, with what looked like 3 smaller tables pushed together to make one. The space included a one-person workstation, a wall screen, a wing chair, and a low sofa. The sort that whispered, nap here. The table already held 2 boards with rounds of brown bread, dishes of butter, 3 large bottles of water, and wedges of lemons and limes. Okay, I get roomy. Jamie immediately attacked the bread. Why is it a snug? A cozy sort of place, Rourke told him, and private. Well, back in the day, a place where those who didn't want to be seen lifting a pint could drink. An old tradition, mostly abandoned now, but I like the idea of it for this place. Frosty! He slathered butter on the bread, devoured it, then grinned at his godfather. Prime! Eve sat, took out her PPC, and got to work. I can write it up. She shook her head at Peabody. I've got it. Then can I take 5 minutes to consult with McNabb on the tile so we can put the order in and not break the sacred pinky swear? Without looking up, Eve held up 5 fingers while the other cops and the intern talked about the menu. The waitress popped in. "I'm Maura, and Jack will be along, and I will be serving you tonight. Now, what can I get you fine officers of the law to drink this evening?" "Coffee, black," Eve said, again without looking up. As the orders went around and Maura gave her spiel about specials, Jamie dropped into the chair beside Eve. "So, what's the story with Quilla?" "Why?" "Wondering." Now Eve looked up. "You're too old for her." "Come on! Too young for a beer, but too old for the cute girl?" "Yes, go away. Working." By the time she'd written the report, sent the update to Mira, the commander, and Rio, the waitstaff had not only served the coffee, but brought in a coffee service for easy refills, and were busily taking orders. "And what's your pleasure tonight, Lieutenant?" She hadn't thought about it or glanced at the menu. "Burger's good. Burger and fries, thanks." He'd want top security, she said to Feeney. Any place he'd use to hold these women, he'd need it secure. Maybe he had a new system put in, or added to one. "We can work with that. Jamie, start looking for permits, issued after September 18th on security systems. Start top line, work down. Stick to the sector, then spread out." Eve looked down the table at Rourke, who seemed deep in a conversation with Reinecke that didn't look like cop work. "The search. It's running. You should try the fried clam table appetizer," Rourke advised. "It's lovely." Eve looked at the trio of nearly depleted dishes, considered what clams looked like before frying. No. There's the plumbing angle, too. Rourke poured himself more water. "If I wanted to cover my tracks, remain as much off the grid as possible, and needed such things as new security and plumbing, what have you, and had the resources of someone who'd worked with the police for near to 4 decades, I wouldn't go through proper channels. If I couldn't manage the work myself, I'd hire those who wouldn't quibble about permits and such." Jenkinson gestured with a fried clam before he popped it in his mouth. "That's a point." "Crap." "It's a good point." So good, she had to stand up and pace. Yeah, he knows how not to leave a trail, or to cover it up, make it hard to spot the tracks. And yeah, he's worked with cops, observed cops, knows the process. But he's not a cop, and he's pretty damn new at being a murderer. He slipped up with the fake nails, then he had to regroup and try sending us in the wrong direction. She grabbed her cup, walked over to refill it from the station. "He slipped up once," Jenkinson said. "He slipped up somewhere else. We just haven't hit it yet." "Damn right." He's a creature of habit, a perfectionist, obsessive. He plans and plans, carefully, but the plans have to fit the obsession. He saw these women because of his habits and routines. He likes to walk. He could have seen Covino countless times, given where she lives in connection to his apartment, his workplace. The other two, still lower west, but a longer walk east. Possibly he didn't spot them until he moved. Putting his new hold farther away from the lab, Feeney put in. He likes to walk, and he'd have more reason to after September, after the break. Now he's hunting. She started to ask Rourke to put the wall screen on so she could bring up a map and look again, and the food came in. "Let it sit," she ordered herself. "Just let it work around in there until something else breaks through." For a few minutes, while the waitstaff served, the snug turned as noisy as the main pub. And she had to admit, the smell of food, those prime eats, rang all the happy bells in her empty stomach. She sat again, loaded her food with salt before taking a bite of her burger. She pointed at Feeney, who was digging into his fish and chips. "You know him. Work know him. First word that springs to describe him." Feeney swirled a forkful of fish in tartar sauce. "Nebbishy. That's the word." "It is?" "Like, you know, timid on the geek side." "You asked." "I did. Same, Jenkinson." "Reliable. Always came through with the goods. I get the nebbish, but it's a Yiddish deal that can mean indecisive or awkward. Awkward fits well enough, but not the indecisive part. Timid, awkward, yeah, and reliable." "Okay." She ate a fry, decided it was a potato miracle, so ate another. "How about you, Reinecke?" "First two are taken, so I'm saying exacting. Couldn't rush the guy, but when he finished, you had it all spelled out." "And Rio said he's a stellar witness in court." "Peabody?" Peabody paused over her own fish and chips. "I only met him those couple of times, but I'm saying soft." "Soft?" "Soft eyes, soft smile, soft voice, kind of a soft manner. And no accent. He's from the South, but not a trace of it." "You don't blend as well with an accent." "I guess you don't. Have you got a word?" "Alone." The way he got flustered when Harvo went into his space in her Harvo way. He's used to being alone. So, a soft, nebbishy, precise, reliable loner. He has to keep them in a separate space. Jamie had nearly polished off a burger the size of Kansas and seriously depleted his mountain of fries. You put all those words together like you did? He can't have them in his space. He needs his own. He probably has a routine worked out with them. Feeding times and all that. He'd need to spend time with them, or what's the point? But they're not in his space, his area. Basement's still the best bet. Feeney smiled a proud smile over his chips. Agreed. It's a damn house with a damn basement and damn good security. Rourke picked up the PPC he'd set on the table, studied it. I believe it is, yes. And we've a solid hit. You found him. I have. I agreed with your conclusion that someone so obsessed would have to use his mother's name or some derivative of it, but found nothing there. Then it occurred to me, he continued, rising to set up the screen, that someone like him, as you all just described, might be clever enough to hide that. An anagram. I ran for anagrams of his mother's birth name. Anagram? Mixing up words to make other words? And Lisa McKinney becomes Cammy and Ken Sniley, so a couple rather than a single. He brought up the map. Cammy and Ken Sniley are the owners of record as the property transferred into those names on September 25th from a trust held by the law firm of, McKinney and Son. He did the anagram, and one of them made up the name of the law firm. Likely him again. Eve studied the map. Highlight the other areas. Crime scenes, residences. She wanted to make it up to him somehow. She came to New York, bought the house for him, and sent him the paperwork before she took the pills. I'm betting Cammy and Ken also have a fat bank account opened around the same time. She'd want to give him money to maintain the house, to make up for all those years. Already looking for that, Feeney told her. Didn't want him to have to pay estate taxes, he continued as he worked, or wait to claim the house until the estate settled. That's my guess. And didn't want her other children to know, Eve finished. Couldn't face that, even at the end. Can you get blueprints? Rourke sent Reineke a put-upon look. And listen how she insults me after we've had such a pleasant meal. No permits applied for, Jamie said. Not for that property. Rourke probably hit that one. He slid around permits. Moments later, the blueprints flashed on screen. Fucking A. Look at the size of that basement. What's the date on these? March of last year, when they were generated for a rehab. A house sale, I'm thinking. And on the market, I'll wager we'll find, just in time for his mother to buy it. You see, there's a small kitchen on the basement level, and 2 full and 2 half baths as well. One of the baths to make a master suite. No windows, but for this eastmost wall in that suite area. Must have that for code, you see. There's their way out in case of fire, for instance, and I expect your way in. He may have blocked it off. Or it's something she can't reach, something she can't get to. Blocked off, maybe. Privacy screened, absolutely. Don't want anyone getting nosy enough to look in. Stairs leading up, almost center of the big-ass basement. Doors on the main level, front, back, both sides. Another door, second level to a porch thing, deck thing. Stairs down to what looks like a little walled-off courtyard. Yes, it's a very nice property. Okay, he's gonna have cams, solid security. He's crazy, but he's not stupid. She stood a moment, hands in pockets, studying the blueprints, working it out in her head. All right, here's how we take him down. 20. Before. She couldn't sleep, not with a bed so empty beside her. She was a doctor's wife and had often slept alone when Joe's duties had kept him late into the night. But he'd always come home, and she'd always waked, at least enough to turn to him to reach for his hand. He'd always come home. Until that horrible night. How could she sleep knowing he'd never come back to her? Everything about her had been wrong before Joe. She knew that now. Everything wrong, everything bad, every mistake, so many, too many, had rushed back into her. And all of it so raw, so real, flooding over her like the waters of the lake where she'd tried and failed to end her own life. She'd left her little boy. She'd actually thought to kill him, to take him with her into the dark. Oh God, what did that make her? The sweet, sassy baby darling she'd failed in so many ways. No, in every way, she thought yet again, as she stared out the bedroom window at the gardens she and Joe, and then their children with them, had tended for so long. So many years among the flowers, under the Spanish moss, in the beautiful old house. Breakfasts in the kitchen. Off to school now. Learn something today. Sweet tea on the veranda. Picnics on the lawn. Quiet nights loving Joe while the children slept. Birthdays and skin knees, squabbles and bedtime stories. Graduations and weddings, her babies, beautiful babies. And she'd left her little boy alone. She'd washed his face and hands in a service station bathroom that smelled of piss-soaked heat because she'd traded her body for pills instead of a motel room. He'd been angry, whiny, so her head felt as if it would split. Why shouldn't he have been, when instead of a bath and bed, she'd taken the oxy and gas money so she could move on? Just move on. How could she have loved? And she had. Oh, she had loved her little boy. And been such a terrible mother. Because everything about her had been wrong. She'd known it, finally accepted it, and determined to end it. But she hadn't taken him with her. She'd left him at that church. There'd been hope. She hadn't killed her baby. Only left him and forgotten him. Forgotten it all, as if it had never happened, as if Lisa McKinney had never been. And been reborn with Joe. By Joe. For Joe. Now he was gone. And all the years, so many years, she'd been a good wife, a good mother, a good person, a caring, loving, productive woman, gone with him. Violet had been stripped away to Lisa. Lisa didn't deserve those years of joy and comfort and love. The selfish, foolish, reckless girl who'd abandoned her own child deserved nothing. And the Violet who remained couldn't live with it. How could she tell her children, their children, she'd built their lives on a lie? Maybe if she'd remembered it all when Joe had still been alive, they'd have found a way. He always found a way. But he was gone. Her North Star had flickered out, and she couldn't find her way any longer. She wandered the room, touching photographs and the memories they held. The candlesticks that had been Joe's grandmother's. A strong, proud woman who'd given her a pair of diamond teardrop earrings on her wedding day as something old. The vase she'd found in Venice on their honeymoon. The trinket box, wonderfully gaudy, the children had given her for Mother's Day so long ago. Precious things. Those pieces of the life she'd lived. Violet's life. But Violet couldn't exist, not really, without Joe. She'd walked the house earlier, before all the children came for dinner. A last supper, she thought. She couldn't do so now, not with Joella staying over. If Joella heard her, she'd try to comfort, and she'd worry. But she'd walked the house, the gardens, said her goodbyes. She'd fed her children a big, happy meal. She'd hugged them, held them. Now, she set out the letters she'd written each of them. They'd grieve, she knew, but they'd forgive her. Forgive Mama. And their lives would go on. She could be proud of that. Proud there had been something strong and good in her, something Joe found in her that helped her raise such fine children. Nothing of Lisa in them, she thought. Only Joe and Violet. She'd written to her son, her firstborn, the little boy she'd deserted. So strange, so odd, so disconcerting to see him, a grown man, a gray-haired man, a scientist. She thought to go to him, to speak to him, to tell him everything face to face. But she hadn't found the courage. But she had to leave him something, had to make up somehow for all those lost years, for the fear he must have felt, waking alone on the steps of the church. She'd bought the house. Not as big as the one where her other children had grown up, but a lovely old house, a solid house, still close to where he worked. She'd opened a bank account for him and arranged it all so he could simply move in or sell the house if it didn't suit him. She'd sent all the paperwork just that morning, with a letter confessing, explaining, or trying to. Would he forgive her? Maybe one day. But she felt Violet had done all she could for Lisa's baby darling. She was a doctor's wife and knew how many pills to take. She got into bed, the bed she'd shared with Joe for a lifetime, and began to take them, one at a time, letting each one settle. When she felt drowsy, she took more. When it was enough, she set the glass aside. When it was enough, she lay down, stretched a hand out to Joe's side of the bed, imagined him taking that hand in his. She sighed once, said, "Joe," and finally slept. Now, Mary Kate heard the footsteps overhead. He was back. Very deliberately, she sat in the reading chair, picked up a book. She accepted Anna was gone. He'd moved her, or he'd killed her. He'd do the same to her eventually, unless she found a way out, and she'd gotten nowhere on that, or held him off long enough for someone to find her. Holding him off meant placating him, playing a role. She'd damn well do just that. If she could find a way, she'd kill or disable him and pray he had the key to her chains or a link she could use to call for help. She had food, she had water, she even had a decent bathroom. And she constantly reminded herself, a brain and a spine. So she sat in the French-cut pink t-shirt and cropped pants. Not her style. A little on the rich matron side for her, but comfortable. She had white skids, no laces. If she'd had laces, she might have tied them together and tried to strangle him with them. He'd probably thought of that. He had a brain too, but there was something really wrong with it. He'd grown up in the South. She'd figured that out. The man didn't have an accent, but when he reverted to the kid did. A twangy one, whiny and twangy. Maybe she could use that. Maybe. What she decided she could use and would was her own mother. How her mother handled her and her siblings. Patient, firm, some humor, and a lot of "don't push it, kid, or pay the price." When she heard the locks give, she gripped the book tight, made herself breathe, made herself smile. He had a sour look to him, but she kept the smile bright. "Hi, welcome home. How was your day?" He stared at her, and the sour look deepened. "I had a very difficult day." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." She set the book aside as if she wanted nothing more than to talk to him. Tell me all about it. Why would you care? Of course I care, baby darling. You know what you need. You need a snack. Let me fix you. She started to get up, trailed off, then settled again. Added a self-deprecating laugh. Sorry. Tell you what, why don't you fix us both a snack, and you can tell me what happened to make you unhappy? She lifted her free hand, waved a finger. No sweets now, not this close to dinner. He continued to stare at her, but she saw what she thought was interest and a touch of slyness come into his eyes. I want a cookie. She let out a big sigh. Was it really that bad a day? Yes. She held up the finger again. One cookie. The sour look vanished. He went into the kitchen, opened one of the cabinets. From her angle, she could see he'd loaded it with snack food, kid food, bags of cookies, chips, candy bars. He took a bag of cookies out. How about a nice cold glass of milk to go with it? At her suggestion, his face went fierce, and the accent crept in. I want a soda pop! Fear clawed in her belly, but she channeled her mother, sent him a cold stare. I understand you had a bad day, but you'll watch your tone with me, young man. When he goggled at her, she inclined her head as her mother might have done. Now, apologize and ask properly. Don't wanna! Then we have nothing more to say. With her heart pounding against her ribs, she picked up the book and pretended to read while the words blurred. In the silence, she heard his rapid breathing and forced herself not to look up when it dragged on. I'm sorry, Mommy. She looked over to see his head hanging, chastised. Can I have a soda pop? Please, please? It took her a moment because her throat didn't want to work. Just this once because you've had a bad day. Yay! He went to the mini friggy. Some juice, she noted, a container of soy milk, and heavy on the soft drinks. Aren't you going to get me one? He bounced on his toes like a child. What kind do you want, Mommy? We got all kinds. Tilting her head, she tapped a finger on her chin, watching him, watching his every move and expression. Well, since we're going to have ourselves a little pre-dinner party, I should have my favorite. Cherry Coca-Cola! You like that best! Despised it. I sure do. She got up, moved to the bed, and patted the space beside her. Now, you fix us a nice snack, then come on over here and tell me all about the bad day. Kay, it was bad, and they keep asking questions. I did everything right. Of course you did. The man came back, and she found herself much more frightened of the man. I did it all perfectly. Why do they care about a fingernail? Why did they even notice when I did it all perfectly? It had to be perfect, had to be right. I take pride in my work. Of course you do. What did it mean? Keep him talking. You're so good at it. You're the best. The man looked at her with glittering eyes. How do you know? You went away. You left me. I'm so sorry, baby darling. I'm so sorry I went away. But I'm here now. You left me, and I couldn't find you. He began to tap his fist on the counter. You forgot me. You never tried to find me. I'm so ashamed. It wasn't hard to work up tears. I'll never forgive myself. How could I forgive myself? All I can do is try to make it up to you. Try to be a good mommy and take care of you and be here and listen when you've had a bad day. I had to pretend to make a mistake. I don't make mistakes. But it was just pretend. It's okay to pretend. I don't make mistakes, he repeated. So they won't find out because they'll believe what I said. Absolutely. They'd be mean to me if they knew. But the others, they were wrong. They made mistakes, so I knew they were wrong. He studied her like something smeared on a slide under a microscope. Maybe you're wrong, too. There's another. I'll bring her home tonight. She could be the right one. Mary Kate went with instinct, took the risk. What a thing to say! I said I was sorry. I'm trying to make up for it. But you're hurting my feelings anyway. I'm the only one. She knuckled a tear away. I made an awful mistake, but I'm trying so hard. Don't cry, Mommy. I want us to be happy together again. And for you to believe me and let me fix you snacks when you come home. She looked over at him. Let's not be mad at each other. Let's have our party. You don't have to talk about the bad day because we're going to have a good one. You and me. Do you promise? She patted the bed again. Come on over here for our party. We'll play a game. A game? Let's see. What kind of game should we play? The boy was back as he hurried over with the cookies and soda. She wondered what sick war raged into his head to cause him to flip back and forth. But she hoped, she could handle the boy. She nibbled on the cookie, though her skin crawled when he snuggled up beside her. We could play See It. Remember when we drove and we'd play See It? I see a red car. I see a flagpole. That's a good game. She took another bite of the cookie. We could use things in this room and... Oh, I've got a game. A memory game. Like a child, he ate the cookie greedily. A memory game. This'll be fun. A test of my powers. She wiggled her eyebrows, laughed. I have to close my eyes, and you take everything out of your pockets and put it all on the table there by the chair. Then I get to look for 3 seconds. You count it off. Then I close my eyes again and have to say everything you set out. What's the prize? What's the prize? Well... Okay. If I don't remember every single thing, you... get another cookie. Holding back disgust, she tickled a finger at his ribs. What if you do? Then I get another cookie, of course. I want the cookie. Then you have to play the game. I'm gonna win. Close your eyes. No cheating. No cheating, she promised, and saying a quick prayer, closed her eyes. In the van, well out of camera range, Eve studied the screen while McNabb ran the heat source search. 2, basement, almost dead center. Run the whole place, she told McNabb, but that's going to be Dauber and Covino. If he'd grabbed another, she'd be down there somewhere. Rourke? Finishing the analysis on the security system, but yes, we can take it down. He'll be smart enough to have an alert down here, or on a link or device if anything goes down, glitches. We don't risk that when he's with her. Crap. Christ, all but in her lap from how it looks. Sitting, McNabb confirmed, hip to hip. No other sources down there, none on the main level. Moving up. Jenkinson, Reinecke, are you in position? Back wall, out of cam range, but we've got a decent angle on the house, Jenkinson answered. Hold there until the go. We need to get him upstairs, away from her. Then take down the security. Covino's priority. You can get over the wall? I can scale a damn wall. Jenkinson's insult came through as clearly as his voice. She's center of the basement level now. If that changes, we'll relay new position. Get over, get in, get to her when I say go. The house is clear, Dallas. It's just the two of them in there. He's moving. Just a few steps. Jamie, if you've got a single doubt, say it. I'm good. I've got this. He's gonna see you, watch you, maintain. You get him up to the door, we shut down security, we move in, and you get out of the way. Copy that. Jamie's a go. He picked up the stack of flyers they'd designed and printed out. After getting out of the van, he walked up the sidewalk into camera range, then turned to the house. Feeney, he'll handle it. He's the only one of us we know Dauber won't recognize. Doesn't look like a cop yet. Cop's in there, but doesn't show yet. Everybody hold. In the basement, Mary Kate scanned the items on the table. A link, a set of old-fashioned keys, a swipe, an ID card, and Jesus, a mini taser. A folding knife, loose change, wallet, a white handkerchief. 3! Close your eyes! Close them, Mommy! She even put her free hand over them. Okay. Boy, 3 seconds isn't long. She remembered every damn item but drew it out. A link, a wallet, a hanky, keys on a ring, a swipe. Oh, I know there was more. Wait. Darn it. I won! If there was anything stranger than seeing a grown man with a little pudgy middle dance and spin in circles, she'd yet to see it. He dashed over to the kitchen for his prize. She had to get the link, the keys, the taser, the knife, keep him occupied. Let's play again. It can be your turn to test your powers. She jolted when something gave out a loud buzz. What's that? Scared me. Anyway, someone's at the door. His voice had gone flat. She had to stick her hands under her legs as hope trembled through them. Oh, one of your friends? Maybe they want to play too. I don't have any friends. Because they're not worthy of you. Go on up now, she said when the buzzing came again. Tell them to go away. We don't need them, right? They'll go away. I won't answer. He stepped over, brought up a small screen. It's just some boy. He'll go away. But the buzzing came a third time. Baby darling, go up and tell him we're busy. Go on now so I can set up for your turn. He needs to go away. Dauber stomped to the stairs and up. The minute the door closed, Mary Kate leaped on the link. Security locked. She dropped it, grabbed the keys. One of them had to open the shackles. If she could just stop shaking long enough to use them. He's heading up, Jamie. Get ready. Rourke, the minute he opens the door, you'll have it. Jamie heard the locks turn, The door opened a crack. "Go away." Sir," he added a southern drawl to his character. "I'm sorry to disturb your evening, but Pepper's missing. My dog. She's just a little dog." He held up a flyer, let that southern boy's voice shake with tears. "We just moved in today. Down there?" he gestured. "I'm not interested in moved from South Carolina." Jamie rolled right over Dauber, talking fast, looking directly into his eyes. "And she's lost. She doesn't know where she is. I'm afraid something. Please, mister, would you take a flyer, please? Pepper, she's still just a puppy, really, and it's my fault she got out. Please, sir." "I haven't seen your dog." But Dauber opened the door another inch to take the flyer. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." And Eve kicked the door all the way open. "Police! Put your hands up, Dauber." He shrieked and ran across a dimly lit, empty foyer. She could have stunned him with a weapon in her hand, but opted for a short chase. He had some speed. He whipped left into a big, empty room toward a side door. Her hard tackle had him skidding over the dusty floor. "Mommy! I want my mommy!" He beat his fists, kicked his feet, shrieking in a voice she wondered didn't shatter glass in a radius of 10 miles. "She's gonna beat you up!" "Yeah? I don't think so." Eve yanked his arms behind his back, slapped on the restraints. "Andrew Dauber, you're under arrest for the murders of Lauren Elder and Anna Hobe, for the abductions of Same and of Mary Kate Covino." "I hate you! You're a bad girl!" "Bet your ass I'm bad." Rising, Eve stared down as Dauber sobbed and thrashed. "Got him, Peabody?" "Yeah, I got him." "Jenkinson, target secure. I'm heading your way." "Copy that. Had to bust the damn window, but we're through." Mary Kate Covino! Police! We're the police!" She stood, shackles on the floor, keys clutched in one hand, the little taser in the other, and looked ready to use it. Jenkinson holstered his weapon, held up his badge, as his partner did the same. "It's okay now, Mary Kate." Jenkinson softened his tone. "We're the cops. It's okay now. You're safe now." Her breath heaved and hitched before she dropped the taser. She made a limping run to Jenkinson, threw herself at him. Please get me out of here. Get me out." "That's what we're gonna do. Don't you worry." Eve reached the steps to see Jenkinson stroking Covino's hair as she wept on his shoulder. "Bring her up this way. It's clear." Still clinging to Jenkinson, Mary Kate whipped her head toward Eve. "Did you catch him? Did you find him? He's insane!" "We have him," Eve assured her. "He's secured. We're going to have you transported to the hospital and—" No, please! I don't want to go to the hospital. I want my mom. She buried her face in Jenkinson's shoulder again. Mary Kate. Eve came down a few steps. Cop Central's not far. "It's not? Where the hell am I?" "About 6 blocks from where you live. How about we take you to Central, and I contact your mother, your family, your roommate, anyone you want. We can have a medical look you over there." "Please. Okay. Please. Can you take me out of here?" "Jenkinson, take Mary Kate into Central. Stay with her. Cloak the board in the conference room. Use that. Reinecke, I'm gonna need you here on the search for now. Start on the 2nd floor." "You'll stay with me?" "Sure I will." I bet that ankle's sore. You lean on me now." With a sob that ended on a sigh, Mary Kate leaned on Jenkinson. She looked at Eve. "There was another woman here. At least one other. Her name was Anna. That's all I could hear. I think he killed her. I'm afraid he did." "We'll talk about it." Eve walked down as they walked up. When Rourke came down a few minutes later, she stood at one of the cells. "I'm gonna contact Louise. She's closer than Mira for a physical exam on Covino. Mira'll handle the rest, but her wrist and ankle looked rough. 3 cells. 2 more like this." She gestured, and he'd have used the bath and the bedroom suite deal to clean them up. He has a workspace set up in there. A long table, all the hair stuff, makeup, the tattoo kit, and so on. Wardrobe in the closet. She got the keys from him. I need to ask her how the hell she managed to get him to set down the keys, a knife that's likely the murder weapon, a taser. A mini wouldn't do much, but still. How the hell did she get him to leave all of that within her reach? She must be a very clever woman. She outwitted him. So did you. On our part, good cop work. On hers, that's grit. Smarts, yeah, but grit. I'll have to go in, talk to her. I may want to pass at Daubert tonight, we'll see. Either way, it's gonna take a while. Because she had a recorder on, and he knew her standards, he didn't touch her. "You know I'm going with you." Figured, but just wanted to point all that out. "Dallas?" Peabody called from the top of the stairs. "He has an office set up on the 2nd floor. He had more targets lined up. You're gonna want to see this." "On my way." She looked again at the windowless room with its narrow cot, the shackles bolted to the wall. "Grit," she repeated. 21. As she walked from the basement level to the 2nd floor, Eve contacted Louise D'Amato. "Hey," Eve said, when Louise, blonde hair loose and wavy, came on screen. "I need a favor. I'm in a very good mood, so inclined to give one." "Where are you?" "Walking," Eve observed. "Street noises. Enjoying a slow walk home after a lovely dinner with my sexy husband." Louise aimed her link over and up, so Charles came on screen. "Hey back, Lieutenant Sugar." "Good moods all around," Eve concluded, for the doctor and the former licensed companion turned sex therapist. "How about grabbing your medical bag and making a detour to Central?" Louise angled the link back, and the dreamy light in her gray eyes vanished. "Who's hurt?" "Female victim, Mary Kate Covino. Minor physical injuries, primarily contusions and lacerations on her wrist and ankle. I could call the MTs, but she's gonna feel more comfortable with you." "Is this connected to the 2 women who were murdered?" "She would have been number 3. We got him." "Good. We're nearly home. I'll get my bag." "Thanks. I'm putting her in a conference room on my level, and Jenkinson's with her. Peabody's gonna clear it so you can go straight to her." He had her a week, Louise. "Understood." "Mira, I'm calling her in." "Also good. I'll see you soon." "Peabody, clear them through," she said when she clicked off. She stepped into a large room with an attached bath. It had big double windows, privacy screened, facing the street. She wouldn't have called it an office, but an HQ. He had boards set up, one for each victim. Photographs of them at work, on the street, shopping, drinks with a friend. Timesheets, she noted, studying them one by one. Logging each woman's routines, work schedules, days or nights off. A list of family, friends, co-workers, shops and restaurants most frequented. Very, very thorough, she thought. He'd taken photos of them as they slept in captivity. Photos of the tattoo he'd replicated. Included precise measurements of the butterfly, the colors of inks used. He noted down what they'd eaten and when, what drugs he'd given them and when. And he'd taken more photos after he'd killed them, cleaned them, dressed them, styled their hair and face. Included a list of the products, the wardrobe chosen for each. Cops should avoid terms like slam dunk, Peabody commented. But Eve just nodded. Numbers instead of names. And it looks like he worked in groups of 3. He had 4, 5, and 6 lined up. She moved closer. And he had 4 ready to go. See this? He completed his research, had his plan for number 4. He planned to grab her tonight. She moved across the room, bypassing for now the workstation and electronics for the board devoted to Lisa McKinney, Violet Fletcher. Got her mugshot, the stripper ad, date of birth, all family connections, the date she disappeared, clippings of her wedding to Joseph and plenty of others through the years, charity work, garden clubs, birth announcements, and you can see he's documented Violet's 3 children over the years. He'd have gone after them eventually. She turned back to the victim board. If one of them suited him, or well enough, if one of them worked, he could shift his focus to his mother's other kids. She should never have had them. They got her. And that big house. The good life. As she took another turn around the room, Rourke watched her face. The lieutenant's considering another angle of approach on your slam dunk. Yeah, I am. Look at this. And tag Baxter, Peabody. I want him and Trueheart in here to help Reinecke and the E-team. We're gonna go over every inch of this place, but look at it. The precision, the details, the focus, the skill. Timelines. He's even got the patrols, the beat cops assigned to the area he hunted. I'm betting everything he purchases, the clothes, the makeup, everything, is logged on that comp. The where he got every item, the cost, the date of purchase. She turned to Rourke. I'm gonna have his electronics from the lab brought in, and every single device from this house. Maybe you want to give Feeney a hand with all that. I would, yes. An entertaining evening for me, I expect. Yeah, a geek party. Sorry, boss. Reinecke stepped in. We got a safe in the bedroom back here, the one Dauber used. Feeney said Rourke could probably get into it quicker than he could. More fun for me. The other thing? Guy's got Spider-Man pajamas. 4 pairs of Spider-Man pajamas. Spider-Man? You know, Lou, the amazing Spider-Man. Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. I know who it is because... She jerked a thumb at Rourke. Kid size? Nope. For himself. According to the police report, That's what he was wearing when they found him. "Bowl full of nuts," Reineke said as he went out again. Rourke gave Eve a light rub on the shoulder. "I'll go have my fun." "Do that. I want to get to Covino, get her statement so we can send her home. Let me know when you leave. I'll stick with Feeney and company." Eve nodded absently as Rourke left the room. "Maybe we give Dauber a round tonight. I want Mira in the box with us on this one. We'll keep Rio on tap, but I don't think we'll need her right off." "Because?" Peabody wondered. "Is he gonna lawyer up?" "We'll see. But look how smart he is. How smart he thinks he is. How careful, how attentive to details. I'm betting we find contingency plans on the comps. Plan A goes wrong, not because he screwed up, not that, because it's never going to be his fault. But the target changed some element on the target date. He'd factor the variables." "Okay." "Jesus, Peabody, open up." Eve gestured to encompass the room. "So he's crazy, and he's got some nasty little 5-year-old demon inside him. But you can't look at all this and conclude he doesn't know right from wrong. Insanity defense? That's a legal deal, and we're gonna rip that to shreds with all this. He knew exactly what he was doing, how he intended to do it. He had 6 women, so far, as targets, and disposed of them when they didn't fit his criteria. The why he did it? Yeah, that's the crazy. But it's not going to be enough. Even if the shrinks and the courts give him the insanity, we're going to make damn sure he's held responsible. No 5 or 10 years of treatment and therapy, and he's all good to go again." She saw her way, saw some angles. "Let's go talk to Covino." As they started out, Jamie came running, an evidence bag in his hand. Man, oh man, Rourke cut through that safe like a katana. Just swipe, slash. I gotta learn how to do that. Ignoring the intern's dazzle over the skills of a former thief, Eve pointed to the bag. "Is that for me?" "Reineke said to give it to you ASAP. It's a letter from Dauber's bio mom, dated a couple days before she self-terminated. Bunch of paperwork and docs in there, too. Deed to the house, bank accounts, tax stuff. He said they'll bring it in, but you'd want this now." He'd be right. She took the bag and the handwritten pages inside. "You should have seen it. I mean, it's like he had the combination in his head." "I bet. Tell Reineke to call in the sweepers and that Baxter and Trueheart are coming in to help with the search. I'll send Jenkinson back once I get to Central. I want all the E's taken in, and Feeney needs to send someone, ask for Calendar, to get Dauber's workies from the lab. You got all that?" "Yes, sir, I got it. This night rocks up and down and sideways." As he took off at a run, Eve passed the evidence bag to Peabody. "Take it out. Read it out loud on the way. Let's see what Mommy had to say." "I did a quick walkthrough of the house," Peabody told her. "Looks like he used the kitchen in the basement, not the really mag one on the main level, and only used the 2 bedrooms, one for his office, the other for sleeping. Mostly the house is empty." He had other things on his mind. No time or interest in furnishing or really living in this place. "Read." "Baby darling," Peabody began. "I wonder if you remember I called you that. I wonder if you remember me at all. A part of me hopes you don't, that you've long ago forgotten me, all I did, all I didn't do, Every part of me hopes you've had a happy life with a loving family, with caring friends. I know you're a scientist, a forensic chemist. You were always so smart, so full of questions, so insistent on answers. And there were so many answers I couldn't give you. I understand now I was so very damaged, so lacking, such a selfish and reckless woman. No matter how much I loved you, and I did love you, loved only you, I wasn't a good mother to you. You were so young, you couldn't know how I craved the pills, and the craving made me only more lacking, selfish, reckless, and so unhappy. I would tell myself that the next town, the next stop, the next day, I would do better by you. I'd find a place, find a decent job, give up the pills, the life I led and made you lead. But I was too weak, and the next was always the same until I lost everything. Living in the car, you sleeping in the back seat while I traded my body for those pills, or enough money to buy them. Again and again. Still, I clung to you. Instead of doing what I could to see you had a good life, I chained you to mine and, yes, lost everything. My health, my reason, my mind. But the most precious thing I lost was you. The morning of the last day, I had to try to clean you up in a filthy gas station bathroom. You were so angry you fought me, struck out at me. Bad mommy, you called me, and you were right. I bought you chips and candy, whatever I thought would keep you happy in that damn back seat, while I drove and drove and drove. Nearly out of money, nearly out of pills, and completely out of my mind. I was broken, my baby darling, and saw no way out but to end it. And, God forgive me, for I cannot. I clung to you still and thought to take you with me. I see you now in that back seat in the Spider-Man PJs I stole to make you happy. I see you as I stopped because you were thirsty and very cranky, and my head really pounded. I went inside the mart. The air was extremely warm and thick, and bought you a soda pop and slipped one of my last pills into it so you'd sleep. So you'd just sleep, and somehow we'd wake up together in a better place. As you slept and I drove, half crazed, planning to take both our lives, I saw a light, a church. I stopped and, weeping, carried you to the door, left you sleeping there. Someone would find you and give you the good, happy life I never could. I left you, my precious, under that single light in the dark. I drove and drove, and I saw the lake. I didn't hesitate, but drove straight into it. I don't remember fighting to get out of the car, only vague terrors of water pouring over me, of swallowing it. I don't remember clearly dragging myself out of the water, or the days, I think 2 at least, of fever and chills and fear that I spent wandering the swamps. I remembered nothing, not what happened to me, my own name, not you. It was gone, just gone. I was alone. I was no one, and sick, hurt, terrified. Joe found me. He took me in. He's a doctor, and he took care of me. He gave me my way when I begged him not to call the police or take me to a hospital. The fear was all I remembered from before. He named me, and when we fell in love, gave me a life I now know I never deserved. We had 3 children together. You have a sister and 2 brothers, nieces and nephews. But I stole all of that. The life Joe would have given you when I left you under that single light on the church steps. I didn't remember. And I've lived all these years in a beautiful home with a beautiful family. Joe was killed. A drunk driver took him from us. And I think of all the times I drove with you in the back seat while I was high on pills. I might have taken some good man from a family who loved him with my recklessness. And in my grief, my terrible grief, it all flooded back on me like the water in the lake. All of it. All I'd done. The child I'd abandoned and forgotten. Though I know now you were taken in, adopted by good people, had a good home, a good life, I can't and won't ask you to forgive me. I nearly decided to leave this world, one I can't live in with these memories, without Joe beside me, never writing this letter, never telling you. But it feels, once again, like taking the coward's way. You deserve to know. And I know I can't make up to you what I did and the years between, but I need to give you something, some part of what Joe gave me. I'm enclosing the deed and all the paperwork to a house in your city and have opened a bank account in your name. I do this to provide for you, my son, what I should have throughout your life. I'm sorry, my baby darling. Please know that when I remembered all that came before, my first thought was of you. Here, I'm weak. Too much of Lisa, not enough Violet. So I need to go to Joe. I love you, Mommy. As Peabody finished, a little teary-eyed, they stepped out of the elevator on Homicide. A lot of it's what you thought might have happened. She blocked it all out, or the trauma did it for her. Wandering around some swamp, no sense of time, fever, chills, detoxing off the pills cold turkey. Rough. Then she hits pay dirt. It didn't sound like she thought of it like that. Not her, Peabody. Dauber. How he thinks of it. Of her. She ditches him and lands in the bed of roses. Now she thinks she can buy him off? Ditch her guilt like she ditched him for a house and some money? Then she takes herself out? She never paid. Never will. So he replicates her so she will. And that's how we play him. I'll take Covino. You check, see if he's saying lawyer. If not, we'll take a run at him tonight before he changes his mind. If he is, tag Rio, and we'll go from there. Eve continued to the conference room as Peabody turned into the bullpen. She found Charles standing outside the door. I didn't think I should go in, he said. I did raid your office auto chef on doctor's orders. She said I'd find a lot better than at vending, and she wanted Mary Kate to have some food. That's fine. You can wait there or in the bullpen. I appreciate you both coming in so quickly. No need for appreciation. This is what she does. Let her know I'm in your office, helping myself to some of your exceptional coffee. She went inside to find Mary Kate with her roommate sitting beside her and Jenkinson on her other side. Louise, in a fancy lace dress the color of her eyes, sat across from them. Mary Kate had clean white bandages on her wrist, her ankle, good color in her cheeks, and spooned up what smelled like chicken soup. "This tastes like heaven, not only because it doesn't come from him, but because it tastes like heaven." When she spotted Eve, she set down the spoon. "Go ahead and eat. Jenkinson, they could use you back at the crime scene." He gave Eve a nod, but turned to Mary Kate. "You're going to be okay now." Eve watched him blink in surprise when Mary Kate took his face in her hands, and when she kissed him, saw the faint flush rise up the back of his neck. "Thank you. I'm never going to forget everything you did. Never." He gave her an awkward pat. "You're a strong, smart woman." He rose, gave Eve another nod, and headed out. "He said you're the boss. I'm going to say you're lucky to have someone like him on your team." Eve sat. "I couldn't agree more." "Okay." Mary Kate let out a long breath. "Anyway, thanks for not making me go to a hospital and getting Cleo here so fast. Louise said I'm in pretty good shape, just, from the cuffs. No infection from the tad or the piercings. I really want this off." She pointed to her belly. "And the damn earrings, but she, Louise, said we should wait for you. Can she please take them out of me?" "Yeah, but I need to get them on record first." She rose, turned, hiked up her shirt to reveal the butterfly. God knows what it's going to take to have this removed. I'm not thinking about it yet. "MK's family's on their way," Cleo told Eve, "but I'm going to thank you first. You got her out. You got her out safe." "It's what I do. But from what I hear, she was working on that herself." "Got the tat. Can you turn around?" Mary Kate turned, still holding up her shirt. "The other detective, Reinecke. I'd like to thank him again. I cried all over Detective Jenkinson. He made me feel so safe. Reinecke's still in the field, but I'll pass it along." She got out 2 small evidence bags. "Are your hands sealed, Louise?" "They are, of course." "Go ahead and take the rings out. Place them in the bags." When she had, Mary Kate sat again, began to cry. "Sorry. Second," and turned to wrap herself in her roommate's arms. "It's okay now," Cleo soothed, while Eve sealed and labeled the evidence, put it out of sight. I know. "Okay." She pulled back, swiped at the tears, then looked at Eve. "What's next?" "I need your statement, on record, with as much detail as you can provide. Can you tell me if you knew or had contact with Andrew Dauber before your abduction? Is that his name? He insisted I call him Baby Darlin'. Made me sick, but I did it." "No, I didn't know him. I don't think I'd seen him before, but I'm not absolutely sure. When he first came into that horrible little room, I was sort of sick and dizzy, and I thought he looked a little familiar. But I don't know, and I don't know that name." "Okay. Why don't you—" Eve broke off when Mira came in. Rather than one of her fashionable suits, she wore slim black pants, a flowy white top with a black linen jacket over it. "Mary Kate, this is Dr. Mira." "I get 2 doctors?" "I'm very glad to meet you, Mary Kate." Mira extended a hand. I work for the NYPSD. Shrink. Head shrink, Eve supplied. Oh, okay. Dr. Mira's profile helped us identify and apprehend Dauber. Mira bounced off Eve's statement as she sat. You've been through an ordeal. I get a little shaky, but mostly I'm just really pissed off. Sounds healthy. I'd like Mary-Kate to start at the beginning. Take us through it. As many details as you can, Eve reminded her. All right. I planned this romantic getaway with this jerk dog of an asshole I got stupid over. She had a good head for details, Eve concluded, as Mary-Kate told her story, finished the soup along the way. How he'd looked, how he'd sounded, what he wore. The rumbling sound that signaled departure or return. Garage door, Eve thought. They took a break when Peabody escorted her family in. Eve stepped away from the tears, the embraces, gave them the space they needed. He hasn't asked for a lawyer yet, Peabody told her, but he's finally stopped yelling for his mommy and crying. He's just sitting quietly in his cell now. Good. I'm close to letting Covino go. Then we'll bring him up. The search turned up a case of pressure syringes locked in the van, loaded ones, zip ties, a stunner, police issue, a gurney, a ramp. And he put together his own lab on the 3rd floor of the house, probably to make what's in the syringes and whatever drugs he put in their food. McNabb says he kept really good records in there. He would. He wouldn't be able to help himself. Contact Dickhead. Crap. Yeah? He's gonna go off about this. Dauber worked under him. Shut him down. Tell him to get his ass into the lab and identify what's in the syringes, what we send him from the home lab. If he gives you any grief, tell him the commander and the chief are already informed and involved, and you're happy to inform them of his lack of cooperation. That actually might be sort of fun. Take what you can where you find it. Book an interview room first, and have Dauber brought up. He can sit in the box while we finish up. Eve walked back across the room. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to get the rest of Mary-Kate's statement so we can let her go. Mary-Kate's mother leaped up, threw her arms around Eve, and basically squeezed the breath out of her. You saved my girl, my precious girl. You're an angel, a goddess. I'm a cop, Ms. Covino. If I could just... Ms. Covino pulled back, eyes very like her daughter's, red-rimmed but fierce. I want you to hurt this man who took my girl. I understand, but we're the police. I'm not allowed to physically harm a suspect. Now Ms. Covino gave Eve a poke. I saw the vid. Twice. Mom, let Lieutenant Dallas finish. Finish him, the woman whispered in Eve's ear, then went back to stand behind her daughter like a palace guard. All right, Mary-Kate. You said tonight when he came into this new space where he'd put you, he was in a bad mood, but you were able to placate him. That's right. I decided I had to do whatever I could to string him along until somebody found me, or I found a way out. He went into that little brat mode, with the accent like I told you before, and he got mad at me. So I pulled this one out. She reached up for her mother's hand. Used that "watch it, kid" mom tone, then ignored him. It worked on him just like it worked on us, and he got sulky, then cooperative. How did you get him to take the keys, the link, the rest out and leave it where you could reach it? I said we'd play a game. He was still in creepy kid mode, so he jumped on it. A memory game. I've got a good one. So I've noticed. I'd close my eyes, and he'd take everything out of his pockets and put it on that little table he'd bolted down. I got to look for like 3 seconds. Then if I couldn't name everything, he got a cookie. A cookie? It worked. I wanted to see what he had, what I could use if I could get to it. So I lost on purpose, and he went tearing over to get the cookie. That's when the doorbell went off. She ran through the rest up until she'd managed to unlock the shackles, grab the taser, and the police had come in. Then I cried all over Detective Jenkinson. You came down, and they took me out. Detective Reinecke found me some tissues. Eve sat back. You're in marketing, right? Yeah. If you ever want to change careers and try the cops, I'll get you into the academy and into this division. Mary Kate gave a watery laugh. I think I'll stick with marketing. I may have follow-up questions tomorrow, but you should go home, get some rest. I can arrange for transportation. We have cars. Ms. Covino rubbed her daughter's shoulders. We'll all go to the house tonight. Everyone. You too, Cleo. We'll have a lot of wine. We'll talk soon, Mary Kate. She nodded at Mira. Yes, thank you. And thank you, she said to Louise. Glad to help. Use the medication I gave you and change the bandages in the morning. The piercings will close, but if you have any issues, contact me or your family doctor. I will. Rising, she reached out, took both of Eve's hands. Don't let the little boy fool you. He's as vicious as the man. I know. I'd tell you to take care of yourself, but you've already proven you know how. When they'd all filed out, Eve sat. Louise, is she as stable physically as she looks? She needs about 12 hours natural and deep sleep, probably another few good meals, and the wine won't hurt. If she's vigilant about the medication and bandage changes, she shouldn't have any scarring or very minimal. She'll be vigilant. Dr. Mira? Strong-willed. She'll have some bad moments, but the support of family, of friends will help. And she's very open to counseling. Will she handle giving testimony in court if this goes to court? I have no doubts there. Strong-willed, Mira repeated. Good. Louise, I'm cutting you loose. Happy to be cut loose. Charles is probably in my office, waiting for you. I'll find him. Let's all take a page from the Covinos and have a lot of wine sometime soon. When Louise left, Eve got up, uncloaked the board. You've had a very long day, Mira pointed out. I think I can finish it by finishing him. Not by punching him several times the way Ms. Covino might like, but in the box, within the law. I can get to him. Both sides of him. I could use your help. You have it. What do you have in mind? Let me get Peabody in here, and we'll talk it through. 22. After she had Dauber brought up, Eve let him cook in the box for about 40 minutes while she conferenced with Mira and Peabody and Rio by remote. She put her heel down hard on the possibility of a deal and got no substantial argument from the APA. They had a witness in Covino with a strong handle on details and an entire mountain range of evidence. The sticking point was, and would be, if Dauber proved mentally capable of understanding his crimes and could be held responsible for them. With what continued to come in from the search of his house, the updates on his electronics from EDD, Eve pushed hard on the hell yes. In her office, Eve put together a few fat files to take into interview. Peabody would take in the box of carefully selected evidence removed from his residence, and Mira would serve as the expert shrink evaluating Dauber's mental status. Mira wouldn't be the last of those, Eve knew. If and when Dauber said lawyer, any capable defense attorney would arrange for an outside psychiatric eval. Even if he didn't, there would be other evaluations. So they had to nail it, and nail him. Ready, she turned toward the door just as Rourke stepped in. I hear everybody else, and 9 times out of 10 I know who's coming by the sound of their walk. But you slide around like your feet don't touch the ground. Darling, I walk on air when I'm near you. When she snorted, he stepped to her, cupped her chin in his hand, skimmed a thumb over the dent in it. You should be exhausted, but you're not. No, not tired. Revved. Murder cops don't often get to watch a live one, a tough, smart live one like Mary Kate Covino, walk away with her family to go drink a bunch of wine. He took 2 and we're gonna make him pay, but she walked away. I've more here that may help with the payment portion. He handed her a file and a disk. Knowing you prefer paper copies, we generated those. You have the disk if you want to put it on the screen in the box. She set down the file she carried to open the new one. Jesus! He journaled every target by name. This is gold. Detailed notes on his hunting and stalking phases, dates, times, his conclusions, going back to last October. You'll see he had 2 other potentials he dropped during his research. One he learned had a black belt in karate, the other he learned had a cop for a father. Shit. This is Redmond from Special Victims. I know him a little. His daughter, age 24, is a grad student at NYU and lives in Dauber's hunting grounds, where she also works nights tending bar. Cross them off the list. The first, he had to calculate her reaction time, her fighting instincts and skills. Not worth the risks. The second, snatch the kid of a cop? Too much risk there, too. And this is gold because it shows calculation. And back to all that careful planning with these log entries. One more thing that you'll find useful? You'll see he did considerable research on his half-siblings, their spouses, their children, and so on. One of the younger generation, named after her grandmother, also bears a striking resemblance to her namesake. He took particular interest in her. Eve flipped through until she found the data, along with the ID shot. Okay. Yeah. She looks more like Lisa Violet than the women he killed or captured. And she's in the age range. Single, an intern at the same hospital where her grandfather worked. Her aunt works now. Looks like he's done a thorough run on her. You'll find her in his journal notes as well. including a trip he took to see her for himself last December. He had, when he applied for the vacation time, booked the trip, where he stayed over that 3-day period, what and where he ate. But more, her routine. Yeah, I see it. Find out if he's put in for more time off. Feeney has anticipated that and is already digging for it. But we thought you'd want this right away. Yeah, I do. He's got a pot full of money now, thanks to Mommy. Considering, she eyed Rourke. You know, it'd be interesting to see if he looked into real estate down there. Purchase or rental, private property. Maybe he just wanted to kill her. But Pattern says he'd want to play with her for a while first. Smiling, Rourke tapped a finger on Eve's head. Always thinking. And it would be interesting. I'll have a look for that myself. Good. I've got to get to this, but did Calendar get the workies? She did. And so far, there's nothing but official work on his work unit. All very precise again, and very like his personal records in the setup. Jamie's working on his other devices. He used his link to take pictures of his targets, which include his niece. He then transferred those to the computer in his home lab, deleted them from the link, but of course, Jamie dug them out. Also good, that calculation again. We're in interview A. Anything else that adds weight, have McNabb text Peabody. She'll judge when she can step out of interview to get it. He cupped her chin again, and this time kissed her lightly. When it's done, why don't we go home, open a bottle of wine, and take it and ourselves for a walk to sit by the pond in the moonlight? I could get behind that. I could seriously get behind that. A date, then. He walked out with her, continued on while she stopped at Peabody's desk. We've got more. McNabb gave me a quick rundown. I passed it on to Mira. Eve glanced over where Mira, at Jenkinson's empty desk, slid the PPC she'd been working on into her jacket pocket. It's going to add weight, Eve said. Peabody, if they get more that does the same, McNabb will text you. You pick the time to step out, get the information, bring it back in. She heard someone stomping their way toward homicide and turned as Dick Berensky barreled in. What the fuck, Dallas? You have Peabody try to tell me you've dragged Dauber in here on some nutball charge? Then you send your stormtroopers in to clear out his lab. And I don't find out all this bullshit about the stormtroopers until lab security lets me know. What the fuck? I'll tell you what the fuck. Andrew Daubers, charged with 3 abductions, 3 counts of involuntary imprisonment, multiple charges of forcibly injecting or otherwise inducing controlled substances, and 2 counts of murder in the first. Berensky slammed his fisted hands on his hips. This is batshit bullshit! Have you met Andy? Yeah, and the last time we met, I tackled him during his attempt to escape while 2 of my detectives secured the safety of the woman being forcibly held and restrained and drugged in the basement of his house. And I need the contents of the syringes found in his van, the contents of his home lab analyzed, and now. I put somebody on the lab work. You think you can threaten me like that? He moved up, got in her face, and tempted her to punch the anemic caterpillar over his sneering top lip. Screw all that, and screw this bullshit. Andy doesn't have a house. He lives in a damn apartment, a spitball away from the lab. Not since September, when his bio mother left him a 3-story brownstone with full basement and $6 million in the bank. "Don't tell me it's bullshit," she snapped before he could. "I've got 2 bodies. I've got the statement from the 3rd woman he held. I've got his own records, the evidence from his home lab, the loaded syringes, and zip ties in his van." He doesn't have a van. Didn't have. Berensky dragged his hands over the slicked-down hair on his egg-shaped head. "I've known Andy more than 20 damn years. Sure, he can be a little weird, but..." He looked toward Mira. "Are you saying what she's saying?" "Yes, and we have more than she's told you. I'm very sorry, but there's no question of his guilt." "Let me talk to him." "No." At Eve's flat refusal, he swung back to her. "I want to hear his side. For Christ's sake, he's one of mine. How would you feel if all this was coming down on one of yours?" "Pissed and shitty, which is why instead of escorting you the hell out of here, Peabody's gonna set you up in observation. I can't let you talk to him now. That's our job. At some point down the road, I can arrange it, but not until we close this." Peabody rose, crossed to the doorway. "You've got the wrong guy," Berensky claimed as he followed Peabody out. "That's on you. You got the wrong guy." "It's difficult." Mira rose, walked over to Eve. "Brutal, I'd think, to know someone, work with them for so many years, then learn they're not who and what you believed." "Yeah, that's why I'm cutting him some slack. That, and the fact he came in here to stand up for one of his people. That counts." "Some of the brass will want to know how the lab chief didn't see the psychopath in his house." Hell, she hadn't thought of that, and now she had to. "They're gonna make me stand up for Dickhead." "As will I." Peabody came back. "It's starting to hit him this isn't a mistake, and he looks a little sick. It's about to hit harder. Let's go have a chat with Andy." He sat quietly, hands folded on the table in front of him. Eve wondered how he felt, feeling the cuffs at his wrists and ankles. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, Peabody, Detective Delia, Mira, Dr. Charlotte, entering interview with Dauber, Andrew. She read off the case numbers as she and the others took their seats. "Mr. Dauber, you were read your rights at the time of your arrest. I will again inform you on this record." She recited the revised Miranda. "Do you understand these rights and obligations?" Yes, of course. But I'm very confused. I think there's been some mistake." "Yeah, you made several of them. Underestimating Mary Kate Covino's the biggest." "I'm sorry. I don't know who that is." With a worried look in his eyes, he tried that vague smile. "One of the 3 women you hunted, stalked, abducted, and kept chained in your basement. The one who's still alive." Those worried eyes widened. "Oh my goodness, I would never, could never." "What basement?" "There's been some terrible mix-up." Liar, Eve thought. Calculating liar. "The basement in your brownstone." "Brownstone?" He laughed a little. "Lieutenant Dallas, how could I afford a brownstone on my salary? I live frugally, but deeded to you last September. Eve took the copies of the documents out of the file, pushed them over the table, where Dauber hunched over them, brow furrowed. This isn't my name. It's an anagram of your birth mother's name. Lisa McKinney, who bought it for you, sent you the paperwork, deposited $6 million in a brokerage account for you, and informed you of same in this letter sent just before she took her own life. No, this can't be. I've never seen any of this. I haven't seen my birth mother for decades. I barely remember her. He looked up, and his face crumbled. I want my mommy! The twangy screech echoed in the room. You're mean and ugly, and I don't want you! I want my mommy now! Knock it off, Eve snapped. She's gonna beat you up! Dead. Tough for her to manage that. Is not! He beat his cuffed hands on the table, kicked his shackled feet, while tears streamed down his reddened face. How old are you, Andy? At Mira's question, her quiet and pleasant voice, he snarled at her. I'm not Andy. Andy's a stupid head. I'm baby darling, and I want my mommy. Where is your mommy? She's waiting for me. Where? He turned sly. I'm not gonna tell. I want a soda pop. What kind do you want? Peabody spoke now, kindly. If you ask nicely, I'll get you one. I'm thirsty. Get me one right now. I bet your mommy taught you how to say please and thank you. His bottom lip poked out, a strange look on a man of 60. Maybe. Please, can I have an orange soda pop? Sure. Peabody exiting interview, Eve said for the record. Where do you live? In the car. We have adventures and don't need anybody else. We sing songs and play games, and I can have candy when I want it. I want candy now. No. And try screaming again. You won't get the soda either. Eve leaned closer. You're not 5 years old, and you're nobody's baby darling. He tried to lunge at her. She didn't flinch. I hate you, hate you, hate you! Yeah, that hurts my feelings. What did your mother call you when she got upset with you? Mira asked him. Johnny, you stop that right now. And he giggled. But I'm baby darling, and she loves only me, just me, and I want her now. Eve slid Elder's crime scene photo across the table. That's not my mommy. No, so you had to kill her. What did she do to make you so mad you slit her throat? I don't have to tell you. He used a sing-song voice now. I don't have to tell you. Peabody re-entering interview. He doesn't get that until he stops being an asshole. You said a bad word because you're a bad girl. But you're a good boy, Mira said. You try to be a very good boy. I'm the best boy, Mommy says, and one day we're gonna live in a big house and eat ice cream all day. I want ice cream now. Mira smiled at him. You can have your soda and maybe some ice cream if we can talk to Andy. Chocolate ice cream. A whole bowl. Like a light switch, Dauber's face changed. He blinked his eyes. I'm sorry. What was I saying? Mira looked at Eve. You were right. Then she folded her hands, addressed Dauber. That was much too rushed. Scientist to scientist, I have no doubt you're aware that multiple personality disorder is very rare. I don't know what— Quiet, Eve ordered. Let her finish. There are cases, of course, Mira continued, well documented, carefully studied. And I'm sure, Mr. Dauber, with some careful study, we'll find the neglected and unhappy child you were has great influence on the man you are. It may be that you find some emotional release by allowing yourself to behave like that child, permitting the child to say and do what the mature and disciplined man can't or wouldn't until last fall. I don't know what you mean. Dr. Mira, I know you have a sterling reputation. The meek and mild might have worked, Eve thought, but he piled it on too thick. Desperate, and she saw the desperate, to compensate. I admit that over the past months, I've had some incidents, some gaps in memory, but you moved out of your apartment and into the brownstone on October 1st, Eve repeated. Explain. I didn't. I don't know. Eve shoved the log, his own log, detailing his travel, his hotel in New Orleans. Explain this. Explain the trip you took to Louisiana in December of last year, and the information, including photographs of this woman, your niece. I don't have a niece. I'm an only child. I certainly didn't go to Louisiana. I have very bad memories of that area. I was found there at age 5. I was a foundling and put into the foster system until I was adopted. Another mistake, Eve thought. A bratty 5-year-old couldn't book the travel, take the trip, document it all. You have 3 half-siblings. After your mother tossed you aside, she hooked a rich doctor and had kids she decided to keep. His head snapped back as if she'd slapped him, but he couldn't quite disguise the fury that burned in his eyes. That's a vicious thing to say. You're a vicious person. Something happened to my mother. That's the only explanation. She would never have left me if she had a choice. Shakier ground, Eve said, because his hands had started to tremble. She didn't want you. Couldn't wait to ditch the whiny brat holding her back. So she dumped you and drove away. Never gave you another thought. That's a lie! There you are, Eve thought, when the fury, full-blown now, raged in his eyes. Pure truth. Who wants to listen to some snotty brat throwing tantrums, demanding candy and ice cream? Tossing you aside was her best shot at real freedom. So she walked away, and probably wondered why she hadn't done it years before. Lies! Lies! She loved me. She was young and weak, an addict, but I'm the one she loved. She left me to save me. She was wrong, and I can have her back my way. I deserve it. She thought she could make it up to me all those years with a house, with money. She was supposed to stay with me, look after me, and I'll fix it so she has to. I deserve to have my mother. Peabody shot Eve a look, then rose. Peabody exiting interview. Eve pushed the tube of soda toward Dauber. It must have been a hell of a shock, getting that letter. He cracked the tube, drank thirstily. He smiled, but the calculation showed through. What letter? The bullshit letter she wrote you to try to ease her guilty conscience before she swallowed a bunch of pills. Killed herself. Not over you, Dauber, but over the father of her real children. He heaved the tube at Eve. She snagged it in midair. That's a weak arm, pal. No wonder she shrugged you off. I'm her son. I'm her only. The rest are fakes and lies. She doted on them, but not you. She cared more about getting high than you, more about living her new life than you. I want my mommy! Pulling out the little boy again, Dauber laid his head on the table and wept. I want my ice cream! I want my mommy! Peabody re-entering interview. Eve took the file Peabody gave her, listened as Peabody leaned close to her ear. McNabb said they had to dig this out. He deleted it, but left enough markers for them to dig. With a nod, Eve opened the file. After she'd scanned it, gotten the gist, she passed it to Mira. You're not getting a damn thing. If you want to keep playing this game, that's just fine. What did Lauren Elder do that prompted you to take out the knife and slice it across her neck? I already know the bulk of it. She didn't work out for you. She didn't know how to play along. She kept begging you to let her go, and it just pissed you off. Pissed off the brat, and the scientist calculated that experiment a failure. You had the other two, and they looked more promising. You'd spent months setting it all up, getting the wardrobe, the makeup, the perfume, all of it. You set up your own lab, set up an HQ, invested in security. I don't like you. He muttered it as he closed his eyes. You're mean and nasty. You'd expected a scientist, a precise sort of man, to have some failures. But one of them was gonna work. One would be your mother, your slave. One would pay for years and years and years for what Lisa McKinney did. Never leave you, never leave that basement. Always be there. When you wanted to be a little boy, she'd play with you or sing songs, whatever. When you didn't, you could look at her and know she paid and paid. Wearily, Dauber lifted his head. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm afraid something's wrong with me. I haven't been myself. He appealed to Mira. At work, it's all as it should be. But when I leave, I don't clearly remember. Not until I'm at work again. It's like I step out of myself or into something else. It's all a blur. I need help. Can you help me? Mira studied him with her soft blue eyes. I'd certainly try. If any of that were true. I see here you've done considerable and thorough research on MPD. Documented cases, debunked cases. And you added your own notes, I see. Somebody who's worked with the cops as long as you, Peabody commented, should know what EDD can do. You thought you were smarter. You're not. I researched it because I had concerns about my mental health. Maybe. Eve leaned back. Maybe a grain of truth in there. But what you did was expand on it. Calculate how you might use it if you ever ended up where you are now. You selected, stalked, abducted, chained, and emotionally tortured 3 women, killed 2 of them. You did that with a cold, clear mind. You killed them dress them like her because it was always her you needed to punish. Bad mommy. She was. Eve nodded. No doubts here she fucked up and was fucked up. Predisposed, it seems, to addiction, like her mother, her grandfather. Like you. I am not an addict. Yeah, you are. Lisa McKinney's your addiction. Was she always? What about the mother who raised you? He looked away to stare at the wall. She was not my mother. She was never my mother. Why? Because she didn't push you out of her vagina? She wasn't my mother! The anger came back, and Eve gauged it was time to push on it. Did she beat you? Starve you? I was a child, a frightened little boy, and they put me with strangers. Do you know what that's like? Foster homes with social workers sniffing around. Then they just give you away to someone. A fake family. And they were old, already in their late 40s, and took me as a substitute because they couldn't make their own child. They changed my name. And then it was, no sweets before dinner, Andy. Wash your hands, Andy. Time for school, time for bed. Rules, rules, and rules. You followed the rules, Mira said. You did what you were told, studied hard, did what was expected of you. You didn't love this family, but you needed them. You didn't want to be left alone again. They were ordinary. My mother wasn't ordinary. They tried to make me ordinary. My mother knew I was special. I got away from them as soon as I was of age. I looked for her for months and months, but I couldn't find her. Nobody could find her. And she was right there the whole time. Right there, Eve repeated. It made you mad when you found out she'd lived in a big house, had a big family, a happy life without you all those years. She left me, and I looked for her, and she was right there. Chains rattling, he pounded his fists again. I studied in college so hard, and every break I looked for her. I went back to Louisiana, but nobody knew where she was. Nobody cared. You cared, and deeply. His eyes went hot when he looked at Mira. She didn't care about me. Left me. Tried to kill herself rather than take care of me. And she couldn't even do that right. Then she's rewarded for it while I'm with strangers? And in the end, she does kill herself. Takes her own life rather than open that life to me. Tell me she didn't deserve to be punished. Lauren Elder, Anna Hobe, Mary Kate Covino. Eve waited until he shifted his gaze to her. They didn't deserve what you did to them. Careful selection. I selected them carefully. All they had to do was meet the criteria, and they would have been housed, clothed, fed. You gave each of them the tattoo your mother had, the same body piercings. He sighed wearily. Of course! They could hardly be her without them. Why did you kill Lauren Elder? She didn't meet the criteria. She refused to cooperate. She shouted at me, called me vile names. She slapped me. She made me very angry. She wasted my time, my good work. But even then, I took care of her. I bathed her and dressed her, did her hair, her makeup, her nails. I made her perfect. I took her where mothers take their children. You left a sign on her. Bad mommy. Why? He sighed again. She didn't meet the criteria, he repeated. The mother who left me was bad. The one who'd stay would be good. Okay, let's go back. Tell me how you selected Lauren Elder. His eyes glinted. Maybe I'm too tired and thirsty. We can put you back in a cell. Solitary, I think. Suicide watch? Eve glanced at Mira. Yes, I'd recommend that. Or we can get you another soda, and you'll walk us through it. I want grape this time, and some ice cream. Chocolate. Fine. Peabody, will you take care of that? Peabody exiting interview. Now, tell me about Lauren Elder. He was a man of details and precision, and relating all those details took a long time, as well as 2 more sodas, ice cream, gummy candy, and a bag of chips. He bounced back and forth a few times, back to that little kid twang, but they got every detail on record. A full confession. Eve didn't miss the sly look he snuck toward her as she arranged to have him taken back to his cell. He thinks he's gonna cop to insanity, get off with a few years, even up to 10, in a minimum security facility with therapy, regular evals, and all that. He's crazy, Eve said to Mira. When this started, I figured something along the lines he's thinking, though a solid 20 to 25 inside a supermax. You don't think that now. I'm hoping you'll tell me in your expert opinion you don't either. He's a psychopath. I suspect if his mother hadn't left him as she did, he'd have grown up to embrace his psychopathy much sooner. He buried it, primarily out of fear of abandonment, and strapped himself into the world of science, of rules, of logic. But as we see, he never made or kept friendships, relationships. If you develop relationships, you risk abandonment, disappointments. These are intolerable for him. He's a psychopath, one with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, a malignant narcissism he releases through the persona of the child he was. He isn't sane, but while we'll do other, deeper evaluations, in my opinion, he won't reach the threshold of legal insanity. If he got the chance, he'd search for, select, and kill his mother again. I have no doubt of it, and so I'll say in my report. You handled him well, as did you, Peabody. He thinks he played us. I could see it. Peabody rolled her tired shoulders. He didn't. Go home, get some sleep. I'll write it up. No, I'll write it up. You get to deal with... Peabody nearly said dickhead before she remembered they still sat in interview. Berensky. Right. You write it up. I appreciate you coming in for this, Dr. Mira, and sticking. A fascinating interview from my end. I'll write up my initial evaluation. I suspect he'll call for a lawyer once he realizes he didn't win this game. Yeah, but it won't matter. He'll get the ward for mentally defective, but in a supermax, and for 3 life terms, or at least 2 and a solid 20 for Covino. That's what matters. Eve rose. I'll text Rio so she does her own lawyer thing in the morning. Good work. all around. She stepped out and walked up to observation. It surprised her to find Rourke with Berensky, then realized it shouldn't have. They sat drinking what she knew from the scent was real coffee, and Berensky looked exhausted. Rourke stood. "I'll leave you two alone." He brushed his hand over Eve's arm as he left the room. "Decent son of a bitch for a rich bastard." Then Berensky waved a hand. "Sorry. He is decent. He is rich. And he can be a son of a bitching bastard when he wants." Berensky let out a short laugh before he scrubbed a hand over his face. "Nearly half my life I've known Andy. I never saw what was in him. Never saw what I saw in that room when you took him apart. I'd have sworn on a case of prime Kentucky bourbon Andy Dauber wouldn't hurt a frickin' fly." He broke. Whatever chains or restraints or control he wrapped around what was in him broke. Maybe if his mother hadn't tried to do what she thought was right in the end, they'd have stayed in place. He wasn't right. He was never right. I don't think he was right before she left him at that church. And he just couldn't hold it back anymore. What he did. "He's gonna need a lawyer." "Don't. Stop," she said before he could speak. "You're thinking he's one of your people, and he's not. Not anymore. You're a fucking dick, more than half the time. But you're a good boss from everything I've seen. More, you're not responsible here. Harvo flirted with him the way somebody like her flirts with a guy old enough to be your grandfather. She's not responsible, or any of the others who worked with him. You could toss some of the blame on me. Could I?" She angled her head. Tempting, but no, I couldn't, because none of it belongs on you. It's his. Go home. You're going to have to talk to your people tomorrow." "Yeah, I am." He set the mug aside, rose. "But I'm going in now. Likely we've got the analysis you need, but I want to double-check it." "Appreciate it." Yeah. You know, next time you want priority treatment in my place, you should bring some of that coffee. Get out of my house." He let out a bark of laughter. At the door, he paused. "Thanks." He didn't look around. "Just thanks." And went out. In the bullpen, she saw Peabody working and McNabb sitting on the corner of her desk. In her office, Rourke did the same on hers. "Good work, Lieutenant. Very good work. All around, including our expert consultant civilian. Peabody's writing it up, but I've still got some things to tie off, so I understand. Listen, I appreciate you hanging with Dickhead. It seemed the thing to do. I saw about the last 3/4 of an hour of the interview. Dauber is a very twisted man." "Yup." She sat. "But not, in Mira's opinion, crazy enough to meet the legal threshold for insanity. So I'm closing this out in a damn good mood. I'd be in a better one if somebody got me coffee. I can do that." In EDD, it ended on fizzies, many large fizzies. He set a mug by her elbow. "And with tonight's adventures, I've come to accept I'll never pry Jamie from EDD. The boy's a bloody cop to the marrow." Eve didn't bother to hide the smirk. "Could have told you. Best I saw it for myself." He kissed the top of her head. "My loss, your gain. I'll find a place to wait for you." "Rourke." She reached up and back to grab his hand before he left. "It's late, I know, but are you still up for the wine, the walk,